He gasps, utterly dazed, his mind reeling from the last 4 minutes and 32 seconds of pure survival, slowly coming back online amidst the wreckage. Clutching his head, Hyunmoo lets out a furious "damn it," as he tries to figure out who the hell is responsible for this mess. His hand reaches out to the debris. The idea of actually dying in a place like this, right now, is absolutely unthinkable. He struggles to his hands and knees, a harsh, hacking cough ripping through him. Still on the ground, another brutal coughing fit shakes his entire body. He groans, then forces out a series of ragged breaths, his eyes locked onto the sheer scale of the destruction surrounding him. Finally, he manages to choke out a single, disbelieving word, questioning if all this fine particulate matter is really just dust. Still reeling, Hyunmoo Kong lets out a guttural groan, a raw curse tearing from his throat as he tries to make sense of the chaos around him. Then, a chilling blue system window abruptly materializes, declaring his death and a total survival duration of absolute 0. He's trapped in a nightmarish loop, remembering countless deaths, each one a brutal, bloody end followed by a gasping return. A raw grunt tears from his throat as he instinctively reaches out, the terrifying truth sinking in, he just keeps waking up. This brutal, unending loop of death and rebirth is his personal hell, leaving him with a constant, hacking cough. His hand instinctively grips a rough wooden stick, a small, desperate anchor in the overwhelming desolation. Now on his feet amidst the rubble, he unleashes a frustrated curse, demanding to know just how many times this torturous cycle has played out. He scans the desolate, ruined city sprawling out before him, fully aware of the terrifying unknowns lurking in the shadows. Clutching his makeshift weapon with fierce determination, he knows his time is running out, forcing him to charge headfirst into the unknown. He remembers reaching, clawing for a sanctuary that was right there, the shelter just inches away before everything went black. His body was ripped apart, blood exploding against the monstrous shadow above, a sickening crunch sealing his fate. His vision blurs, and then, the ultimate insult, a cold system message pops up, confirming his death and a pathetic, total survival duration, of just 7 hours, 42 minutes, and 8 seconds. He just keeps dying, a painful death, over and over again, crushed under the weight of endless monsters. Sometimes he was sliced clean through. Other times, torn apart by multiple shadowy figures, each death a fresh hell. Now, standing amidst the glowing ruins of a shattered city, he takes in the desolate view, a dark thought burning in his mind, it's handsome, right? Who in their right mind would willingly step into this hell? With a heavy sigh, he bends down, his hand gripping a sturdy wooden stick, his only weapon. Clutching his makeshift weapon, a fierce determination hardens his gaze, ready to confront whatever fresh hell this cycle throws at him next. Hyunmoo Kong unleashes a devastating, sweeping attack, his blade tearing through the very air with an explosive force. His weapon blazes with fierce red energy, as he pushes his relentless assault to its absolute limit. But the sheer strain, or a brutal counterattack, twists his face into a mask of raw agony. He's sent plummeting through the shattered cityscape, debris and glowing particles exploding around him as he descends into the abyss. Yet, a strange red energy field pulses below, a constant, inescapable force in his endless cycle of death and rebirth. He stands once more on crystalline ground, red energy radiating from beneath his feet, ready to face it all again. But the system's cold, brutal message confirms his fate, his survival duration reset to 0, his life extinguished once more. You died. Then, his eyes snap open, blazing crimson, a determined, almost manic smile spreading across his face. He's back. This endless cycle is merely a challenge, for a crazy, unyielding fighter like him. Then, one fateful day, everything changed. Suddenly, colossal, ornate gates, dungeons, ripped open across the globe, spewing forth a cascade of shimmering energy. At the exact same moment, humanity began to awaken to incredible new powers, catapulting the world into an entirely new era. But for others, the power never manifested. Labeled a D-star powerless layperson, he was condemned with no hope of ever developing abilities. That was the brutal verdict handed down to him. Even as a child, desperately scrounging for residual magic just to survive, he was met with utter contempt. A cold voice from a hazmat suit looked down, utterly dismissing his entire existence as a pathetic waste. That, he now realizes, was the life he was forced to endure in the past. A raw, guttural sound rips through a crumbling, purple-tinged space. While a figure in a pristine white hazmat suit retreats from the chaotic energy, another strained grunt tearing through the air. A gloved hand stretches out, a desperate, pained cry tearing through the silence. And the hazmat-suited observer freezes, snapping their head around as if jolted by a sudden, sharp impact. A massive splash erupting violently in the chaotic space. Meanwhile, Hyunmoo Kang's eyes blaze with an intense purple light, as a voice urgently asks if he's alright. Back in the memory, the hazmat-suited figure stares down a swirling mass of dark, shadowy tendrils, another strained sound ripping through the air. A woman with glasses watches him with a deeply worried expression. Her concern palpable as she asks if he's pushing himself too hard, a question that resonates with his own internal thought. There was no escape. Still, he simply replies, "I'm fine." A primal groan tears through him, a raw, visceral cry of pure agony. His mind screams a mocking challenge, demanding to know if this is all the effort they've got. Hyunmoo Kong lets out a strained, almost manic laugh, his face a twisted mask of pain and fierce resolve. The scene abruptly cuts to a chilling memory, a gloved hand, encased in a hazmat suit, reaching through the oppressive darkness. But the world keeps turning, as a news report blazes across a screen, proclaiming the Taebaek clan's epic victory, all thanks to Lee Jidi. The report goes on to detail their incredible triumph, having utterly conquered the legendary Devil's Den dungeon. Someone remarks on the sheer audacity of their raids, pointing out this is the third time in a month, a fact immediately verified. Watching the news unfold on a massive screen, Lee Jidi coolly claims the glory, declaring it the hard-won result of his entire clan's hunters. Meanwhile, Hyunmoo Kong stares blankly, utterly bewildered, as a new face coolly introduces himself. "I am Robert Lee, a lawyer." Robert Lee, the lawyer, extends his hand, presenting glowing orbs, declaring he's here to deliver Hyunmoo's father's legacy. The tension is thick as the two men sit, the father's legacy now in play. Robert Lee flashes a knowing smile, relieved that Hyunmoo is finally back on his feet. He drops the bombshell. They've unlocked Hyunmoo's true power. Hyunmoo's fist clenches, a burning ambition to get ahead igniting within him. Robert Lee just watches, his smile never fading. Hyunmoo's eyes blaze with resolve, ready to push his limits and see just how far he can go. A surge of power courses through him, making him feel like he can finally reach out and seize his destiny. Boom! A blinding pink and purple energy explodes around his clenched fist, crackling with raw, untamed power. The power consumes him, a shocked gasp tearing from his throat as the immense force rips through his entire being. As the raw power surged through him, Hyunmoo Kong screamed, his face twisted in pure agony and exertion, engulfed by a blazing red aura. His hand shot out instinctively, engulfed in blinding white and blue energy, as a bizarre system alert blared all around him. Suddenly, a blue interface materialized. A stark, welcome message flashing before his eyes. He was plummeting through an endless void, his body wreathed in shimmering purple energy, another system prompt popping up near his feet. When he finally stopped, a blood-red moon hung ominously in the sky, leaving him to stammer, what is this place?" He stared up at the alien cityscape, his voice laced with utter confusion, "Where am I?" His hand clenched into a tight fist, his eyes darting to the splatters of blood around him. A guttural "UGH" tore from his throat, his jaw clenched in grim determination. He fought against an unseen force, his silhouette consumed by a dark, swirling aura, another GAH ripping from his lungs. Suddenly, the world rips apart, spitting him out into a desolate, blood-red cityscape where strange particles dance in the air. He slams down with a sickening thud, his body crashing onto jagged, glowing purple rocks. The very ground beneath him cracks and shatters, exposing even more of those sinister, glowing crystals. But before he can even process his surroundings, a chilling system message blazes into existence, screaming the terrifying truth: difficulty, hell. The very air crackles with raw, untamed energy. Then another message slams into his vision, confirming his absolute worst nightmare: you are entering the star of apocalypse. Before he can even process that chilling declaration, a devastating blow erupts from nowhere, a white humanoid monster with a blazing red fist slamming into him with brutal, bone-shattering power. The impact sends him flying, his body violently hurled backward through a storm of debris. Hyunmoo Kong hits the ground, gasping, purple energy still exploding around him from the brutal impact. Then, a chilling system message pops up, a countdown to total survival, and one terrifying thought screams in his head: "I die." But there's no time to think. The white humanoids are already swarming him, their attacks relentless, the purple energy flaring even brighter. A brutal blow lands, rocking him hard. He screams, a primal roar of pure defiance against the impossible odds. But it's not enough. More figures swarm him, their combined assault sending him crashing down. He's falling, battered and bruised, the relentless attacks just keep coming from every angle. One more brutal strike lands, echoing with a chilling declaration: "and die." But just as he's about to hit, a fierce, burning resolve ignites in his eyes, a spark of pure defiance refusing to die out. Hyunmoo Kong, battered but unbroken, grips his sword, ready to defy fate and survive, even if it means dying just to come back stronger. But the relentless horde of goblin-like monsters quickly swarms him, knocking him to the ground as one of them sneers, thinking it's all over. That creature's face contorts into a pure, unadulterated snarl, its bloodlust absolutely undeniable. Then, the brutal blows start raining down, each impact a crushing reminder of just how dire his situation is. But even as he takes the punishment, a spark ignites in his mind, a game-changing way to look at his impossible odds. Suddenly, a blinding light erupts around him as a mind-blowing realization hits: if he's just going to die and come back, then he's practically immortal. Fueled by this insane epiphany, he explodes into action, unleashing a bone-crushing punch that absolutely demolishes the face of one of his tormentors. This is it, the ultimate power-up, a true rebirth. He stands triumphant over the fallen beast, the system's timer ticking down, only 12 precious seconds remaining in this epic battle for survival. Hyun Kong hit the ground, gasping, but a fierce purple energy pulsed around him, a single, defiant UGH ripping from his throat as he refused to stay down. Then, with an explosive burst of will, he was up, his sword flashing from its sheath in a blur of motion. His eyes ignited with a furious purple glow, and a blinding, crackling aura erupted around him. He was ready. No hesitation, no fear, Hyun Kong became a purple blur, his blade a lethal extension as he tore into the horde. He was a whirlwind of destruction, leaving only a crimson streak in his wake as he decimated the enemy lines. His gaze was locked, pure focus, the purple power surging as he continued his brutal, unstoppable attack. Every swing was perfect, his grip of ice, his will absolute. In a flash, it was done. Hyun Kong stood victorious, surrounded by the broken bodies of his enemies. The only sound was the sickening thud of their bodies, a brutal testament to his absolute dominance. A primal scream rips through the air, and Hyun Kong detonates a wave of raw purple power, blasting the horde of grotesque goblins away from him with explosive force. But even as they scatter, one monstrous goblin, eyes blazing crimson, charges right back into the fray, a blur of savage intent. Too slow. His glowing hand streaks out, intercepting the beast with another devastating surge of purple energy. The monster's snarl twists into a scream of pure agony, as it's consumed by the blinding purple explosion. A whirlwind of purple destruction. And then, silence. Hyun Kong stands triumphant, his power radiating, as the last of the monsters stare in utter shock. But this isn't over. The air crackles with a new, terrifying presence, a chilling whisper of the Star of Apocalypse. Then, the true horror reveals itself. A colossal, multi-eyed beast erupts from the shadows, its earth-shattering roar promising pure destruction. And the lesser monsters, fueled by its terrifying power, join the monstrous chorus, their combined screams a symphony of impending doom. The grotesque goblin horde just keeps coming, an endless tide of monstrous fury. He lets out a raw, primal scream. As the sheer force of their attack sends him absolutely soaring. He hits the ground, but there's no stopping him, a defiant roar rips from his throat. His face a mask of pure, unadulterated grit. A beast sinks its fangs deep into his arm. But he just tightens his grip. The pain nothing but background noise as one thought dominates, none of that matters. Then, with an explosive burst of power, he punches straight through the monster, impaling it in a brutal, bloody display. Still locked in a desperate struggle, he lets out a guttural roar, his determination absolutely unwavering. He continues to fight, a lone silhouette against the backdrop of a blood-red moon in a ravaged city, battling against an overwhelming tide of monstrous forms. Suddenly, a clear, triumphant chime rings out, signaling the completion of his arduous task. Quest cleared. Exhausted and bloodied, Hyun Kong stands amidst the carnage, his breath coming in ragged gasps, a knife still clutched in his hand. His foot rests upon the defeated, a system message confirming his incredible endurance, 35 days of continuous survival. What a beast! But the respite is short-lived as a colossal, shadowy claw descends from the darkness above, accompanied by a low, guttural rumble. A new threat emerges. A monstrous visage, all teeth and shadow, looms over a crimson reflection, its presence chilling the air. This is bad. 3 new system alerts flash, each revealing a terrifying truth: the shattering star, Gaul, the starving star, Yogerlim, and the whispering star, Monstville, are all now watching him. The stakes just got higher. Even the cosmic entities, the very stars themselves, seem to chatter with ominous interest. What does it all mean? His eyes blazed a furious red, tears carving paths through the raw power radiating from him. A guttural gasp tearing from his throat. The grotesque forms of his vanquished foes lay heaped around him, their forms still faintly shimmering with spent power. Meanwhile, Lee Jidi and a striking red-haired woman observed the aftermath from afar, their faces betraying nothing. But Hyun Kang's resolve was absolute, a chilling declaration escaping him: all of you. A terrifying, predatory grin spread across his face. Standing defiant amidst the carnage, now crackling with vibrant purple energy. The very ground beneath him fractured into glowing purple crystals with every stride, as he advanced. His eyes still burned with infernal red, his smile a terrifying, unwavering mask, a chilling promise etched into his very being. His voice, now a raw, unyielding roar, rips through the air with a chilling promise, a declaration to absolutely crush anyone who dares to oppose him. A sickening squelch cuts through the heavy silence. As a heavy boot plunges into a glowing, purple goo, the gross sound echoing with every single step. Hyun Kong, fully geared up in a hazmat suit, pushes through the toxic, industrial wasteland. His eyes, piercing through the gas mask, lock onto the grim landscape. He holds a tiny, glowing purple shard in his gloved hand, cursing, seriously, this was a total bust too. Leaving a huge, dead mass behind, he keeps moving through the unsettling quiet. He lets out a frustrated TSK, mulling over the massive size of the thing he just ignored. A monster that big, he grumbles, would have totally maxed out his daily quota. Out of nowhere, a massive force just absolutely rocks Hyunwoo Kang, and he lets out a guttural UGH as he tries to hold his ground. His gloved hand gets absolutely blasted back, purple energy just exploding on impact. The hit just keeps coming, his leg buckling under the sheer power. Then, a huge explosion of energy just swallows him whole, sending him flying. He's down, but not out, as another hazmat-suited figure rushes over, checking if he's okay after that insane hit. He slowly pushes himself back up, brushing it off with a casual, "I'm fine," like that wasn't a near-death experience. His colleague, Tu Min, looks absolutely worried, asking if he's seriously pushing himself way too hard out here. The sludge research team keeps moving through this gnarly zone, and Tu Min is not holding back her frustration. She's totally laying into him for being so reckless, like, dude, this is a level 3 contaminated zone. What are you even thinking? Still shaken, Hyunwoo gets an earful. A voice rips into him, reminding him they're just there for the cash, and his crazy stunts could get them all wiped out. The voice warns him not to overdo it, calling him Kong SSI, and he can only manage a week, yeah, I guess, as his official title, Crystal Moss Collector, flashes into view. Even with his new title and the promise of riches, a raw, frustrated FUCK rips from him, showing his real mood. Later, clutching a fat stack of crumpled cash, he grumbles, just raking in the dough, right? His face is a mask of pure discontent, even with all the cash, as he ponders, I'm supposed to be stoked about this whole world. The bitter thought hangs in the air, isn't fair, as his mind flashes back to a crucial point from a decade ago, hinted at by a mysterious, glowing door. 10 years ago, a young man was just trying to get by, completely oblivious to the brutal truth that was about to hit him like a truck. The official chance distribution was a total scam for him, claiming only a tiny 0.0001% of citizens awakened to powers, and he got absolutely zilch. Just a 10-star powerless hunter, with zero shot at ever developing any abilities whatsoever. Then, out of nowhere, a voice snapped him out of it, Kong Hyunwoo SSI. He never got a single break, and now this guy, Robert Lee, a hunter, shows up, saying he's got something from Hyunwoo's dad. Hyunwoo barely managed to ask about his dad, what he left, while Robert Lee gave his fake condolences, then just called him a bottom feeder to his face. He let out a harsh laugh, the words burning in his head, I don't have any parents. That was the life of Kong Hyunwoo, and this piece of crap was literally all he had left. A mysterious, dark pendant, radiating a subtle glow, hangs suspended, as a voice confirms its authenticity, that's correct. Deep within the Weizong Mana Specialization Industrial District, Hyunwoo Kang and Yumin scrutinize the pendant, with her noting its surprisingly humble appearance, it doesn't look like a very expensive necklace. Suddenly, Robert Lee, ever the expert, reveals its true identity, it's a return stone. The revelation sparks an immediate, questioning echo, return stone. Yumin quickly elaborates, revealing its critical function, it's an item that hunters use to escape dungeons. With a swift motion, she reaches for the artifact. Robert, sensing the implications, voices his concern, I'm sure you don't plan to enter a dungeon. Hyunwoo's cryptic response, something like that, for me, only deepens the mystery. Clutching the stone, Yumin reiterates the concern, questioning Hyunwoo's motives, I wonder there's no reason for you to enter a dungeon anyway, Hyunwoo SSI. Leaning closer, a worried expression on her face, she tries to get his attention, a soft, pleading, ah. You. Escaping her. A heavy sigh escapes him, as Hyunwoo Kang, with a determined gaze, firmly declares, it's fine. I know what I'm doing. The engine roars to life, and someone asks if she's caught wind of Lee Jidi's latest buzz, because he's been absolutely blowing up. But she just brushes it off, coolly declaring, I don't care. The bus is here. Then, a simple, almost bored, okay. But elsewhere, the news is buzzing. A screen lights up, declaring that today, the legendary Taesung clan, under the command of Lee Jidi, has pulled off something huge. The report screams the details, the clan has absolutely crushed the 5-star dungeon, treasurer. A graphic pops up, asking if this is seriously the third 5-star dungeon raid in the entire world, and the answer. A resounding, that's correct. More breaking news about the expedition's triumph, and now, a direct quote from the man himself, leader Lee Jidi. He humbly declares, this was the result of all of my clan's hunters' efforts. Cut to a sleek office, where Yumin is now sitting across from Lee Jidi, the air thick with the aftermath of his big win. A confident, almost triumphant, smile spreads across his face as he adds, I'm glad that, especially with this raid. Lee Jidi, radiating pure confidence, boldly proclaims his clan has just unleashed Korea's true power onto the global stage. Everyone knows Lee Jidi, he's not just insanely rich and handsome, he's also got a face that's just unfairly good-looking. But then there's Hyunmoo Kang, holding this tiny, worthless rock, feeling like that's all he's got to his name. But a fire ignites in his eyes, because if he just got one shot, one single chance, he'd take it. He'd absolutely give it his all, no holding back. And as his resolve solidifies, a wild, vibrant burst of purple and pink energy explodes from his clenched fist. The raw power just keeps building, engulfing him in an absolutely blinding, expanding aura. Engulfed in a blazing, reddish-pink aura, Hyunmoo Kang was pushing past his limits, a raw struggle etched across his face. Then, out of nowhere, a glowing blue interface flashed into existence, screaming one word, welcome. The entire world around him dissolved into a chaotic blur of motion, leaving him completely lost. He was free-falling, dropping like a stone through the sky, with that same system message waiting for him on the ground. He hit the ground, his eyes immediately snapping to the sky, where a monstrous red moon loomed over a strange, new city, leaving him utterly bewildered about where he even was. Perched on a rooftop, his eyes were saucers of pure shock, the sheer, mind-bending scale of this new world hitting him hard. His hand balled into a tight fist, a streak of blood on his arm a stark reminder of the brutal shift. Another digital chime rang out and a fresh system message popped up, cranking his confusion to 11. The glowing blue text now blazed with a new directive, break through your limits. He's reeling, a sharp gasp of mana tearing through him, followed by a raw ugh and a desperate ha as reality hits. Then, a massive system alert explodes into view, screaming that he's just pulled off the impossible. A flood of notifications then hits, revealing he's plunged into hell difficulty and snagged the God Killer title, plus mana absorber, twice over, all while being totally unprepared. His jaw drops, a panicked W8, hell, ripping from him, as the system doubles down on his impossible feat. And then, the ultimate bombshell drops, crowning him the final survivor. Completely floored, he crashes to his knees, a choked final, barely escaping him. The void shatters, revealing a devastated city under a crimson sky, giant glowing crystals erupting from the ground, and he screams, "What's happening? Hey! Is anyone even here?" His hand shoots to his mouth, pure panic etched on his face, as he barely manages a choked, questioning, "Hey!" The only answer is the eerie, silent pulse of the massive crystals, a terrifying exclamation mark in this nightmare landscape. He dropped to a knee, eyes locked on the shimmering formations, a gasp escaping him as he recognized the legendary crystal moss. His fingers brushed the glowing surface, and a system alert flashed, confirming the insane value of this rare crystal moss, hundreds of dollars per gram. His jaw dropped, eyes wide with a sudden, thrilling realization, just how much was this entire field of crystal moss actually worth. He carefully pried a massive chunk free, the vibrant purple light reflecting the pure shock and excitement on his face. Scanning the endless expanse of glowing crystals, his mental calculations exploded from thousands to tens of thousands of dollars. The sheer, unbelievable reality of it all hit him like a truck, he just stumbled upon the biggest jackpot of his life. His expression was a wild mix of pure shock and unadulterated joy, the sheer scale of his fortune almost breaking his brain. But just as the euphoria peaked, a brutal, jarring force slammed into existence, a blinding, crimson explosion ripping through the very fabric of reality. He choked, a ragged cry tearing from his throat as he was thrown into chaos, the world around him suddenly, violently, and inexplicably tearing itself apart. He's gasping, choking, as the world explodes into a blinding, painful red around him. The impact sends him flying, his body just a silhouette against the void. A piercing pang rips through the air, and then the system hits him with the worst news, poisoned. Paralyzed. He's fighting, clawing, but his body won't move. A desperate cry rips from him as he chokes for air. More system alerts bombard him, stamina draining. And he's under attack by enemies he can't even see. He's down, helpless, surrounded by glowing red tendrils, the chaotic energy practically consuming him. But then, a flicker of defiance. He lifts a hand, a silent, desperate question in the chaos. He pushes himself up, eyes scanning the ruined city, but where are these enemies, the system screaming about? He stands, surrounded by glowing ruins, but there's nothing, absolutely nothing, around him. But then, a shocking system message flashes, "You have died to fine dust, LV1. What?" His eyes burst open, a new timer ticking down, as he tries to process the impossible, fine. Dust? Hyunmoo Kang jolts awake in a shadowy void, a confused groan tearing from his throat as he wonders if this nightmare is even real. He pushes himself up, only to be hit with a glowing system window, blaring a new quest, defeat the boss monster for a skill reward. His eyes blow wide with pure terror and disbelief, the chilling reality of the quest hitting him hard. Then, the floor drops out. He's free-falling through the sky, a gut-wrenching scream ripping from him as the city rushes up to meet him. Mid-fall, his terror morphs into pure rage, a burning vow of revenge against his unseen tormentor echoing in his mind. His face twists with raw fury and iron will, the promise of payback burning in his eyes. But as the impact looms, his rage shatters into utter despair, a whispered, "I'm sorry," escaping him as he faces his eighth death. Hyunwoo Kong was down, surrounded by sinister glowing purple crystals, his body screaming in agony as he desperately pleaded for a miracle. But it was no use. His body gave out, and a brutal system message flashed, "You have died," after a pathetic 11 minutes. But here's the kicker, every single death was making him stronger, boosting his resistance to poison and paralysis. He gasped for air, then sat up, a wild idea sparking, "Fine dust. I'll just inhale it to get rid of M." It was a bust, and he died again. His body hit the floor, and another system message popped up, showing an even shorter survival time. But he wasn't giving up. He rose again, a fierce glint in his eyes, accepting his 12th death and the ever-growing poison resistance. He closed his eyes, and then it hit him, a memory of breathing techniques, just as the system confirmed his paralysis resistance was also leveling up. Then, a flashback hit him, a hand on his back, a voice telling him, "Don't just keep your breath in your chest. Draw it from somewhere down below your lungs." A voice from the past, a mentor's voice, rings out, telling Hyunwoo Kong he's on the right track, that he's crushing it. The mentor's shadowy form looms, his voice booming with absolute certainty, proclaiming that out of everyone, Hyunwoo Kong has the most insane potential he's ever witnessed. And he finishes, that this kind of talent is something truly worth getting hyped for. Snap back to reality. Hyunwoo Kong hits the dirt, surrounded by toxic purple energy, a system message blaring his death and his survival time, 1 day, 1 hour, 41 minutes, and 21 seconds. But wait, a level up pops up, proving even death can't stop his grind. He pushes himself up, eyes glued to his hands, a new system alert screaming 28th death, a bewildered expression plastered across his face. He springs to his feet, a weird, weightless feeling washing over him, making him question if he just leveled up, right as a system message pops up, "Rise," and declares the poison in his system has hit a critical mass. He hums, deep in thought, trying to process this wild turn of events. Then, the ultimate system message drops, a game changer, he's now immune. No more poison damage. He's left completely speechless, mind blown. After that insane system upgrade, Hyunwoo Kong is totally lost, scanning his surroundings like, wait, what just went down? He vaguely recalls something about poison blood, but shrugs it off as pure nonsense, his brain still trying to process the sheer absurdity of it all. Then, his eyes lock onto something incredible, a cluster of intensely glowing purple crystals, blazing with an otherworldly light in the gloom. These aren't just rocks, they're shimmering, glowing crystal moss. He reaches out, his fingers brushing against a crystal, and a wild thought hits him. He wishes these incredible crystal mosses were actually real, not just some poison-induced mirage. Suddenly, a system message pops up, asking if he wants to collect the crystal moss, and his mind is absolutely blown. Before he can even react, another message confirms his inventory is now active, leaving him absolutely flabbergasted by this insane new power. The system then drops the stats on the crystal moss, revealing it's a rare crystal form, weighing a solid 10 kilograms, proving it's totally real. A massive grin splits his face as the full implications of these new powers hit him. He's thinking, I never knew I could do this. Now I can do anything. Gasping for air, he lets out a guttural, ugh, as his body tries to process the overwhelming changes. Pushing himself up, he hears it again, that weird, familiar sound, a nagging echo he just can't shake. Then it clicks, Monster SOS. His blood runs cold as he spots a terrifying swarm of creatures in the distance, his ears ringing with their cries. Pure, unadulterated terror grips him. He knows it in his bones, he's about to become Monster Chow. The swarm is on him in an instant, a chaotic blur of claws and teeth, threatening to rip him to shreds. But just as he's about to be overwhelmed, a system alert blazes across his vision. His title, Hell's Strongest, is supercharging his stats. With a primal roar, Hyunwoo Kong explodes into action. A furious, crimson aura erupts, blasting the monster horde back. He's screaming now, a raw, guttural roar as the sheer power rips through him, obliterating everything in his path. And then, with one final, earth-shattering FUUUCK, the last of the swarm is utterly annihilated, leaving only the lingering, destructive power of his rage. The crimson monster swarm absolutely engulfed him, their primal roars shaking the very air. Completely swallowed by the sheer numbers, he fought back, but the relentless assault was just too powerful. Then, a truly gnarly, spiky monster surged ahead, its glowing body screaming, game over. Then, a massive, blinding explosion of red energy just detonated, and that was it for the fight. And just like that, a chilling system message popped up, right in his face, you have died. Total time survived, 00D 6 hours 18 minutes and 1s. Talk about a brutal game over. But wait, before he could even fully black out, another notification flashed, screaming, normal achievements have been obtained. What even is happening? His eyes were still shut, but the system was going wild, dropping another bomb, more, normal achievements have been obtained. This is insane. Lying there, totally out of it, one last, mind-bending message popped up, you have poisoned and killed over 100 monsters at once. The power of poison blood has increased. He's probably thinking, what in the world is going on? He slowly lifted his hands, totally baffled, muttering, wait, so these things were just mosquitoes? And I died because I sucked my own blood, which then turned into poison. Seriously? Just when he thought it couldn't get worse, an unknown disease strikes, his health plummeting, and he can only scream at the sheer audacity of it all. Barely surviving death, he's hit with another system shocker, questioning this insane new reality as a notification blazes, you've learned. A new skill, dismantle, flashes before his eyes, leaving him utterly baffled, what even is this? His body is a war zone, bacteria raging, health crashing below 10%, but his last man standing title kicks in, forcing regeneration, and he can only let out a guttural, phuck. The nightmare repeats. Bacteria, health drain, regeneration, it's all happening again, automatically, a terrifying loop he can't escape. But then, a thought, dismantle. This normal skill actually worked wonders, and he got it just by snapping a chair leg. He stares out, seeing a mosquito the size of a small car, and a chilling realization dawns, anything is possible here. Clutching the broken chair leg, a dangerous glint in his eye, he decides, it's time to unleash, dismantle. He's going all out, testing his new skill, and the room is just filled with the sounds of things breaking apart. And then, it hits him. He's looking at all these broken pieces, and he's like, wait, this is actually insane, isn't it? He's putting the pieces together, literally. If he can just touch things and dismantle them, what else can he do? His mind is blown. Boom. A new system message pops up, confirming everything. He just unlocked, creation. I totally get it now, he shouts. He's absolutely hyped, fist pumping the air, pure adrenaline. He wasn't planning this for a while, but with creation in his arsenal, it's go time. That confident smirk says it all. He grabs a broken chair leg, ready to unleash his new powers. First up. Building a shelter. Let's go. Gasping for air, Hyunmoo Kong collapses, purple energy crackling around him. The raw power of his new skill has pushed him to his absolute limit. Hyunmoo's stuck, holding this crazy glowing crystal, and he's got no clue how long he's been trapped in this messed up, random spot. Purple energy still sparks everywhere, especially around those busted stairs. He gets up, totally serious, realizing he needs to find a safe zone ASAP if he wants to live. He looks at the crystal again, thinking, he'll just sell this thing to make some cash. He shuffles his feet, and what's this? A newspaper. He grabs it, trying to read the weird writing, and then he sees it, ST star. Then, BAM. A system message pops up, telling him he just learned the common language. He's fighting to make sense of the newspaper, the foreign script a total nightmare, when BAM. A system notification hits, unlocking language comprehension. Suddenly, Twin Star and JT pop out, making him let out a frustrated, ugh, then a shocked, ha. His brain goes into overdrive, wondering if this Lee JT is the Lee JT from the Twin Star Guild, a name that just screams familiarity. He can't help but think this Twin Star Guild is way too much like his old stomping grounds. Totally engrossed, he devours the articles, desperate for any hint about what the heck is going on. A chilling thought hits him, is this wrecked world actually his new home? He stares at the shattered city, glowing with an eerie purple light, and a terrifying thought crosses his mind, did his old world end up like this? Skyscrapers are just jagged skeletons, silent witnesses to a cataclysm that totally annihilated everything. He lets out a massive sigh, realizing it's pointless to obsess over the past, there's absolutely nothing he can do to fix it. Suddenly, a fire ignites in his eyes, and he declares he's going to tackle what he can control, starting with the very first step. Just as his resolve solidifies, a brand new system message pops up, hitting him with a cryptic, powerful command, dismantle. Totally wiped out from non-stop dismantling, Hyunmoo groans, the system flashing with a new acquisition, a hell mosquito's stinger. But wait, there's more. He's also got hell mosquito's wings and some super rare hell mosquito's blood, just lying there. So many items just popped up, but he zeroes in on one, picking it up with a satisfying click. He's already thinking, what can I even make with all this stuff, when a production notification pops up, giving him ideas. He checks out this hell dart, it's rare, but he's also like, wait, is that dirt? This dart looks super useful, but just selling it feels like a cop-out, especially since even a boss wouldn't drop something this good. He's got a new mission now, he's gotta dive deep and research these crazy materials. He's inspecting the item up close. Sitting there, surrounded by all his new loot, he can't help but wonder, is this really everything I've got? Hyunmoo extends his hand, engulfed in an explosive, golden radiance. Boom! The system screams success, announcing he's just crafted an unknown EGG, a legendary item, and his production skills just leveled up. He clutches the incredible egg, a fist-sized marvel, barely believing his eyes. But wait, there's more. A new message pops up, a 50-50 shot to bring this legendary egg to life. He's got options, and he's processing it all. He's locked onto the egg, a soft, almost magical hum emanating from it as he scrutinizes every detail. Whoa! His face flushes, a wave of pure shock washing over him as he gazes at the egg. Later, totally drained, he's on the floor, refueling with a quick bite. Suddenly, his eyes snap wide open, a silent scream of surprise escaping him. What was that? He's reeling, demanding answers from the empty air. A guttural UGH rips from him, then a sharp HAH as he's thrown back by whatever just hit him. But from the shadows, a grotesque hand creeps out, signaling a new threat. Hyunwoo's eyes snap open, his mind reeling, WIS there a goblin here. And there it is, a goblin, its yellow eyes burning, staring right at him with pure malice. But wait, what's that on the ground? A strange, red energy pulses, radiating an ominous light. His hand snaps back, a sharp AK of pain, as the ground beneath him flares with that eerie red light. Then, with a sickening thud, the goblin drops from the ceiling, hanging upside down, its full, terrifying form now visible. Hyunwoo's face twists in absolute horror, his mind screaming at the impossible sight of the goblin above him. And then, the goblin points a gnarled finger straight at him, a chilling, guttural voice hissing, "Me." Hyunmoo gets rocked by the surprise attack, a brutal crackle of energy and blood spray marking the hit. He lets out a pained grunt, a quick glance over his shoulder, the crunch of the chase right on his heels. He bolts up the stairs, feet pounding, but the goblin's already dropping from above, cutting him off. Pure rage boils over as he curses the goblin, knowing there's no running from this fight. His jaw tightens, eyes blazing with fierce resolve, the decision to fight back made in a split second. With a battle cry, he rips open his inventory. Blue energy explodes around his hand, a weapon instantly appearing in a blinding flash. The summoned blade, now glowing crimson, carves through the air, connecting with a brutal crackle and a spray of blood. The goblin gets launched backward, its attack completely shut down by the sheer power of the hit. Hyunwoo's foot recoils from a sudden, sharp impact, as a green, clawed hand reaches out from the shadows. A red-capped goblin, level 20, cackles menacingly, its dagger glinting. Before its foot slams down, forcing him to pull back. But before the creature can press its advantage, Hyunmoo unleashes a wide, sweeping arc of crimson energy from his summoned blade, sending two goblins hurtling backward through the air. The force of the attack continues to ripple, throwing several more of the creatures away from him, yet one moves with impossible speed, catching Hyunmoo off guard. He exclaims, "It's fast. The goblin is too quick." The red-capped goblin's face contorts in a mixture of shock and fury, ready to strike back. Hyunmoo is absolutely blindsided, barely able to register the chilling fact that a monster is actually speaking. Before he can even react, a goblin is on him, slamming into him with a vicious strike. Its monstrous grip locks onto his arm. And his eyes go wide with pure shock. As his precious inventory goes flying, scattering everywhere. Another brutal hit sends him stumbling back. But then, in a blur of crimson, his energy blade erupts, carving straight through the goblin. The creature's face contorts in a final, agonizing grimace as the blade absolutely shreds it. Leaving Hyunmoo to struggle to regain his composure. Gasping, Hyunmoo unleashes his power, a blazing crimson energy blade erupting from his hand. In a flash of pure speed, the blade rips right through the goblin's chest. A shocked gurgle escapes the monster as it reels back, clutching its fatal wound. And just like that, with a final drip of blood, the glowing blade vanishes, leaving the goblin to collapse. Standing victorious over the fallen enemy, he ponders the sheer power he just unleashed, a chilling thought crossing his mind, what if it demanded his own arm as payment? He turns, clutching his arm, the chilling question echoing in his mind, what if that had been his actual arm? But then, a new, horrifying realization hits him like a truck, his eyes snapping wide open. He scans the scattered mess of his inventory on the dungeon floor, a desperate cry tearing from his throat, "It's gone. Where did it go?" He drops to his hands and knees, frantically tearing through the debris, a desperate scream ripping from his lungs. Out of nowhere, a devastating blow sends him absolutely flying across the dungeon floor. He lets out a choked gasp, his body seizing up from the sheer force of the hit. His eyes go wide with pure dread, the chilling thought screaming through his mind, "This is it. I'm done." No time to react, he's brutally slammed back down, the ground practically exploding on impact. A gush of blood from his mouth, his vision goes completely haywire, the world a chaotic mess. He's completely dazed, every sense screaming in protest. Through the haze, he sees it, a monstrous, goblin-like fiend, sword in hand, standing over his broken body. A contemptuous humph escapes the monster, its glowing yellow eyes burning into his very soul. And just to rub it in, it slams a heavy, clawed foot right onto his chest, utterly crushing him. Hyunmoo is down, barely conscious, his body screaming in agony as dark purple energy pulses around him. Then, a chilling voice cuts through the silence, a declaration of victory: there are still humans left. With his stamina hitting critical levels, body radiating a faint purple glow, Hyunmoo pushes himself up, one burning thought fueling his resolve: he was going to get his payback. He's still on the ground, but the system confirms it, a triumphant notification flashing: quest cleared. Gasping for air, face streaked with sweat and grime, he lets out a ragged, but victorious, "HAH." The system confirms it: you have cleared the quest, first night in hell. And he can only manage a choked, "I did it." The city skyline stretches out under a surreal purple glow, a silent testament to his victory. And the rewards roll in. 1 silver ore is granted, with the system sweetening the deal, the reward is boosted for his incredible effort. The system's voice rings out, declaring his silver box will upgrade to a gold box, and the return store is open for business until the next quest drops. A digital clock flashes, counting down to the very second of his next epic challenge. His hand pulses with a soft, ethereal glow, a jolt of pure power coursing through him. A triumphant grin spreads across his face as the realization hits him: he's finally going home. Then, a blinding flash, a deafening roar, and the world rips apart. Leaving him breathless and drenched in sweat, his mind reeling from the abrupt transition. He's floating in a stark, white abyss, his senses screaming at the impossible shift. But before he can even process it, he's slammed onto a rain-slicked city street, his eyes wide with disbelief as he whispers, "This is." The truth slams into him with the force of a freight train, a single, stunned word escaping his lips: "I'm." He lets out an epic roar, arms flung wide in pure hype, screaming that he's back and he totally crushed it. His fingers fumbling with his jacket zipper, he's just soaking in the moment, feeling that familiar gear. Another victory shout rips through the air, his shredded shirt barely containing the absolute beast mode he's rocking. But just as he's celebrating, the whole world glitches out. And suddenly he's staring down at a busted chair on some grimy city street, his face going from "I'm back" to "what the heck just happened?" The void vanishes, replaced by harsh reality. And a furious grimace twists his face, his eyes burning with a mix of "what now?" and "let's do this." He slams his fist shut, the satisfying crack of his knuckles a testament to the raw power simmering beneath the surface. Standing solid on the slick pavement, he's ready to face whatever crazy challenge this sudden comeback throws at him. A sharp click cuts through the rain, and then, a voice, calling out his name, demanding attention. A door creaks open, and just like that, Hyunmoo Kong spins around, locking eyes with a mysterious woman. Another metallic clank, and his mind races: he can't believe this is happening, stuck in this desolate, rain-drenched nightmare. With a concerned touch, the woman urgently warns him: if things go wrong, you could be in pain poisoning. Wrapped in a new hooded cloak, he hears her voice over the pouring rain: she's right, they need to get out of here, now. Rain still pelting down, he's on his knees, the pain is real, and it's hitting him hard. Under the hood, his face twists, the agony is undeniable, etched across his features. Finally inside, bundled in a blanket, he's still trying to process everything. Then, a hesitant whisper, a quiet "hello," echoes in the silence. A woman with long, light brown hair and glasses is practically shoving food at him, demanding he eat, even if he's a culinary genius himself. He's like, "Nah, I'm good," but she's not having it, insisting he eat, just in case. Her worry ramps up, her voice practically screaming as she calls him out on his chill attitude, warning him about his dangerous job and how you can't regret anything once you're dead. While she's still going off, he just casually drops a question, like, "Hey, what day is it, anyway?" She tells him it's September 11th, while he's just chilling, walking out of the bathroom, towel drying his hair, and thanking her for the bath. He's just staring off into space, totally zoned out while drying his hair. The date hits him, and you can see a mix of confusion and realization flash across his face. The woman, now calling him Hyunmoo, asks if something went down with him. She spills the beans on why she's so worried, telling him she couldn't reach him for 2 whole days, leaving her to handle everything solo. He's barely conscious, his mind a total blur, as the woman's voice cuts through the haze, demanding to know if he's been gone for years. She's freaking out, her worry radiating off her, but he's still totally out of it, only managing to mumble he was home before. She snaps him back to reality, trying to get his attention, and he barely manages a weak, confused response. She's ready to buy him a whole new wardrobe, showing incredible kindness despite his messed up situation, telling him he absolutely cannot stay like this. A cat chills on a pile of his old clothes, while a system alert confirms they're totally contaminated and useless. He makes his way to the bathroom, and the woman tells him to just chill, she'll be right back. Water's running, and he's just staring at his hand, a silent question hanging in the air. Suddenly, a glowing blue interface pops up, showing off a brand new reward. Towel-clad, he takes in the system's message, a fresh skill, just for being a guest. A sudden chime rings out, snapping him back to the reward he'd just received. The system's message flashes, his SSS rank luck just supercharged his rewards. Fiery cards burst into being, swirling with raw power. One card stands out, Battle Helper, showing a puppet master ready to command. He can't believe it, even a rare skill is huge, but this is next level. With only 7 special skill bearers in the entire world, he just joined an elite, legendary club. Shadowy figures coalesce before him, a silent army awaiting his command. Could it be? Is he truly the 8th legendary skill bearer? The Battle Helper skill is here to assist him, its power laid bare in a single, epic explanation. Hyunmoo Kong is absolutely floored, towel in hand, as his brand new Battle Helper skill manifests right before his eyes. And then, boom! A blonde-haired woman in glasses, holding a bowl, just pops into existence, dropping a casual, work, mu SSI, for now. But then her eyes go wide, a giant question mark practically floating above her head as she scans the room. And she immediately snaps at him, demanding, "What are you doing?" while he just sputters, caught completely off guard. She throws her hands over her eyes, practically begging, "I can just pretend I didn't see, right?" Her voice is a desperate whisper, "Yes, please." After the initial shock, mu SSI lays down the law, the right to refuse a request only applies to a guest. But you are a Battle Helper, so you can't refuse a request from your master. Then she hits him with, "You wouldn't have known anything about mana powers, right?" Hyunmoo, still trying to wrap his head around it, asks if she'd want mana powers, and she drops a bombshell, "Then you're a collector." Mu SSI takes a moment, a thoughtful look crossing her face as she quietly considers, Still reeling from the revelation, Hyunmoo drops a new question, reminding her of her research, and she confirms it was crystal moss. With a sly grin, he proposes a new task, asking her to check something out. Her interest immediately sparked, she asks what he's got up his sleeve. Her mind races, recalling her own recent crystal moss find and its potential worth. But then, her face contorts in pure, unadulterated shock. Hyunmoo casually pulls out a colossal, glowing kilogram of crystal moss. Her jaw drops, as she processes the sheer, impossible quantity he's just presented. The glowing purple moss practically vibrates with power, leaving her utterly stunned and unable to form words. Completely blown away by the impossible haul, she finally screams out in pure, absolute disbelief. A shimmering purple crystal, radiating a soft, ethereal glow, completely captivates mu SSI, who gasps in utter disbelief, shouting, "Oh my goodness! Oh my god! Is this it?" Her voice trembling with excitement, she demands to know where Hyunmoo acquired such a treasure, shouting, "Where on earth did you get this?" Who, still seated, casually dismisses her urgency, retorting, "Is that what's important?" Mu SSI, however, knows the crystal's true worth, recognizing it as at least a B rank item, not easily come by, thinking, "This isn't easy to come by. It's at least a B rank." Hyunmoo then reminds her of her own expertise, asking, "Why Min, you said that you're a collector now because of your research, right?" Her eyes widen in anticipation, as she awaits his next words, clearly hoping for a share. But Hyunmoo, a wide grin spreading across his face, declares, "Firstly, I have no intention of giving it to you." Mu SSI reacts with a stunned expression, exclaiming, "What?" as he adds, "I'll let you know how you can get it from me." He then holds up his arm, a mischievous glint in his eyes, asking, "Is it, and then, help me find out how I can sell this." Hyunmoo declares the issue goes beyond mere paperwork, and Mu SSI, already on the same page, confirms it's the core problem. She quickly calculates the possibilities, thinking a small problem means an easy sale, but then a sudden realization hits her, her eyes snapping wide. With a flourish, Hyunmoo presents the now pristine purple crystal, announcing his work is done. He boasts about his other, even larger crystal finds, while Mu SSI practically vibrates with excitement, reaching for the shimmering prize. Her jaw drops, a look of utter disbelief and awe washing over her face. Hyunmoo, ever the pragmatist, challenges her, asking if she really thinks they can move this kind of item. But then, with a confident smirk, he offers her the B-rank crystal, a rare treasure from a high-level dungeon, revealing its staggering worth of over 100 million won. Mu SSI, now cradling the glowing gem, slowly lets the monumental implications sink in. Her eyes practically turn into dollar signs as she erupts, declaring his weakness is precisely why this purple rank, dungeon-sourced, massive moneymaker is now hers to flip for a blank check. Mu SSI, still clutching those precious crystals, just laughs off Hyunmoo's shock, casually admitting they all look the same to her, even as he's left wondering why she's already heading out. Then, with a confident smirk, she lays down the law. His next steps are totally dependent on how he crushes the sale of these bad boys. And just like that, with a flick of her wrist, she's already moving, declaring they need to gear up with some fresh threads before hitting the market. Fast forward to nightfall, and a weary Hyunmoo is offering her a place to crash. But his face instantly twists into pure shock, as he hears her next words. Night falls, painting the city in neon glow. Hyunmoo's barely settled when Muessi drops a bombshell. She's already got a meeting set up with a buyer from yesterday. All he can manage is a stunned, alright. As she walks away, a single thought echoes in his head, this woman is absolutely terrifying. A week flies by, and Hyunmoo is still on edge, walking with Muessi, trying to tell her she doesn't have to face this crystal deal solo. But she's totally unfazed, brushing off his fears like it's no big deal, chilling with a massive grey cat like a boss. Hyunmoo's not buying it, though, reminding her that for every legit crystal trader, there are a dozen scumbags ready to pull a fast one. He keeps going, warning her about the fakers who hype up premium crystal bosses, but Muessi just shrugs it off, telling him to chill out because it's all good. But his face is pure doubt, muttering that her confidence is seriously sketchy. Elsewhere, a massive dude is just chilling at a table, munching away and waiting for something big to drop. He's got company, a sharp-dressed guy in a suit and fedora, also waiting, cool as a cucumber. Hyunmoo's eyes practically pop out, as Muessi casually drops that she's stoked he came along. Then, the suited guy steps up, dropping the bomb that he's brought his partner along today. Hyunmoo's eyes snap open, a silent "huh" escaping him as he sizes up the two mysterious figures across the table. Confusion hits him hard, this isn't the guy he was expecting. But then, a sharp, older man in a fedora steps forward, extending a hand and dropping a smooth, "Nice to meet you, Mr. Wiseau." Their hands clasp, and Hyunmoo immediately feels the unexpected, crushing strength in Wiseau's grip. His mind instantly processes the data, a silent alarm blaring. I know just how strong his grip is. He's strong. Muessi, ever observant, subtly grabs his arm, a silent signal of support. Meanwhile, Wiseau just holds that calm, almost smug smile, a knowing glint in his eyes. A powerful thump reverberates through Hyunmoo's core, his mana flaring as the terrifying thought hits him, if this guy's playing games, I might actually lose. The internal panic spikes, a desperate mental shout erupting, go away. I'm not going to fight. The heavy bag of coins hits the table with a decisive clink. And just like that, the deal is done, a vibrant purple crystal now in hand. Mr. Wiseau confirms the transfer with Muessi, who's all smiles, confirming the money's hit the usual account. But as the old man makes his exit, he drops a bombshell, calling Hyunmoo out by name. Hyunmoo's jaw practically hits the floor, his eyes wide with shock. Muessi can't help but notice, this isn't how Mr. Wiseau usually says goodbye. Something's off. She watches him go, wondering if the old man's mind is finally slipping. Then, with a mischievous grin, she turns to Hyunmoo, asking if he was expecting a full-blown ambush. He just glares, clearly not amused by her relentless teasing, as she keeps pushing his buttons. Muessi is absolutely losing it, yelling at Hyunmoo that these insane trades he's pulling off shouldn't even be possible. Then she glances down at her phone, a mischievous grin spreading across her face. She flashes her phone, absolutely beaming, demanding to know how it feels to have a mind-blowing 100 million won just flood into his account. Elsewhere, Wiseau, chilling in a car, casually confirms the trade was a total win, bragging that they've already snatched up every single item on the market. He holds up a bag absolutely bursting with glowing crystals, muttering to himself how these incredible items just randomly popped up on the market. He scrutinizes a single, intensely glowing purple crystal in his palm, then asks for a verdict on its sheer worth. Framed in a massive doorway, his eyes burning with a faint red glow, Wiseau declares that not only does he have unlimited cash, but he can also be found in 5-star dungeons, making this an absolutely killer deal, and he's the only one capable of pulling it off. He realizes he can stay completely off the radar if he keeps diving into those top-tier dungeons. He ponders the crystal's origin, wondering if a foreign clan is behind it, but the logic just doesn't add up for operations in Korea. He'd never had a real partner before, but now he desperately needs someone with serious skills to navigate this new world. Wiseau, on the other hand, is all business, confirming the successful haul, certain these top-tier crystals will validate the seller's power, even as he humbly brushes off his own role in the deal. Hyunmoo's mind drifts back to the glowing crystals, the sheer difficulty of obtaining them hitting him. You'd have to go into a dungeon solo to get this kind of loot. He can't help but marvel at the insane power required for such a solo run, figuring only someone at least captain level could pull it off. Wiseau lets out a light laugh, then turns to an older gentleman, suggesting a powerful team-up between the university's research and his own partner. And the man he's talking to is none other than Captain Lee Jidi. Wiseau holds up a shimmering crystal, a knowing smirk on his face, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction at the prize. Hyunmoo is absolutely wrecked, gasping for every breath as raw, pulsing purple energy explodes around his body. Hyunmoo Kong is absolutely grinding, pushing past his limits on the pull-up bar, every rep a battle as he hits 147. He barely takes a breath, just a quick gulp of water, then it's right back to the grind, 148, 149. Then, with a final, earth-shattering burst of power, he nails it, 150. Just as his body is about to give out, a blinding system notification explodes into view, your strength level CAP has increased. But he's not celebrating, he's furious. If he wasn't stuck in this hell, he'd have gone for another 1,000 reps. He's absolutely gassed, sucking in air, the burn still raging through him. He crashes to the ground, utterly spent, and the only thought in his head is, how long have I been stuck in this nightmare? He stares at the pocket watch in his hand, a stark reminder that ever since he came back, he's barely had a second to himself. He gazes out at the shattered city below, the endless, brutal time he spent trapped in this hell. He's hit with a shocking realization, the time he's grinding in this quest, it's also ticking away in the real world. A system notification pops up, confirming his worst fears, the clock is ticking in both realities. But there's a catch, a massive headache, his location keeps shifting every single time he gets back from this hell. He can figure out everything else, but this one thing, it's driving him absolutely crazy. He's practically screaming at the heavens, why, in the name of everything, does his location keep changing? Defeated, he collapses to the ground, utterly baffled and unable to comprehend this one crucial mystery. Later, shackled and deep in thought, he questions everything. Is this life a game, a cheat, a hack? Especially with this Battle Helper ability, optimizing his moves and predicting every enemy step. He clenches his fist, the thought burning in his mind, a skill so broken, so unfair, it's practically an illegal cheat. With power like that, he knows, no one else would even stand a chance. He unleashes a brutal kick on the heavy punching bag. His foot slamming home with bone-jarring force. Then, as his next punch rockets forward, a system alert blazes, skill, Battle Helper has been activated. His fist becomes a piston, a red-streaked blur, absolutely obliterating the target. The bag explodes inward, a violent crimson shockwave ripping through it. His eyes widen, a jolt of pure shock at the sheer, unadulterated power. The punching bag is gone, vaporized in a blinding flash of white. He winds up, a surge of crimson energy coiling around his clenched fist. His gaze sharpens, locking onto a single, precise spot. The impact is instantaneous, a blue flash erupting as his strike connects with explosive force. A wave of purple-red energy radiates outward, and he feels his body gradually adapting, remembering every movement. A faint smirk plays on his lips, the raw power thrumming through him. His mind processes the data, altering his movements in real time. He wonders if this is the true meaning of helper. A genuine smile spreads across his face, acknowledging the sheer, undeniable power. That's amazing. Suddenly, a system window materializes before him, announcing a new quest. The quest, A Beginner's Friend, has begun. He's hit with a new system quest, demanding he take out 100 beginner weaklings. But wait, why is this popping up now, at level 7? It's like the system's messing with him, asking if this isn't usually a level 1 quest. Then bam, the objective changes to just 1 weakling. He's looking around, totally confused, like, where are these even supposed to be? But hey, a quest is a quest, and he definitely needs to level up, so his determination kicks in. With a fierce look, Hyunmoo declares it's time to get moving. His boots hit the ground, crunching over glowing purple crystals. He's pushing deeper into this insane cavern, surrounded by the dazzling, humming light of these mysterious purple formations. The path ahead is practically screaming with vibrant energy, pulling him further into the unknown. A confident smirk spreads across his face, he's totally ready for whatever comes next. He's plunged into a dark, industrial chamber, immediately surrounded by eerie, silent white figures, and the vibe is pure horror movie. Turns out, these are just beginner scarecrows, but their level is a total mystery. He's staring right into the void of one of their masks, thinking, what in the world are these things? He's totally freaking out, praying these aren't the beginner scarecrows the system warned him about. He lets out a frustrated sigh, muttering about how they could at least try to look less creepy. He pulls up his system window, and get this, the beginner scarecrows still have NO level. It's just getting weirder. But then, the static figures suddenly jolt to life, and he jumps back, yelling, they're not actually moving, right? Eek. His hand drops to the ground, right next to those intensely glowing purple crystals. Hyunmoo Kong steps up to the plate, eyeing one of the now active beginner scarecrows, a sinister purple glow pulsing from its core. He extends a hand, and bam. A jolt of purple energy explodes on contact. The scarecrow's head goes supernova with light, but he just shrugs, wouldn't hurt. But then, a sickening crack. The scarecrow's arm explodes, spewing dark goo everywhere. He just stares at his hand, jaw dropped, totally blown away by the raw power he just flexed. But before he can process it, the whole room goes wild. He's swarmed by a horde of glowing purple scarecrows, ready for a real fight. He stands tall, a confident smirk spreading across his face, and challenges them, "Hey. They didn't even. Are they really beginner scarecrows?" Then, with a burst of purple power, he throws a monstrous punch, the impact shaking the very dungeon. And then, it's over. Surrounded by broken scarecrows and shimmering purple crystals, he sprawled on the ground, gasping, ugh, and, ha, utterly spent, realizing that easy was the understatement of the century. Hyunmoo Kong unleashes a powerful, pink energy-infused punch. He glances down at his hand, a dull thud echoing. All around him, more scarecrows stand, their mechanical joints creaking ominously. Then, a system message blazes across his vision, declaring, recognition complete, for the beginner scarecrow, LV7, their eyes now burning with an ominous red glow. With a surge of renewed determination, he winds up another strike, his fist now crackling with fierce blue energy, vowing to get a real reaction this time. After tearing through the initial wave of beginner scarecrows, Hyunmoo Kong can't help but notice their sluggishness compared to his past foes. But there's no time to waste. He launches himself into a whirlwind attack against another standing target. Elsewhere, the stakes are being laid bare as Lee Jidi reveals to his team that hitting level 7 in this world isn't just powerful, it's god tier. You're talking king, hero, or at the very least, a minor aristocrat. But back in the arena, Hyunmoo Kang's face is pure steel. He's not holding back, roaring that no matter what, these scarecrows are still just beginners in his eyes. His face contorts in a primal snarl, eyes blazing crimson as he unleashes a devastating, full power strike. His entire body a blur of raw power as he delivers the crushing impact. Suddenly, the scarecrows are pulsing with dark purple energy, but Hyunmoo Kong isn't backing down. His body explodes in a blazing red aura, eyes burning with pure fury as a system alert screams, Battle Helper activated. He's ready to unleash hell, declaring, "You're all F***CKED. The very ground beneath him crackles and glows with the raw, unleashed power of his activated skill. Hyunmoo Kang's heart is absolutely pounding, a frantic beat against the coming storm. He lets out a sharp gasp, bracing for the absolute impact that's about to hit. Then, a metallic fist, absolutely humming with purple energy, just explodes forward. The blow connects hard, sending a shockwave of pain through him as he clutches his chest. The robotic scarecrow doesn't let up, following with another powerful strike, red energy flaring around its arm, sending him flying back. The relentless assault just keeps coming, the scarecrow's arm a total blur of motion. It seizes him, holding him tight as he lets out a pained, ugh, in agony. Another crushing impact ripples through his body, blue energy crackling around him as he just grits his teeth and endures the relentless assault. Hyunmoo Kong is pushing his limits, gritting his teeth as the simulation keeps coming at him. A robotic hand clamps down on his arm, ripping his sleeve, and he screams for it to let go. He twists, trying to break free. Then slams his fist into the scarecrow's arm, a burst of red energy exploding on impact. He looks up, a flicker of hope in his eyes, wondering if his counterattack actually worked. But the scarecrow's eye glows a menacing red, its form crackling with purple energy as a system message announces a battle data update, signaling the spawning of level 2. This just got serious. The upgraded scarecrow immediately stomps down with its foot, delivering a devastating blow. Hyunmoo recoils, a pained grunt escaping him as the impact sends shockwaves through his body. Another robotic grip clamps onto his arm, the relentless assault continuing without pause. Can he take much more? He takes a brutal hit to the leg, the impact rattling him to his core. The level 2 scarecrows are swarming him, Hyunmoo Kong is getting absolutely pummeled from every direction. Fuck, he curses, barely holding on. One massive hit sends him soaring, his body spinning out of control. Boom. Another hit connects, sending shockwaves through the air. No time to breathe. A giant robotic arm smashes into him with devastating power. He's reeling, face twisted in pain, this non-stop beatdown is pushing him past his breaking point. But with every hit, a system alert pops up, your body's solidity has increased. The hits keep coming, and another message confirms it, hemorrhage resistance has increased, and, your body's solidity has increased. He's getting stronger with every blow. Hyunmoo Kong goes down, absolutely pummeled by the relentless assault, his body slamming into the floor. With his stamina dipping below 10%, a critical system alert flashes, confirming his Hell's Strongest title will bring him back from the brink. A pained groan escapes him, his face a mess of bruises and blood. A raw, frustrated curse rips from his throat. Down on one knee, surrounded by the unmoving scarecrows, he takes a beat, gathering his thoughts and sizing them up. He can't believe it, after all that brutal training, not a single skill from these weak martial arts dummies. Letting out a frustrated sigh, he cracks his arm, ready to get back into the action. Suddenly, golden energy erupts from his hand, crackling with raw power. The light explodes, engulfing him in a blinding golden aura, his eyes burning with fierce, unyielding resolve. His weapon ignites with raw power, a golden aura exploding around him. The wooden club he wields crackles with immense, volatile energy. He grips it, his face a pure, unyielding declaration of war. This reinforced club, a glass cannon of destruction, is ready to unleash hell, and he roars, "Hiraicho!" Then, a powerful leap, closing the gap in an instant, launching him straight into the fray. An army of metallic scarecrows stands before him, ready to be shattered. He brings the club down in a devastating, arcing strike. As one of the scarecrow's eyes blaze a furious red, locking onto its doom. The impact is catastrophic, a blinding explosion of sparks ripping through the air. The impact is brutal, absolutely obliterating the scarecrow's arm and sending shrapnel everywhere. But that insane power comes at a cost. Hyunwoo's reinforced club just explodes into splinters on the floor. He just stares, absolutely locked onto the now one-armed training dummy. That detached arm is just lying there, sparking like crazy. While the scarecrow's internal systems are going wild, updating its battle target data in real time. Hyunwoo Kang's face just goes completely blank with shock. Then, out of nowhere, a lightning-fast blur shoots across the floor. It's the scarecrow's leg, moving with absolutely insane speed. The arena falls silent, littered with the wreckage of his last stand. A guttural cry of frustration tears from his throat. As the brutal, "You died" message flashes, mocking his survival time. But this isn't over. With fists clenched and a burning resolve, he's ready for round 2. The beginner scarecrow, now a blur of enhanced speed, explodes into action. It's a lightning-fast assault, catching him completely off guard. A devastating blow slams into his arm, the impact radiating with raw power. And just like that, glowing energy whips out, ensnaring him in an instant. Even if the scarecrow's tactics were totally cheap, Hyunwoo knew he had to finish this. The battle data was working, and he was gonna end it. But in a straight-up one-on-one, the beginner scarecrow just went for it, unleashing a powerful, glowing strike. The impact sent Hyunwoo flying backward. The force of the blow pushing him further away. Before he could even think, glowing energy bands shot out from the scarecrow's arm, locking his legs down. Struggling against the restraints, Hyunwoo gritted his teeth, screaming internally that he just had to break this. He knew the battle target data had updated once more, making his opponent even stronger. The scarecrow's fist glowed with ominous power, now displaying level 3. Decay, this was bad. With a final, mocking laugh, the scarecrow delivered the decisive blow, leaving Hyunwoo utterly defeated. Even after the crushing defeat, a pained groan escapes him, but a flicker of resolve ignites in his eyes, refusing to give up. He clenches his fist, a silent vow forming in his mind, he's not just going to take it, he's going to get stronger too. Suddenly, a sharp impact echoes through the simulation, and the fight is on again. Only for him to find himself on the ground once more, utterly frustrated by this endless loop of getting knocked down. Again, the stark message of failure flashes before his eyes, as he's sent flying, another, "You died" notification popping up. The scarecrow's glowing fist connects with brutal efficiency, slamming him down for another crushing defeat. The ground rushes up to meet him, and the simulation resets, again. A swift kick from the scarecrow sends him airborne, and boom, another, "You died" flashes across the screen. As another blow connects, he thinks to himself, this isn't some kind of flashy martial arts exhibition, it's a brutal fight for survival. Defeated once more, Hyunwoo Kang hits the ground, absolutely fuming. How many martial arts does this thing even know? But before he can even process it, the beginner scarecrow is already on the move, its foot slamming down to signal the next round. It flows into yet another flawless martial arts stance, a blur of calculated precision, ready to strike again. The scarecrow's foot blurs with impossible speed, a testament to its relentless programming. As the robot executes its next move, Hyunwoo Kang's face twists from anger to a defiant smirk. He's back on his feet, ready to rumble, shouting, "All right. I'll show you then." A fist fight. With a frustrated sigh and a surge of resolve, he charges in, already. Here we go again. His foot hits the ground with a sharp tack, closing the gap in an instant. But in a blink, the scarecrow's arm whips out, a brutal chalk as it carves a bloody line across his arm. He's sent flying, absolutely rocked by the last hit. And then, the beginner scarecrow slams down, shaking the very ground with its landing. No time to breathe. Another brutal strike lands, tearing through his defenses. Hyunwoo is down, completely outmatched, as the unfeeling machine looms over him. Then, a chilling 04-foot flashes in the scarecrow's eye. Sparring level 4. Begin, it declares, and the air crackles with new intensity. Level 4. He can't believe it, a mix of shock and fierce resolve burning in his eyes. But there's no pause. The scarecrow is already on him, a metallic blur closing in. Boom! A devastating red explosion as the next attack connects. Still reeling from the last hit, Hyunmoo was down, gasping for air, his body screaming in protest. But before he could even think about getting up, the beginner scarecrow's mouth ripped open, a furious red energy blasting out, its cold voice practically screaming, "Why? What the hell?" No hesitation, no mercy, the scarecrow lunged, a terrifying blur of white and red. Then, a sickening crunch as it slammed into his leg, and Hyunmoo's scream ripped through the air. His face twisted into a mask of pure agony, he screamed, clutching his head, unable to process the pain. He thrashed, clutching his mangled leg, the pain was just too much. But the scarecrow wasn't done. Its glowing mouth hovered inches from his leg, ready for the finishing blow. In a final, desperate, furious cry, Hyunmoo screamed at the relentless machine, "Are you fucking dog?" But it was all over. A Stark System message flashed across his vision, the ultimate defeat, you died. It's the 9th round, and Hyunmoo is absolutely going off, tearing through these scarecrows. After all this grinding, he's finally figured out 3 game-changing secrets about these guys, starting with the fact that their combat level never goes past 4. He lands a brutal, cracking hit right to its head, watching it shatter. This hard cap means their moves are always the same, totally predictable. He brings his weapon down with a massive impact, his focus laser sharp. He lets out a battle cry, pure determination burning in his eyes. And the second big discovery? These scarecrows are totally locked into a fixed movement pattern, a weakness he can absolutely exploit. He flawlessly blocks an incoming attack, already predicting the next move from these robotic foes. He locks onto the scarecrow's arm. And with a devastating kick, sends it flying. Its limb explodes in a shower of glowing particles, revealing a critical weakness, any break in their pattern, and they're done. More automatons shatter under his relentless assault, dissolving into pure energy. He realizes the ultimate hack, no need to completely obliterate them. Another scarecrow goes down with a single, precise strike, proving his theory, just enough damage, and they're out. The training ground becomes a whirlwind of shattered constructs and crackling energy. He stands victorious, surrounded by the defeated scarecrows. Hyunmoo's mastery is absolute, having unlocked the secrets to their defeat. He's still going at it, a brutal kick demolishing another scarecrow, and the system's like, sparring complete. No breaks, he just slams a weapon down, the dummy explodes, and boom, another sparring complete message. Then, a quick punch lands, shattering the scarecrow, and yep, sparring complete, again. He lets out a frustrated groan, just muttering, "Ugh, whatever," as this whole thing just keeps going. But then, surrounded by even more scarecrows, his eyes ignite with fierce resolve, pink and purple energy exploding around him as he decides, fine, I'll just smash every single one. His face set, he's thinking, this has to end eventually, right? Then, with a massive power surge, he just goes off, his glowing weapon ripping through the scarecrows like they're nothing. They just shatter, exploding into pieces from his insane power. The air's buzzing with power as another scarecrow gets absolutely obliterated, leaving nothing but dust. Still on the ground, he's absolutely winded, pink and purple energy fading as the system flashes, sparring complete. Then, the ultimate confirmation, quest cleared. You've absolutely crushed it, friend of a beginner. He lets out a massive, ragged gasp, pushing through the pain. But he's not done yet. He forces himself up, fists clenched, leaning against the wall, ready for more. A slow, deep breath escapes him, a moment of pure, raw exhaustion. He finally walks away, leaving behind a literal graveyard of destroyed scarecrows, utterly obliterated. Just look at that carnage. It's a testament to his power, and it feels incredible. A confident smirk spreads across his face, a silent declaration of his triumph. And with a final, powerful stride, he moves on, the sound of something else crumbling in his wake. Absolutely wrecked from the brutal sparring, Hyunmoo is sprawled out, struggling to breathe, totally fed up that he was stuck fighting these weak dark scarecrows instead of real challenges. His face twists into a pained grimace, a single, raw word tearing from his throat. Every muscle in his shoulders screams with the sheer agony of the training. His hand, scarred and still quivering, lies open on the cold ground. Gazing at the mangled scarecrow in the distance, he realizes it wasn't about learning new moves, it was like they just pounded their fighting techniques directly into his very being. Letting out a deep, weary sigh, he slowly pushes himself up and starts to move away from the desolate training area. He throws a quick glance over his shoulder, making up his mind to check out his hard-earned rewards before heading back, knowing his SSS rank good luck title is about to supercharge their quality. He stares, a legendary card blazing into existence right before his eyes. His hand instinctively snatching the glowing artifact, the Cradle of Heaven, from the air. His gaze sharpens, a flicker of disbelief in his expression. As he spots a seemingly ordinary yellow cloth on the floor. He snatches it up, utterly confused, asking if this is just some random wrapping cloth. When a triumphant system alert blasts, revealing he's just scored the legendary celestial cradle. The item's insane effects pop up, accelerated growth and full body restoration. But what the heck does accelerated growth even mean? The healing part makes sense, but the growth effect is totally baffling him. Leading to a hilarious, bewildered thought about shrinking if he wrapped it around his head. He's pulling at his hair, totally bewildered and deep in thought. Trying to process what this legendary item actually means. Then, a quiet sigh, glad no one's here to see him like this. He's thinking about the celestial cradle, how everyone wanted it, and he's like, nope, I'm using it. Plus, if he dies, he just respawns tomorrow, so no biggie. But this plain cloth? Seriously? He's thinking, how is this even useful? He even considers just selling the legendary thing for a massive payday. Then, bam. A glowing blue system screen pops up right in front of him, totally grabbing his focus. The screen shows a detailed egg, which he apparently got from taking down some mosquitoes. He checks out the display, a bit confused that only this one item showed up in the box. Still staring at the celestial cradle, Hyunwoo's starting to doubt if this thing even works. He's literally about to give up and just sell it off, thinking it's useless. But then, boom. A blinding flash of light explodes from the cradle. He instinctively reaches out, totally caught off guard by the sudden power surge. And just like that, a massive, glowing egg appears inside the cradle, leaving him absolutely stunned. Then the terrifying realization hits him, what if some horrifying, cannibal monster bursts out of this thing? He's not sure he can even handle it. Suddenly, the egg starts to crack, radiating an intense, pulsating light. His jaw drops, completely speechless at the unfolding spectacle. The cracks spread rapidly, building to an explosive reveal. A blinding, explosive light bursts from the celestial cradle, and a shocking sound rips through the air as the egg finally shatters. Out of that insane glow, a tiny, delicate hand reaches out, and Hyunwoo Kang is absolutely floored, staring up in pure shock. The light fades, revealing a tiny, white-haired being chilling on top of the now massive, mushroom-like celestial cradle. It's like something out of a fairy tale, but way more intense. Hyunwoo's jaw drops, his eyes glued to the tiny, red-clad figure, just chilling there, completely unfazed by its grand entrance. Those intense red eyes lock onto Hyunwoo, and a curious little escapes her, like she's already sizing him up. She then strikes a pose, hand on chin, deep in thought, like she's already calculating the meaning of life or something equally epic. Her tiny legs just swing casually from the edge of that massive mushroom. Hyunwoo, still on his knees, lets out a stunned gasp as it all clicks, then, completely bewildered, he blurts out, "Is this a fairy?" Then, a massive, relieved grin breaks out on his face, the monster dread completely gone, replaced by pure, unadulterated joy. The tiny, white-haired creature, fresh from its egg, extends a delicate hand. But instead of a gentle touch, it snaps down with shocking speed, its tiny fangs sinking into Hyunwoo Kang's hand, drawing a shocked from him. His hand whips back, and the terrifying truth hits him, this isn't some cute fairy, it's a full-blown cannibal monster. Hyunwoo Kang's face twists in pure disbelief and disgust, his mind reeling from the sudden, brutal attack. He glares at the fresh bite marks on his hand, furious at this shitty reward and demanding to know if this is some kind of sick joke. But just as quickly, the creature collapses, trembling on the ground, a faint purple glow surrounding it as it weakly whimpers, "UGHH. I'm hungry." Hyunwoo Kang's gaze shifts from his bitten hand to the pathetic creature, a storm of conflicting emotions brewing in his eyes. The tiny being looks up, its red eyes wide and pleading, a desperate, echoing cry of hungry escaping its lips. Still weak and trembling, it lies helpless on the cold, hard ground. Still stunned by the sudden chomp, he stares as the tiny fairy, clutching some gross monster scrap, innocently questions him, "Why are you eating this mistake?" She shakes her head, totally unimpressed, her face a perfect blend of and EW. Then, gesturing to his bleeding hand, she presses him, "You don't want this? So what exactly do you want?" His jaw drops, absolutely floored by her nerve, his brain short-circuiting trying to make sense of her insane logic. But then, a wave of pure rage washes over him, shattering his shock. He jabs a furious finger at her, his last nerve officially snapped. The fairy's crimson eyes blaze with an equally furious indignation, ready to throw down. Her tiny mouth twists into a furious snarl as she fires back, "You're seriously a cannibal monster." He glares at the fresh, bleeding bite mark on his hand, a painful souvenir of her sneak attack. Done with her nonsense, he snatches the tiny terror by the head, his voice dripping with pure annoyance, "HEY." His arm violently twitches, a searing pain forcing him to yell at the tiny menace to stop its feast. The fairy, perched smugly on his hand, rolls her eyes, claiming she heard him and would graciously pause her meal. She then casually recalls that this whole egg situation came from dismantling some mosquitoes. Still reeling from the agonizing bite, he clutches his arm, a sinister purple glow pulsing from the wound, questioning if this thing was just a glorified mosquito. His fury ignites, a blazing red aura erupting as he snarls about the unsatisfying meal, while the fairy audaciously declares him her slave. His jaw drops, eyes blazing with pure rage, as he demands she dare repeat that insult. The fairy, mid-gloating about her amazing meal and thanking her servant, is abruptly cut off by a sudden, painful grip. His hand clamps down, crushing her tiny head, instantly silencing her insolent cries. With the struggling creature firmly in his grasp, Hyunmoo Kang's voice drops to an icy challenge, demanding to know her true identity. Trapped in his grip, the tiny fairy's mind races, a desperate scramble for answers as she starts to stammer, "I'm." Her crimson eyes blaze with pure bewilderment. A frustrated gasp escapes her, the truth dawning, "I can't remember." Seeing her utterly clueless, Hyunmoo Kang throws out a wild card, "So you're just a mosquito fairy, huh?" The little sprite explodes, "I'm not." He lets her go, dropping to the floor as she hovers awkwardly by his side. Then, a flash of insight hits her, and she shouts, "Aha! I remember." Her small body pulses with newfound resolve, as she dramatically announces her epic quest, "The end? I'm here to save the world." A dazzling, self-assured grin lights up her features. Her little legs kicking with pure excitement. After her epic declaration, the tiny fairy just hangs there, wings beating, a silent question mark floating in the air as she stares down. Below, Hyunmoo Kang's face twists into a total grimace, a frustrated UGH ripping from him as he grapples with the sheer weight of it all. His mind flashes to the desolate, ruined city, bathed in the terrifying glow of a blood-red moon, and a chilling thought screams in his head, "Do I need to kill it right now?" The massive, crimson-soaked sky hangs heavy over the skeletal remains of skyscrapers, a brutal monument to a world utterly broken. The tiny fairy, engulfed in a blazing, vibrant aura, boldly declares her ultimate goal, to devour every living creature when the world finally ends. Her voice ringing with an unsettling, absolute confidence. Still reeling on the ground, Hyunmoo can barely process the shocking claim, this minuscule creature plans to devour everything. He brushes it off as absurd, but then a sudden, chilling realization hits him. The fairy cackles, practically daring him to confess just how terrifying her declaration actually is. He watches her, realizing she's feeding on something unknown, and his skills are completely useless against her. Yet, she's not hostile, and her power is so off the charts, it breaks every detector. Clutching a small, glowing object, he's still completely stumped, unable to figure out her real abilities or power level. He's got this tiny fairy in his hand, and he's totally conflicted. Should he just train her like a pet? She's just too cute. With a resigned sigh, he lets her chill on his shoulder, basically giving her free rein to eat whatever she wants. And just like that, the fairy happily plops onto his lap, making the cutest little sound. Then, she looks up at him with those big eyes, and asks if she can name him Renian. Suddenly, the fairy starts glowing with this awesome pink aura, totally hyped about the name. He's relieved she likes it, but then she drops the bombshell. In pixie tongue, Renian means, agent of the apocalypse. Talk about a plot twist. Total confusion and disbelief hit him hard as he tries to wrap his head around what she just said. Later, chilling in front of a massive building, he's totally trying to backpedal on his promises, like, do I really have to follow through? Just this once. His face sets with a fierce, new determination. He's still reeling from the last revelation, questioning the unseen butler, not even you, as the fairy, ever so direct, declares she'd never eat him, even if she was starving. Still on the ground, he doubles down, telling her to go find someone else to munch on if she's that hungry, just keep her fangs off him. But the fairy, with a sly grin, counters, I'll give you my blood instead, complaining about her lack of a balanced diet. He pauses, contemplating her bizarre offer, and muses that maybe an unbalanced diet isn't so bad for a creature like her. His gaze snaps to something in the distance, a chilling sight, and he urgently asks the unseen butler, hey, what's that? That's not human, right? The camera pans down, revealing a gruesome scene. The ground is absolutely covered in skeletal remains. Both he and the fairy are stunned, taking in the horrifying vista, a chilling realization dawning on them, this is a battlefield, and someone was victorious. Amidst the carnage, his eyes catch on a bizarre detail, a suit-clad skeleton, making him wonder, why is one of them wearing a suit too? He stares upward, a sense of disbelief washing over him, like, no way. Blue energy lines briefly shimmer around his form, as he questions what he just experienced, like, wait, did that just happen? Still looking up, the surprise lingers on his face, totally caught off guard. A system window materializes before him, revealing a new, valiant energy trait has been added to his battle helper. Talk about an upgrade. The details of the new trait fill the display, confirming the unexpected addition, this is huge. He brings a hand to his chin, pondering, wondering if this new ability only activates under specific conditions. Gotta figure this out. With a swift motion, a staff-like object materializes in his grasp, emanating a soft blue glow as he tests its function. Time to see what it does. Standing beside his battle helper, a sleek white and black robot, he examines the skill details on another system window, getting all the intel. With a determined expression and a clenched fist, he resolves that the best way to understand his new power is to experience it firsthand. Let's go. Hyunmoo Kong unleashes a devastating, red-tinged strike. The strike culminates in a blinding white explosion, obliterating everything in its path. Leaving him wide-eyed as the black smoke from the impact dissipates, revealing the aftermath. A wide grin spreads across his face. Roa. But this is way easier than I thought. Trying to be cool, he exclaims, while his tiny fairy companion beside him can only scoff. Wants to test his skill. With another battle cry, he unleashes a second, explosive blow, tearing through the air. Impacting a skeletal arm just as a system message flashes, opponent recognition complete, leaving him utterly bewildered. Huh? The skeletal arm, now clearly visible, clutches a small, glowing orb, a new threat revealed. The full form of the skeletal golem emerges from the shadows, its joints creaking ominously as it moves. He observes the damaged construct, its form still defiantly intact despite his powerful attacks. Metallic clanking reverberates through the chamber, robotic legs showing clear signs of battle damage. Hyunmoo Kong scans the area, a question burning in his mind: were these just training dummies? A system alert flashes, lock deactivated. He grits his teeth, the phrase, superhuman mana, still echoing in his thoughts. What could it possibly signify? His face hardens with resolve as he snaps into a fighting stance, a faint, crackling blue energy already forming around his right fist. An overhead view shows the room littered with shattered humanoid figures, proof of his power, and he acknowledges his last attack hit with devastating precision. But wait, several metallic automatons still stand, completely untouched. A frustrated groan escapes him, the fairy hovering close, her tiny face a mask of worry, as a deep, rhythmic thumping starts to shake the very ground. He recoils, his gaze snapping to the fairy now on the floor, her small hands reaching for a pulsating, heart-shaped red orb that radiates an eerie glow, a low, guttural growl rumbling from it. Her eyes go wide with shock, and she cries out, demanding to know what this bizarre object is and where it appeared from. Hyunmoo Kong pushes into a new, wrecked room, his hand on a shattered doorframe, taking in the devastation. Then, his eyes lock onto a skeleton slumped at a desk, and the fairy, always on the move, zips right over to check it out. She's right there, checking out its bony hand, which is still gripping some weird glowing thing, calling it a skeleton, but also saying it smells super yummy. Before he can even blink, the fairy just gulps down that glowing thing, leaving Hyunmoo Kong totally grossed out. He screams at her, telling her not to eat stuff from dead bodies, but she just shrugs it off, saying it was super tasty. While he's still reeling from that weirdness, his eyes catch the skeleton's hand again, and this time, it's holding a letter. He carefully grabs the letter, and his face goes totally serious as he reads the first few lines, talking about a ton of mistakes. 3 years. That's how long it's been since the world became a total nightmare, and things are just getting worse. Even worse, kids born into this poisonous air. They're dying. The grim truth hit hard, the very powers meant to save humanity were now betraying them, draining hunters of their life force, leaving them to perish. Hope was a dying ember, flickering out as humanity itself was pushed to the absolute edge, facing total annihilation. Standing amidst the ruins, the letter's chilling revelations slammed into him, a stunned whisper escaping, "Is this for real?" Then, the system's chilling voice cut through the silence, confirming the nightmare: "Welcome to level hell, the absolute lowest level ever recorded." This wasn't just any place, it was a dungeon, a brutal realm where even an S-rank hunter would be pushed to their limits, a place where hope was a forgotten word and only despair reigned supreme. Hyunmoo Kong rubbed his head, the letter still burning in his grip, frustrated that it gave absolutely no hint about who wrote it. While he was lost in thought, the ever-nosy fairy started digging through the letter's contents, her tiny hands making a soft rustling sound. Then, a small, luminous object popped out, instantly grabbing his attention, a freaking return stone. He gaped at the stone, a new, urgent question exploding in his head: "From mine though?" The tiny fairy scrutinizes a skeletal bone, her voice echoing with curiosity, questioning its origin from the fallen remains. Hyunmoo Kong, ever the pragmatist, commands, "Renian, give it here for a sec." The fairy, quick to obey, responds, "All right." Yet, the moment he grasps the bone, an invisible shockwave blasts Renian back, her terrified shriek piercing the air. Hyunmoo Kong is instantly overwhelmed, his hand erupting in an eerie glow, as he frantically demands to know what's going on. Excruciating pain sears through him, a guttural cry escaping as the light explodes around his hand. His hand, now blazing with a terrifying crimson energy, unveils the return stone at its core, the true catalyst of this bizarre event. The stone itself throbs with a furious, blood-red luminescence, unleashing an overwhelming surge of power. He fights desperately against the surging energy, his arms flailing as the crimson light consumes him. Overpowered, the sheer force of the magic slams him to his knees, leaving him utterly defeated on the dungeon floor. He lets out a guttural groan, his face twisted in pure agony. Still shaking from the raw power that just coursed through him, he can only stare at his hands, a visible tremor running through every muscle. And then he sees them, tiny, glowing particles clinging to his palm, leaving him utterly bewildered by this bizarre new development. Then, a sharp chime cuts through the silence, and a cryptic holographic message blazes into existence: "The stars are watching you." What does it mean? A brilliant blue symbol flares to life. He's absolutely floored by this sudden, impossible system notification, his jaw practically on the floor. But before he can even process the message, Renian, the fairy, is already bailing, shouting that he can totally handle it himself, leaving him utterly stunned. He stretches out his hand into the swirling cosmic abyss that suddenly engulfed him, screaming Renian's name, begging her to come back. The enigmatic blue symbol pulses with an even greater, blinding intensity. He's just standing there, arm outstretched, absolutely blown away by the mind-bending cosmic beauty all around him, a single word of pure awe escaping his lips. A low, vibrating hum echoes through the emptiness as his hand, still sparking with leftover power, just floats through the dazzling light. He's scanning the endless, star-dusted canvas, a burning question screaming in the absolute quiet. The mind-boggling scope of his new reality just hits him, leaving him utterly speechless, grappling with the impossible. A cosmic abyss, glittering with distant stars, opens up. And Hyunmoo is sent hurtling through it, a choked gasp tearing from his throat. His hand shoots out, desperately trying to find purchase in the emptiness. His face contorted in pure shock and confusion as he demands to know where he is. The fall continues, an endless descent through the unknown. And a desperate, echoing scream for Renian rips through the void. Then, a blinding blue system message explodes into existence, declaring the absorption of a star fragment, leaving him absolutely stunned. His body hangs suspended, his mind struggling to process the insane reality of his new power. Lost in the cosmic void, a system message slams into him, announcing Beryll's utter disappointment in his values. The blue energy around him flickers and dies, and another message drops: Beryll has forfeited the fragment and bailed. He can only sigh in utter disbelief. Reeling from the brutal judgment and instant abandonment, he can only choke out his frustration, feeling like he could just die. His eyes blaze with an intense blue glow, as he lets out a primal scream, challenging the very entity that dared to judge him. Unleashing a torrent of raw fury, he smashes a devastating punch into the void. His fist connects with thin air, but a system message explodes into view: advanced skill, star fragment, activated. He's left reeling, wondering if this is the power of his awakening. At the same instant, another message blazes: the lock has been lifted. It reveals that the true power of the owners of the stars could only be unleashed out here in the cosmos. These cosmic titans, the message continues, shattered their absolute power into fragments, scattering them across the deepest reaches of the universe. They're locked in an epic war, all for the chance to snatch up ancient relics and supercharge their territories. Then it hits him, a burning question: why are these cosmic heavyweights even looking his way? The answer flashes on his screen: user Kong Hyunmoo has one of their fragments. And get this, that fragment is exactly why they want him to join their ranks. He's left reeling, muttering, "Fragment." His jaw drops, a sudden, mind-blowing realization hitting him: that glowing rock. It's the stone Renian found. It wasn't just some old relic stone, it was a full-blown fragment. Mind blown by the truth, he screams, "What's going on?" As if answering his shock, the fragment explodes with a vibrant pink aura, its power surging. Then, boom! Blinding, multicolored energy blasts out, spiraling into the cosmos. The cosmic light show goes into overdrive, a mind-blowing display of pure, untamed power exploding all around him. The fragment explodes in a blinding, multicolored supernova of raw power, showering everything with shimmering light. As the light begins to fade, he stands tall, a faint blue energy still crackling around him, the very ground shattered by the sheer force unleashed. In his grasp, the relic stone transforms into a pulsating, star-shaped fragment, and a voice booms into his consciousness: the whispering star, Montville, a cosmic entity demanding allegiance. The cosmic communication continues. Then, the conquering star, Archon, asserts its absolute dominance, immediately followed by the strengthening star, Tragulane, each one a colossal power vying for his attention. The cosmic chorus continues, with the whispering star, Male, and the strengthening star, Male, reiterating their claims of ultimate command. He's reeling, trying to process the overwhelming truth: these owners of the stars are literally asking him to pick a side. The message is crystal clear: they want him to commit, to invest his power in one of them. The glowing fragment in his hand pulses with the final, undeniable command: choose your destiny, choose a star to follow. He's reeling from the sudden demanding to know more before making a choice, as one of the cosmic powers, Manhwa, pulls strings from the shadows, manipulating entire organizations. First up, it's Male, the Suffering Star, a terrifying horned skull entity. Manhwa, the mailing star, shows his true colors as an absolute ruler who lives for intricate schemes, crushing the masses with slavery, poison, and endless conspiracies. But he also manifests as a shadowy, cloaked figure, perfectly embodying his clandestine operations. Male, the Suffering Star, is truly terrifying, the master of all sorrow, leading an army of the dead, and loving every moment the world crumbles into despair. Then, the Conquering Star, Tragulane, appears as a monstrous, purple serpent. Manhwa's rule is brutal, his people starving, while he plots to devour the entire world. And then, the Suffering Star, Archon, emerges as a stunning, winged angel. Tragulane, the Conquering Star, wields immense power, capable of making even the mightiest beings bow before her. One of the cosmic entities, a lord of pure fire and slaughter, burns with steel, ready to consume everything. He'd be satisfied ruling over nothing but ashes. Hyunwoo can't help but mutter, they all have some serious personality issues. Apparently, the stars only care about people just like them. He stops, then demands, are you saying this is my fault? His frustration explodes, sarcastically asking if this is some massive conspiracy of personality disorders and total incompetence. A wild, maniacal laugh bursts from him, screaming that he feels like he's literally fallen into hell. He screams, because he really was a bad guy. Nearby, the little fairy just collapses, muttering that there's absolutely no reason for him to be acting like this. Hyunwoo is deep in thought, admitting to himself that he wasn't exactly a paragon of virtue. But the true depth of his own nature had escaped him, now questioning if his failure was rooted in his initial ignorance of the monster he truly was. His gaze sharpens, as these heavy thoughts weigh on him. Elsewhere, the owners of the stars pulse with an intense, cosmic glow, their ethereal shapes illuminating the vast darkness. He extends his hand towards the shimmering entities, announcing his intent to uncover their secrets. He weighs the consequences of his decision, asking aloud what impact his choice will have. A powerful blue aura erupts from his hand, and he actively begins to control one of the star entities, pulling it into a mesmerizing, swirling current. Suddenly, an ominous vision of hulking, shadowy monsters on a barren landscape flickers into existence, a chilling glimpse into the future his choice might unleash. Unwavering, Hyunwoo stands tall on a city rooftop, the captured star glowing in his hand, his gaze fixed on the sprawling metropolis, his path now chosen. A stern figure in a crisp uniform stands at attention, a fleeting image of order and authority. Meanwhile, Hyunwoo finds himself in a state of frantic motion, his mind reeling, questioning if this overwhelming sensation is truly the power of the stars. A cold, clear directive echoes through the void, he must choose a star to follow. The very thought of it makes him sick, a visceral reaction to the impossible task of simply picking one. Floating amidst the cosmic expanse, he reaches out, his hand extending towards a shimmering, crystalline star. The system's voice clarifies the terms, serving and following that being, that is all. But Hyunwoo can't help but question if it truly is that simple. His expression shifts to one of profound shock, the weight of the decision pressing down on him. The explanation continues, revealing the stars raise their kin, who then serve as proxies, and that is the entirety of the arrangement. Overwhelmed by the gravity of the choice and the suddenness of it all, he wonders if he truly has to make such a monumental decision right now. He's locked onto the cosmic display, the system dropping a bombshell, picking a star isn't just a choice, it's a once-in-a-lifetime, game-changing opportunity. But wait, there's more. The system keeps dropping knowledge, revealing that their blessing is the key to crushing future trials. And his strength will skyrocket. He can't help but scoff, practically yelling, so you're telling me you can just hand me power right now? Arms crossed, a scowl on his face, he's hit with another system message, the stars are not happy with your attitude. He just turns his head, still totally defiant, as the system doubles down, hammering home just how displeased these cosmic entities are. Okay, he admits, power without a catch sounds sweet, but something's clearly bugging him. Pointing at himself with a frustrated glare, he fires back, you guys should be picking me, not the other way around, right? He just stands there, gazing up into the endless, stardusted void. His voice dripping with disbelief as he demands to know why they're forcing him to choose, especially when they've only just met him. He's got zero trust in this whole setup, just a contract holding him here. Seriously, even a shady car dealer wouldn't pull this. He scoffs, just as a system alert flashes, the conquering star, Arden, is officially over him. The massive orange-red star pulses, its light flickering with a clear, I'm out vibe. But Hyunwoo just shifts his focus to another star, a dazzling yellow light in the endless void. He lets out a frustrated, TCH, as another system message pops up, saying the stars are giving him time to think, which makes him go, oh. He then throws a sarcastic, hey, thanks for worrying about me, at a glowing blue star. With his back to us, he just watches a vibrant pink and purple star, its light blasting across the cosmic background. Another star, this one a brilliant blue, just pulses with pure, raw energy. Hyunmoo then declares, with a determined look, that he won't keep them hanging for long. He stumbles back, his mind blown by the sudden surge, just as a mysterious, star-like glow materializes. His eyes go wide with confusion, trying to process the absolutely wild phenomenon happening right now. The pain just keeps getting worse, exploding from his chest, making him gasp as pure, raw energy pulses from his core. He clutches his chest, the agony nearly crippling him, his eyes locked onto that mysterious, glowing star. Then, a system message slams into existence, revealing the truth. The whispering star, Montville, just unlocked a piece of his power. With the message hanging there, he's still trying to process the sheer power now coursing through him. The system then drops the bomb, confirming a brand new, insane power. He just acquired the legendary skill, domination. He stares up at the star, a mix of shock and realization on his face, understanding the huge bonus he just got. A system message explodes into view, confirming the acquisition of a legendary skill, domination. He stands, staring at the glowing text, the words, give out legendary skills burning into his mind, a chilling reminder of the raw power he now commands. His mind races back to the recent chaos, questioning why the stars struggled so much, realizing someone powerful must have bestowed these abilities upon them. A heavy, thoughtful look settles on his features. He clenches his hand, the chilling thought forming, what if this power was so immense, even the strongest ability users couldn't stop it? If that were the case, then those same stars might be the true architects of hell, the ultimate evil. His hand tightens into a resolute fist. A fierce resolve burning in his eyes, he knows he must uncover the truth about these stars and their sinister motives. The immense weight of his new power, and the terrifying questions it ignites, settles deep within him. Hyunmoo snaps awake in a desolate, ruined wasteland, his mind reeling as he questions his very location. He lets out a dry laugh, thinking about how he got stronger in hell, but the real world. That's where the true grind begins, and he's got a whole list of things to tackle. Suddenly, he's back in the bustling city, towering skyscrapers all around him, and he's got a new mantra: no matter where he ends up, he'll always return, rake in 100 billion won, and get so powerful no one will even see him coming. But first things first, after all that talk of billions, he's got one burning desire, a house. Later, a young woman stares at him, totally confused, like, huh? Why are you even talking about that? It's so random. She tries to explain the government's slum clearance and land offers, but he cuts her off, clearly thinking she's missing the point entirely. His brow furrows in confusion, demanding to know why she thinks such houses don't even exist. No, that's not it. Yumin cuts him off, mug in hand, insisting she's not saying he can't buy a house. But that people might totally get the wrong idea about his sudden wealth, because, let's be real, buying a house instantly is just not how it works. Later, staring into the fridge, Hyunmoo realizes he's also got to find someone to help him redevelop the place. Flipping food on the stove, he thinks, if I just buy a house out of nowhere, everyone's gonna get suspicious. So, he figures, to really flex that cash, he should probably become a registered ability user and climb the ranks. He stares at an egg, deep in thought, already plotting his next move. A single, dazzling star, a cosmic relic, floats in the endless expanse. Hyunmoo Kong stares at the system prompt, and a realization hits him like a truck: why did he ever settle for just one star? He remembers the endless struggle, the shadowy figures clashing with monstrous foes, all of them absolutely obsessed with power. A sharp, military-clad figure in his mind demands, why can't he just take it all? With a clenched fist, he makes a fierce vow: he's going to grab every single thing he can get his hands on. He envisions a grim future, a world in ruins, but he'll be the one left standing, growing infinitely stronger, destined to own every single star. Beneath a blood-red moon, his silhouette looms over a mountain of defeated enemies, a terrifying glimpse into his absolute victory. Engulfed in a fiery aura, he sees himself ruling the entire world, everything beneath his feet, and he knows he'll stop at nothing to make it happen. Then, a voice abruptly shatters his epic fantasy, telling him to ditch the cool act and just eat already. After his mind-blowing revelation, he snapped back to reality, grabbing a quick bite. His deep thoughts shattered by the TV blaring. In other news, he finally snapped out of it, muttering, "Oh, okay, yeah, I'll start eating." Everyone at the Hunter Association thought dungeons were ancient history, but now, they were happening for real, right in front of them. Yumin freaked out, wow, really? They're actually real. Hyunmoo Kong, glued to the screen, chimed in, seriously, dodged a bullet not going to that dungeon. He mused, a chilling thought crossing his mind, wait, is this the first time since North Korea got wiped out? The news anchor droned on, we, the Jaesung clan. Then the news cut to a segment on the flood phenomenon, speculating it was happening because the dungeon had been left unchecked after the big event. Hyunmoo Kong, trying to wrap his head around it, repeated, flood phenomenon. Then, a surge of red and purple energy erupted around him, like a direct manifestation of the news report's chilling definition. It's when monsters absolutely flood out of a dungeon. The raw, glowing power pulsed around him, as the grim details kept coming. Baku dungeon just ripped open, and now monsters are pouring out. Monsters! He knew instantly, without mana-infused weapons, there's no way to take these things down. The intense, menacing aura continued to surge around his form. The news kept blasting, hyping up the insane gamble of raiding these dungeons, especially with Lee Jidi trying to be the first in Korea to conquer such a high-stakes zone. While he sat across from Yumin, both just chowing down. Hyunmoo just couldn't wrap his head around that kind of ambition, knowing that mastering ability user skills wasn't just about grinding, it was something else entirely. He admitted he couldn't even picture it. His mind then jumped to the ability user registration test, kicking off in just 3 days, and the Baku dungeon was the ultimate boss level there. Apparently, the Jaesung clan was already gearing up to recruit a ton of people for the Baku dungeon expedition coming up. He knew he had to ace that registration test again, but his intense thoughts were totally shattered when Yumin suddenly called his name. She straight up asked if he was even paying attention, and he quickly mumbled an apology, confessing he was totally spaced out. The scene explodes with energy as a colossal crowd converges under the Ability User Registration Test banner, the very air crackling with raw, untapped power. Hyunmoo Kong is right in the thick of it, his friend practically yelling over the din, demanding they push through this insane crowd. But before he can even react, a hulking, bearded figure clamps down on his shoulder, his voice like thunder, demanding to know if this is his first rodeo. The giant bursts into a booming laugh, clearly amused by the rookie's presence. Hyunmoo just scratches his head, a million thoughts racing through his mind, the man's words hitting a nerve from his past. A flashback hits him, a younger self, an older man's voice booming, musing about the lowest-ranked ability user from an orphanage, then demanding to know what kind of power the young Hyunmoo had awakened. Snapping back to reality, Hyunmoo just shrugs, yeah, I guess, as the big guy rants, complaining about how utterly messed up this whole registration is. He explains the absolute nightmare, no separation between rookies and veteran hunters, just pure, unadulterated chaos. The queue is a total disaster, he continues, making Hyunmoo wonder if even the top hunters are stuck in this mess. The ability user registration test was an absolute madhouse, packed to the brim ever since the Taesung organization dropped the news about their open recruitment. Hyunmoo was just trying to get through the chaos when a dude with a confident smirk stepped right up to him, asking, "Yo, you here for the open recruitment too?" The guy just laughed, nah, that's way too much for me. I'm just here to update my registered level, you know. He leaned in a bit, his voice dropping, my level is, well, let's just say it's unmentionable. Hyunmoo just processed it, got it. Hyunmoo glanced up, a thought sparking, so, registering your level actually means something, huh? Taesung, completely missing Hyunmoo's internal struggle, just kept going, look, not everyone's cut out for this ability user stuff. It's only natural for people to think that way if they can actually score some points, right? All around them, the crowd was a mess, shouts of, hey, move, and, please, echoing. Then, with a casual, almost arrogant wave, he added, honestly, if you don't have that kind of ability, you're just trash. He then stuck out a hand, name's Taesung. What's yours? Hyunmoo, completely blowing off the question, stared up at the sky, his determination burning. He had to level up fast, climb those ranks before he got caught. A voice cut through the din, next group, come. The crowd absolutely exploded, a deafening roar of shouts and shoves as everyone tried to push forward, screaming, move. Push. The moment of truth has arrived, the ability user evaluation kicks off. This isn't just a walk in the park, it's a 3-stage gauntlet, identity, stats, and the ultimate skills check. A seasoned official observes, knowing full well that the first hurdle, the identity check, is usually a total breeze for most. Seriously, almost everyone breezes through it. Hyunmoo Kong, his name flashing on the display, clears the first hurdle, then it's straight into the real challenge, the stats check. He gives up a blood sample, the crucial ingredient for the next phase. This specific check won't be done until his blood hits that test paper. With the stats check in motion, the next big thing is the ultimate skills assessment. The digital display flashes with zeros, just waiting for his power levels to light it up. The moment of truth. The final stage of the ability user evaluation is here, the skills check. This isn't just any skills check, it's a full-blown combat ability evaluation. He's just another number in the system, B7, but he knows these quick evaluations only scratch the surface, barely capturing a hunter's true potential. He slides his arm in, knowing that raw numbers don't tell the whole story, a hunter's true worth is more than just stats. The assistant's voice cuts through his thoughts, there's a marble inside. Clench it tightly. He glances up at Taesung, a hint of confusion in his voice, a marble. Without hesitation, he pushes his arm deeper into the machine. his fingers closing around the mysterious, pulsating blue orb. And a shockwave of realization hits him as he gasps, is this it? Hyun Kong lets out a primal roar, purple energy exploding from his body, the sheer force almost overwhelming him. Suddenly, a deafening crack rips through the air, leaving him absolutely speechless, his eyes wide with pure shock at what just happened. Back in the lab, 3 researchers are glued to their monitors, their faces stone cold as they analyze the insane readings coming in. Hyun Kong is locked in on the machine, a single thought echoing, is this really it? Then, a deafening crack rips through the air. Both Hyun Kong and the scientist are stunned, eyes bulging, as the researcher can only stammer, it broke from a kick. Now at a table, surrounded by 2 utterly baffled scientists, Hyun Kong just lets out a long, confused groan. The scientist, utterly perplexed, can only blurt out, seriously, what happened to this machine? Hyun Kang's face contorts in pure shock, his mind reeling, is this number even real? Did I actually break it? The scientist throws his hands up in exasperation, muttering about the insane power he just saw, just how high is his rank? This thing broke even when Li Jie used it. A guilty Hyun Kong stammers, barely able to ask the scientist, did I actually break the machine? The device Hyun Kong just touched went absolutely haywire, sparking and smoking. Yumin tried to play it cool, saying it was just a malfunction, but Taesung chimed in, admitting it was common and just needed a quick recalibration. With the machine still rippling with power, Hyun Kong looked at Taesung, dropping the bombshell question, did he need to get his strength back? Taesung, secretly praying he wouldn't wreck the thing again, told him to take it easy, but Hyun Kong was already mentally committing to doing it right this time. The machine just kept on rippling with that wild, unstable energy, a glaring monument to the sheer power it had just faced down. With the device totally fried, the big question was whether to report its complete meltdown, and a frantic Yumin begged Taesung to just sweep the whole thing under the rug. Later on, Hyun Kong was caught off guard, staring at a document, his face a mask of shock at the pending review status. Facing down a whole crowd, he boldly announced his plan to snag those crucial lines from the guild, knowing his one-step skill was the ultimate cheat code to crush any foe. The tension is palpable in the office as an official lays down the law, directing anyone with ambiguous skills to a specific, ominous spot. But the real drama unfolds as Hyun Kong stares down a glowing screen, his status flashing, pending review, a clear sign he's about to get a deep dive into his power. Back at the official's desk, a male colleague can't hold back his annoyance, ranting about the ridiculous bureaucracy, treating powerful hunters like lab rats. But Hyun Kong. He just shrugs it off with a cool, knowing smirk, a casual, right, and a low, haha as he strolls away, unfazed by the system. A moment of contemplation, a quiet, from him, as he strategizes his next move, the gears turning in his mind. The official, watching everything unfold, makes a mental note, for now, it's all about gut instinct and raw judgment for these wild cards. Soon after, she confronts Hyun Kong directly, demanding to know if he's ready for the ultimate hunter ability test. His answer. A resounding, yes. She lays out the stakes, pass, and he gets the intel, but this isn't just any test, it's a unique challenge, a team-up with none other than Taesung. As she flashes her ID, revealing herself as Director Kim, she can't help but chuckle, thinking her old-school approach might make her sound like a total boomer. Being a hunter. Sounds epic, right? All the glory and power. But hold up, it's not all sunshine and rainbows. You can get seriously hurt, and in the worst-case scenario, you could even die. And forget about getting rich quick. The idea that all hunters rake in cash is a total myth, only a tiny fraction actually make bank. Since things aren't always going their way, most hunters actually have to juggle other jobs just to survive. Director Kim, looking deep in thought, then asks, oh, really? So what about the fame? The power? She ponders the true motivations, thinking, is it just a sense of duty to protect everyone? Hyun Kong, with a slight smile, then replies, knowing full well that humans can't handle all that pressure by themselves. Director Kim then hands him a leaflet. And clarifies, here's your registration leaflet, guide, and emergency contact list. And here's a pro tip, this test is all about dungeons. Hyun Kong dives deep into his hunter ability test documents, a mental voice hyping him up, promising this info is gonna be a game changer. A smirk plays on his face, as he gets hyped for whatever wild test is coming next. Switching scenes to the city's heart, the urban sprawl gleams under the sun. Footsteps hit the pavement as a luxury ride rolls in. And a massive dude in a black suit strides with his smaller crew member. The high-end whip glides to a smooth halt. Its door pops open, revealing a fresh face. Section Chief Lee, rocking platinum blonde hair and a sharp white suit, makes his grand entrance, instantly owning the scene. Striding through a buzzing crowd with his imposing companion, he cuts straight to business. Are the preparations on track? Section Chief Lee, ever the meticulous one, confirms that everything is running smoothly, no hitches in sight. Surrounded by his entourage, he watches the Red Butterfly Group make their grand entrance, the new gold standard everyone else is gunning for. A knowing smirk crosses his face, realizing these wannabes aren't even aiming for the big leagues, they're just trying to catch the Red Butterfly. His thoughts drift to the Red Butterfly members, a squad overflowing with raw talent, razor-sharp instincts, and skills that just can't be denied. Even though their own advice was brushed aside, he can't help but notice how everyone suddenly rushed to apply once the Northern Expert clans were mentioned. The iconic Red Butterfly emblem pulses with power, a symbol of their undeniable pull. A confident smile spreads across his face, as he muses that if it were the Red Butterfly Group, they'd just walk right in, no questions asked. Strolling away with his right-hand man, he coolly inquires about the rest of the fresh faces. He scoffs, writing them off as 20 levels below the Red Butterfly and completely out of their league, but then, a flicker of intrigue, there's one person who's a total wild card. His finger jabs at a profile, zeroing in on the word, unusual. Section Chief Lee takes it all in, a low hum escaping him. He scoffs at the applicant's test picture, calling the figure a mere squirrel, and pointing out the glaringly different blood type. He tears into the applicant's profile, deeming them unimpressive, riddled with disadvantages, and even guessing their blood group means they're a total loner. A single word, mind, declares his judgment. Then, pivoting from the documents, he strides away with a folder clutched tight. But elsewhere, the imposing Gate B, the gateway to the trials, looms. A diverse crowd of applicants starts to form, featuring a hulking figure in a black hoodie and a sharp-looking blonde. A determined woman with short brown hair and a bespectacled man join the growing ranks of hopefuls. Stepping into the high-stakes testing facility, Hyunmoo Kong takes in the scene, a subtle tension already building around him. Amidst the sea of hopefuls, a voice suddenly pierces the air, singling him out with an unexpected question. He pivots to face Tae-sung, a sharp-suited official, whose gaze is intense, a clipboard clutched in his hand. Tae-sung's words hit him like a shockwave, leaving Hyunmoo Kong utterly stunned. His mind races, trying to grasp the situation, his voice echoing with pure astonishment. Shaking off the surprise, he pushes forward, his hand reaching for the ominous Gate B. His resolve hardening, Hyunmoo Kong strides ahead, leaving the bewildered official and another applicant in his wake. The command echoes through the hall, and the floodgates open as participants surge into Gate B, ready for whatever lies beyond. New hunters assemble, a voice booming a welcome to the Yongsan Ability Test Center's third gymnasium dungeon. The voice continues, revealing this place is tailor-made for new hunters. Hyunmoo Kong and the other participants press forward, Tae-sung watching their every move. Section Chief Lee's voice cuts through, dropping a bombshell. This dungeon is a replica of a 5-star dungeon in Ukraine. A sharp-eyed official in a pristine white suit takes it all in, his focus absolute. Hyunmoo Kang's face hardens as the next directive drops, hunt as many goblins as humanly possible. It's all laid out in the entry brief, no room for error. The clock starts now. 3 hours in Goblin City, the first dungeon's theme. The dungeon's artificial sky hangs heavy, a dark omen for the brutal challenge awaiting them. Among the sea of hopefuls, a fiery red-haired participant stands ready, poised for the ultimate challenge. Section Chief Lee, cool and collected with his signature blonde hair, surveys the eager crowd, dropping the final, crucial intel. And right there, he's locked in, absorbing every word, his dark eyes burning with anticipation. Then, the mic drop. The official's voice booms, please experience the dungeon, revealing the chilling name, Monopoly in Hell. Get ready. In a world where everyone has a role, even the monsters, and the ultimate prize goes to the one who masters them all, Director Kim, Section Chief Lee, Tae-sung, and Yumin gather with Hyunmoo Kong, gazing down as one of them drops a chilling truth, that means monsters aren't the only ones on the menu. Humans are prey too. Section Chief Lee points, cutting straight to the chase, so, you guys want to team up? Hyunmoo Kong takes it all in, a calculating look in his eyes, his decision already locked. He glances at the figure below, then back at the others, dropping a bombshell question, what if I don't want to? With a fierce glint in his eyes, Hyunmoo Kong flat out refuses, I don't want to. His defiance is palpable, a quiet, unyielding resolve hardening his stance, his hoodie barely containing his intensity. He's listening, right? One of his crew is laying it all out, we've got a shield skill user, a discovery skill user, isn't that enough? But the director's like, nah, everyone else is gonna snatch those rewards first. And he just lets out this little, like he already knew. He's like, is that it? Just because of that? Meanwhile, another teammate is stressing, what else do we need, as they all stare down the massive gate, the tension building. Then it hits someone else, wait, so it's just the 4 of us. They figure everyone else must already be locked into 5-person teams. Out of nowhere, Section Chief Lee snaps, grabbing Hyunmoo Kang's arm with a vice grip, spitting out a venomous, break a leg, with a nasty smirk. Hyunmoo Kang's eyes blaze with pure rage, a furious, "You bastard," ripping from his throat. Lee's grip just gets tighter, his voice dripping with menace, telling Hyunmoo Kang he's not gonna let him get his tile jacked by anyone else. He's just gonna take it. Just hand it over to us, he snarls, his fist clenching, his face a mask of pure aggression. He lets out a pained grunt as the brutal assault just keeps coming. A heavy kick slamming right into his body, sending him flying. Another devastating blow connects, purple energy exploding around him as he's launched backward, his body contorting in the air. He hits the ground hard, gasping for air, but a defiant "ha" still escapes him. Then, his eyes ignite with a fierce purple glow, and a chilling thought crosses his mind, he'd forgotten to take from these guys. Purple energy crackles around his clenched fist, a silent, deadly promise. Oblivious to the change, Section Chief Lee looms over him, still demanding, who's gonna hand over their tile first. But before he can even finish, an unseen force sends him flying back in pure shock, a panicked, "I give up," escaping his lips as Hyunmoo Kang stands tall. Now sprawled on the ground, utterly terrified, the section chief sputters, "Did you seriously think you could win without any training or experience? You're just a novice," as Hyunmoo Kang just looks down, a disbelieving "ha" escaping him. A small, purple tile lies on the ground, eliciting a surprised "ha" from the onlooker. Still reeling from his beatdown, Section Chief Lee challenges Hyunmoo Kang, asking if he's really going to take his tile, citing a lack of clear rules for this exact scenario. He presses on, desperately trying to regain control, demanding to know the justification for taking tiles, emphasizing that losing them means disqualification, especially when the loser had a shield skill. Hyunmoo Kang, holding a tile with a knowing smirk, simply processes the chief's desperate explanation, a thoughtful, his only response. Sweat dripping, Section Chief Lee scrambles to save face, muttering that it's all good as long as he gets the tiles, and that it's just as expected from those who can actually take them. A stack of tiles, neatly arranged, stands as a stark reminder of the stakes. Now slumped in a chair, Section Chief Lee reiterates his internal justification, it's only natural for the victors to claim the spoils. Elsewhere, a mysterious woman with flowing dark hair stares out at the urban sprawl, her mind racing about a high-ranker wielding a 5-star aura ability, concluding that with the Red Butterfly Guild in the mix, that dungeon is a lost cause. Section Chief Lee is absolutely floored, his mind blown by the sheer implications of a 3-star rating. He's thinking about the brutal selection process, where only the supported can even hope to reach their goals, but even then, most fall short. It's a cutthroat world where only the truly gifted survive the grind. Elsewhere, a sharp researcher in a futuristic uniform lays it out, yeah, surviving this test is huge. But they're also on the hunt for some seriously talented people. Across the world, a menacing armored android looms over a barren wasteland, its powerful frame ready for anything. A deep thrum vibrates from its glowing red visor, a silent promise of impending action. With a slight movement, the android's voice cuts through the silence, that's when things will get interesting. Meanwhile, Section Chief Lee and Taesung are on the move, as we get the lowdown on DIW Industries' brand new, independent department, a cutting-edge agency that kicked off in the early 2040s. This department is rocking some seriously advanced androids, but there's a catch, they're locked to TAC Islands, and their AI is strictly for use in specific dungeons only. The armored android unleashes a devastating blow, and a voice booms, revealing the target's official designation, Mushroom Droid. Don't let the name fool you. This isn't just any droid, it's a high-end model, packed with cutting-edge tech. Its combat prowess is off the charts, able to reflect mana and even counter mana reflection itself. Even with all that power, it's designed for efficiency, reparable and reusable, keeping costs down. The mushroom droid's counterattack sends Hyunmoo Kang soaring, a guttural "ugh" ripping from his throat as he fights to recover. Another devastating deflection from the droid, its arm blazing with raw power. Back in the control room, Yumin wonders if this monster's power means it's a 3-star threat, or if it's just plain overpowered for most ability users. But Section Chief Lee quickly corrects her, stating it's not that extreme, insisting that a well-coordinated team should handle it without issue. The armored android then cuts in, declaring the real issue is when solo players, like the infamous Big Butterfly, try to take it on alone. He lets out a guttural groan, fighting to get back on his feet, the sheer force of the blow still rattling his entire being. Meanwhile, back at the command center, the armored android drops some serious intel, stating that for a solo player, retreat is basically impossible now, this fight is literally dug into the earth. Section Chief Lee chimes in, confirming that all their meticulous planning is the only thing holding the Big Butterfly in line. But then, Yumin's eyes snap open, a sharp "wait a minute," cutting through the tension as she spots a critical detail. Lee quickly turns to her, demanding to know what's going on. A screen blazes with urgent data, K.HM8, personnel inside 502, internal personnel 281. And Taesung, looking absolutely serious, confirms the worst, an unforeseen situation has occurred. Lee, ever the professional, subtly adjusts his tie, a small gesture that speaks volumes about the sudden shift in stakes. Then, a sharp, metallic whine pierces the silence. The hulking armored android stands ready, an unyielding force. Hyunwoo Kong stares it down, a grin spreading across his face. This was it. He was hyped for a real monster, a true test of power. Then, in a flash, the android explodes into motion, charging with terrifying speed. The arena erupts in a whirlwind of impacts and raw power. Hyunwoo Kong unleashes a furious punch, demanding a response from the silent machine. But the android is faster, its leg igniting with a crimson glow. A devastating kick slams into him, sending him flying. As he's knocked back, the android's voice rings out, a chilling taunt about his speed. Shaking off the hit, he explodes into action, unleashing a devastating aerial attack, a blazing red energy engulfing his form. But the android just shrugs it off, its voice dripping with pure disrespect, even your stats are low. A guttural sound rips from his throat, his face contorted in a snarl of pure rage and determination. Meanwhile, the android, completely unimpressed, just stands there, surrounded by destroyed mushroom droids, casually announcing, "This is so boring." But before it can even blink, Hyunwoo Kong is there, a blur of motion, his hand clamped around the android's throat. One word, one command, and the android's armor shatters, black energy ripping through its core as it disintegrates. He stands victorious, a faint purple glow on his hand as he effortlessly wipes out the rest of the mushroom droids. Staring at the mysterious glow on his hand, he can't help but wonder, wow. Really came so simply? Isn't this a bit too easy? Surrounded by the defeated foes, he just shrugs, a touch of disappointment in his tone, it only that it didn't go so smoothly. The clock ticks past 27 minutes, a critical notice flashing before his eyes, Hyunwoo Kong is caught off guard. But the competition is fierce. Hong Jin, a powerhouse of muscle, pulls his hair back with intensity, locking in third place with a solid 16 tiles. Other contenders are still in the mix, including a formidable woman showcasing incredible core strength, and a stoic man observing the scene. Then, Yumin makes her move, securing an impressive 17 tiles to snatch second place. But the true victor emerges. Kong Hyunwoo dominates, claiming first place with a staggering 18 tiles, a triumphant grin lighting up his face. With victory secured, he casually reaches into his jacket, ready for whatever comes next. The trial results are finally here. The legendary Red Butterfly snags third place with 9 tiles. And then, in a wild twist, also grabs second place with the exact same score. But hold up. Kong Hyunwoo absolutely dominates, flashing a huge grin as he snags first place with a perfect 10 tiles. He knew this was coming, but honestly, he's a little bummed he didn't get more tiles, especially after how easily he crushed that scarecrow challenge. Checking out his fresh loot, a system window pops up, revealing some Spore Eroder's flesh, and it's just a common grade item. He lets out a disappointed sigh, seriously wishing he'd gotten something way better. Hyunwoo can't believe what he's seeing, a reward so unexpected, yet so incredibly tough, like it's straight from the abyss. He puts the material to the test, stretching it, realizing its insane durability must be why it's so tough. Then, it hits him. A brilliant idea flashes across his expression. He inspects the material, eyes gleaming, already planning his next move. And just like that, he's done. He checks out his new gear, totally satisfied. Boom. He's rocking brand new Spore Eroder's knee and arm guards, geared up and ready for anything. He gives his new gear a final tweak, a confident smirk on his face, and he's officially good to go. He turns and strides off, a new fire in his eyes, ready to take on the world. The digital leaderboard flashes, revealing Kong Hyunwoo absolutely dominating the top spot, leaving everyone else in the dust and wondering just how he does it. But Red Butterfly, a fierce red-haired warrior, glares at the board, her rage boiling over as she screams about never being able to beat him. Suddenly, Hyunwoo's heavy boots hit the ground with a thud, closing in on Red Butterfly, who's still fuming in the distance. But wait, another scene unfolds. A shadowy crew, with one guy literally glowing red and another rocking a skull mask, barks out a terrifying order, "Get her." Out of nowhere, Red Butterfly gets absolutely blasted mid-flight, a devastating purple energy attack sending her reeling and screaming. Before she can even recover, Hyunwoo's foot comes down with a crushing blow, sealing her fate. It's over. Red Butterfly is sent spiraling down, her body engulfed in a shower of red energy and debris. But the fight's not done. A blinding flurry of red and purple energy slams into her, sending her flying, every hit a devastating blow. She's caught in a whirlwind, unable to fight back, the relentless barrage just keeps pushing her down. Her face contorts in pure agony, the unseen attacks ripping through her defenses. She's still falling, engulfed in a storm of destructive energy, her body tossed around like a ragdoll. Another brutal hit snaps her head back, her red hair flying as the attacks go into overdrive. A primal scream rips from her throat, her body twisting as the red and purple energy consumes her. The agonizing cry echoes, culminating in a final, explosive burst that obliterates her from sight, leaving only a blinding flash. As the energy fades, she drops like a stone, eyes shut, completely broken and out cold. Red Butterfly is back, and she's absolutely radiating power. That crimson and violet aura is just insane. Her eyes are practically lasers, and you can see the raw power crackling in her hand. Sword out, energy swirling, she's ready to take on anything, no hesitation. And just like that, it's over. She absolutely dominates, leaving a masked foe in the dust. But wait, there's more. A whole horde shows up, and she's just like, seriously? You want me to take out all these goblins? And one of them actually has the nerve to ask, are you really confident you can handle all of us at once? But she's not backing down. She just gestures, ready to show them what's up. But then, a desperate cry of "Dun Ne" cuts through the chaos. She whips around to see Hong Jin getting absolutely swarmed by the enemy. Hong Ryan is taking a brutal beating, caught in a relentless, no-holds-barred assault. The crew is buzzing, talking about points and resources, but one voice cuts through the noise, declaring that mere points are totally irrelevant. Hong Jin is front and center with her squad, looking absolutely locked in. The mission is clear, link up with the Northern Expedition, and they're already stacked with enough gear to make it happen, no sweat. Her crew backs her up with the stats, a solid 800 strong, trying to calm her down. But Hong Jin isn't having it, she just starts walking off, shouting that numbers mean nothing as her friends desperately try to stop her. She throws a quick look over her shoulder, leaving them all wondering where she's headed next. Red Butterfly, ever watchful, sees her go, dropping a serious warning to stick together. Her eyes are locked on, a deep mix of worry and knowing in her stare. But Hong Jin just blasts off into the sky, leaving everyone else in the dust with a quick, powerful leap. She makes her move, ditching the crew, and someone just can't help but find it hilarious. Cut to a whole new scene. A sharp-suited guy is grilling his buddy, Moo, who is that person? The other dude, cool as ice, figures this is the first time the guy's ever been on their radar. The platinum-haired executive spills the tea, the guy's career is tanking, he's been sidelined, and the other agent quickly connects the dots, the one with the poison blood skill. A simple, yes, confirms it. A vision of Hyunmoo, radiating a mysterious purple energy, flashes through his mind as the executive wonders, seriously, doesn't it feel like he's been in dungeons before? He lays out the evidence, every move Hyunmoo makes screams, dungeon veteran, making his partner pause, so then, the executive drops the bombshell, Hyunmoo could be an unauthorized dungeon diver. The other agent cuts to the chase, are you saying he's a rogue? But there's a catch. The executive points out, Kang Hyunmoo's file is clean, no criminal record, no license revoked, nothing. His final theory? Hyunmoo must be an international mystery man. Section Chief Lee is still on the line, laying down the law. He's making it clear that after all the chaos in other countries, their own policies have gotten super strict. He's thinking, man, it would be awesome if they just kept their beef to themselves and duked it out without involving anyone else. Switching gears, Hyunmoo Kong is checking out some weird fan-like gadget, totally confused, asking, wait, isn't this supposed to chill me out? He's holding it up, squinting, like, am I missing something? Shouldn't I be feeling this thing work? Suddenly, a massive wave of nausea hits him hard, and these weird purple particles are just pouring off the thing, making him gag. Turns out, the culprit is this tiny, glowing blob in his hand, labeled Spore Eroder's Flesh, common, and it's clearly not agreeing with him. He just can't handle it anymore, and he's instantly hunched over, puking a literal rainbow onto the ground. He's still totally grossed out, clutching his mouth and groaning, ugh, that's so nasty. Seriously, this thing. I can barely even breathe, I'm about to. With his face twisted in pure horror, he finally declares, yeah, something is seriously messed up here. He barely registers the insane speed as a figure absolutely blitzes across the desolate ground, closing the distance in an instant. Then, with a sudden, explosive burst of crimson energy, the red butterfly unleashes an ability, her entire form wreathed in a vibrant, menacing red aura. A guttural, pained grunt rips from him as the sheer force of her attack absolutely slams into his defenses. He struggles, muscles straining, to brace himself, barely deflecting the brunt of the blow as glowing red energy explodes around him. The red butterfly continues her relentless assault, her body still wreathed in that vibrant, terrifying crimson glow. Then, she abruptly halts, her voice cutting through the lingering, crackling energy as she demands, are you alone? She maintains her powerful, intimidating stance, the red energy still swirling menacingly around her. Recovering from the brutal assault, Hyunmoo Kong feigns confidence, a smirk playing on his lips as he retorts, I have 100 lackeys waiting on my order, why? But she sees right through his bluff, her gaze sharpening with cold certainty as she concludes, so you're alone. The red butterfly, Hong Ryan, stares up, a blazing red aura already igniting around her as she hypes herself up for the battle. But Hyun Kong is already checking his stats, and the truth hits him hard, he's only level 7. How can he possibly fight someone twice his power? But there's no time to think. She explodes into action, a crimson blur of pure speed and power. Her first strike lands with a deafening crack, a devastating blow aimed right at him. He digs his heels in, trying to hold his ground, but her power is immense. She connects again, forcing him to block, and he can't help but wonder, why is she so strong? The barrage doesn't stop, a whirlwind of red strikes driving him back. Every hit sends shockwaves through him, and he knows one wrong move means death. But then, a desperate surge of power. Hyun Kang's eyes blaze with a fierce red glow, a hidden strength igniting within him. Red Butterfly's leg whips out, a crimson blur of pure speed. Her devastating kick lands, sending Hyun Kong flying. She unleashes another brutal strike, shrouded in a blazing red aura. He's blasted back by the impact, barely able to defend against the onslaught. His mind races, no battle helper means he's in serious danger. Red Butterfly keeps up the insane pressure, a literal whirlwind of crimson power. She mocks him, knowing his battle helper is out of commission, making this fight a cakewalk for her. His arm ignites with a crimson glow, a raw surge of power erupting from him. But even with this new power, he still can't find an opening against her insane speed. The relentless assault continues. Hyun Kong is absolutely rocked, sent careening backward as a devastating kick lands, his arm still blazing with a crimson aura. He crashes down, barely catching himself on one knee, the brutal impact rattling his very bones, a chilling realization hitting him, he might actually be defeated. His adversary, however, simply observes, a smirk playing on her lips, confessing that her taunts were just for fun, but she never imagined he'd be so utterly crushed. She ponders his potential, a dangerous glint in her eye, questioning if he's even worth the effort of a real challenge. She plunges down for the finishing blow, and Hyun Kong, battered but not broken, stares up at the impending doom. He's at his limit, he can't last another second. But then, a blinding, electric blue energy erupts around him, his eyes flaring with an unyielding determination. The swirling, crackling blue power converges in his palm, a system alert confirming the activation, valiant energy now coursing through his battle helper. His fist, now a beacon of raw, pulsating blue energy, ignites with an explosive, undeniable force. The red butterfly, completely blindsided by this unexpected power-up, can't hide her shock, a rare moment of genuine surprise. Red Butterfly's crimson energy tendrils were already closing in, ready to crush him, but Hyun Kong wasn't about to let that happen. A blinding blue aura exploded from him, his valiant energy rocketing skyward to intercept the attack, and Red Butterfly was clearly stunned. The two colossal powers slammed into each other, igniting a cataclysmic, swirling vortex of vibrant purple energy. The impact was absolutely deafening, unleashing shockwaves of pure, unadulterated power. Red Butterfly explodes into action, a blazing crimson streak of pure power, her entire form radiating an insane red energy. Before he can even blink, Hyun Kong gets absolutely rocked, his blue aura exploding as he's sent spiraling down. The sheer power just keeps pushing him down, a thunderous kwang ripping through the air. Then, a final, earth-shattering kwang seals his fate. He's sent careening into a rocky chasm, a desperate hitch ripped from him as he vanishes. His face twisted in pure agony, he's going down. Meanwhile, Red Butterfly just stares, her red eyes burning with intense satisfaction. He's still dropping, the sheer speed of his fall a blur. With the decisive blow landed, Red Butterfly stands triumphant, her fist still sparking with raw red energy, a look of absolute determination etched on her face. His eyes snap open, a raw, guttural cry tearing from his throat. But despite the chaos, the Red Butterfly remains, a blazing crimson inferno still erupting from her hand. The sheer power radiating intensely. A heavy, defeated exhale escapes him as he stares at the ground. She drops to one knee, utterly spent, a sharp gasp of pain tearing through her. His fist clenches, the last of his purple energy fizzling out as he concedes, "I lost to you." Looking down at her, he demands, "Was that skill just now? A well of?" He's just staring out at the city, but a single word escapes him as a low rumble shakes everything. Then, bam. A massive impact, as Hong Jin unleashes a brutal aerial kick, absolutely wrecking her opponent. Red Butterfly gets absolutely slammed to the ground, while Hong Jin lands like it was nothing. Meanwhile, Hyun Kong is on the floor, totally shocked, like he just got hit too. Over with Hong Jin, some guy with glasses is like, "Whoa, it's that person from before." Hong Jin looks down, asking what's up with her opponent, then drops a bombshell, "Never thought I'd see you again. I'm Red." The guy with glasses then just calls Hong Jin a snake. He points to another woman standing there, explaining she's his teammate, part of their group. Back with the defeated red butterfly, a woman kneels down, calling out, Eun-hee. Barely recovering from the brutal beatdown, Eun-hee faces Hong Jin's intense glare, who snaps at her about her performance, then abruptly tells her to just forget the whole thing. Shifting her focus to the next target, Hong Jin then lays into Hyunwoo Kang, demanding to know why he's getting on her nerves, and he just owns up to it with a smirk. 3 hours fly by, and the match is officially over, with Hyunwoo Kang locked onto the screen for the results. He's hyped for the rankings, grumbling that he would have crushed it if that one girl hadn't messed things up. The results pop up, and his score is in. Kang Hyunwoo snags second place with a solid 69 tiles. His jaw drops, a look of pure disbelief plastered across his face, totally blindsided by the results. Then the screen cuts to the number 1 spot, crowning Red Butterfly as the champion with a massive 88 tiles. Kneeling there, Eun-hee glances up, a subtle smirk gracing her face, knowing she absolutely crushed it. Kneeling before Hong Jin, Eun-hee is absolutely floored, demanding answers about what just went down. Hong Jin, towering over her, just drops the mic, I did it. But hold up. A pouch hits the floor as Hyunwoo Kang makes a break for it, a silent whoops escaping him. Eun-hee's face twists in anger, snapping her head towards him and yelling, you seriously gave it to her while I was busy. She tries to stop him, shouting, wait. This is a misunderstanding, then just gives up, forget about it. Suddenly, a furious voice rips through the air, Hey. Where do you think you're going? Hong Jin, now zeroing in on Eun-hee's arm, points out the damage, her voice dripping with pure accusation. Her fury escalating, she snarls, and you seriously think you can just bail without apologizing to her? Hyunwoo Kang throws a worried look over his shoulder, scoffing at the idea of an apology. He knows getting noticed by them is a death sentence, so he pushes it off for later. He's staring down the broken barrier, totally wondering if this whole thing just got him disqualified. Okay, he gets her frustration, but seriously, she should have heard him out instead of just assuming he cheated. He fought fair, he won, but she's still screaming about him stealing first place, all because he looks like some other guy. Dark energy starts to surge around him as he's thinking, is he really the bad guy here? His eyes narrow, and a chilling thought crosses his mind, it's time to teach them a lesson. A deadly blade gleams, ready to strike. Meanwhile, Hong Jin is still fuming, yelling that she knows he can hear her. Her face is twisted in pure rage and impatience, she's demanding an answer, now. Then, out of nowhere, her whole vibe changes, and someone asks, Ryan. Hungayan. What's going on with you? The very ground beneath them is warping, vibrating with an unseen, raw power. And Hyunwoo Kang is right there, standing over a swirling vortex of pure dark energy, his eyes locked on something below, a chilling display of the raw power he just dropped. Shadowy, monstrous forms are twisting and writhing all around him, with a colossal, glowing red beast rising up, a terrifying, in-your-face manifestation of his absolute will. And the fallout? Hong Jin is absolutely wrecked, crumpled on the ground in pure agony, her face screaming in pain while Red Butterfly is right there, kneeling, trying to offer some kind of comfort. Then, a hulking, armored monster with eyes that burn like hellfire flashes into view, a terrifying, in-your-face reminder of the sheer power that just brought them to their knees. Red Butterfly is reaching out, desperate, her voice cracking with pure anguish as she screams out for Hong Ryan, for Ryona. But then, it's Red Butterfly herself who crashes to the ground, injured, as Hong Jin lets out a desperate cry, calling her by her real name, Eun-hee. Hyunwoo is now kneeling beside the injured Red Butterfly, green healing energy swirling around her, coolly explaining he just wanted to teach her a lesson, while Hong Jin just stares, her face a total blank. Later, Hyunwoo is just standing there with some other guy, both of them chilling, looking out over a city street, like the whole crazy confrontation never even happened. He stares out at the city, a grim realization dawning on him, this whole thing is way more intense than he ever imagined. Totally unsure what to do next, he's thinking about bailing, just getting out of this mess fast. Elsewhere, a sharp-suited boss shuts down his subordinate's question, who's wondering if letting Red Butterfly go solo was a mistake. The boss just smirks, saying if it was a screw-up, it was a genius one. Back to Hyunwoo, still watching, he thinks he'd get it if she was on his level, but she's clearly not. Seriously, for an ability user not even level 10 yet, the top hunters are about to get completely outclassed. The subordinate then asks his captain for the next play, wondering if they should link up with Red Butterfly first. The captain's answer is quick and decisive, a hard no. Instead, he makes it clear he wants to meet Kang Hyunwoo before anyone else gets a chance. He lets out a guttural groan, the sheer power he just unleashed leaving him utterly drained, purple energy still sparking around his body. After the dust settles, he's seen slumped in a room, clearly still recovering from the intense battle. Gripping a pulsating blue orb, he's filled with regret, cursing the moment he had to unleash that devastating power. He replays the fight in his mind, knowing Valiant Energy secured the win, but his domination skill just devours mana, leaving him completely empty. A chilling thought creeps in, is this endless cycle of power and exhaustion his destiny? Just then, a slick-suited man steps up, holding an identical glowing orb, and drops a bombshell introduction, I am Tim In-soo, the secretary team leader of Taesung clan. He flashes a sleek business card, then adds, word of your incredible skills has reached us. Looking him dead in the eye, the man confirms, Kong Hyunmo SSI, and gets a simple, yes. Then, Tim In-soo drops the ultimate proposition, the Taesung clan wants to give you the absolute best environment to grow. We'll forge you into a hunter who will shatter all limits, far beyond what any other clan can even dream of. Hyunmoo, with that signature smirk, holds the clan's card, his gaze fixed on something beyond the immediate offer. And then, with a surge of pure ambition, he declares, can you help me reach even the stars? In the back of a sleek car, a sharp-looking guy with light hair is totally locked onto a screen, letting out a quiet gasp. His expression tightens, as the screen flashes with a wild, red energy burst, and you can practically hear the static crackle. That crimson glow just keeps getting stronger, absolutely throbbing with raw power. But elsewhere, in some gnarly, rocky dungeon, Hyunmoo Kong is going full beast mode, absolutely engulfed in a dazzling, swirling blue aura, just radiating pure power. Back in the ride, the light-haired dude's eyes snap wide open, a massive impact practically shaking him as he watches the chaos go down. A tiny, almost hidden smirk plays on his face, a whole storm of feelings brewing behind his eyes as that red glow from the screen dances in them. Then, cool as a cucumber, he just starts looking over some document, tapping his fingers on the paper like he's got it all figured out. He finally glances out the car window, and just casually drops, looks like you got rejected. He's chilling in the passenger seat of a luxury ride, soaking in every word as the driver lays out a deal so sweet, it's almost unbelievable for the younger generation. His face is a mask of calm, taking it all in as the conversation drifts to the stars. Stars? He asks, a flicker of intrigue in his eyes. Tim In-soo, the man behind the wheel, clarifies that he figured the deal was a no-brainer for the younger crowd, but it wasn't exactly what he was getting at. He goes on, confessing this was a first for him too. Suddenly, Red Butterfly pops up on screen, confirming, oh, yeah. Exactly as we drew it up. The driver wraps it up, assuring them that once the rejection is locked in, everything will be smooth sailing. Alright, nice job, the light-haired man responds, hopping out of the ride while Tim In-soo tells him to watch his back. Left alone in the car, he checks a screen, which flashes a cryptic message, a star. Someone's watching, and they're making it clear, this guy needs to be under constant surveillance. But back in the ride, Hyunmoo Kang's chilling in the back, while Tim In-soo's at the wheel and a mysterious blonde's riding shotgun. Hyunmoo Kang spots something in her lap, demanding to know what it is, then pointing it out more clearly. Tim In-soo tries to explain it's just a dungeon business proposal, even dropping hints about the guild master's retirement, but Hyunmoo Kang cuts him off, pointing directly at that thing she's got. He points right at the big box, making sure they know exactly what he's talking about. She glances down at the object, a silent admission of what he's noticed. Then, a sharp thud rocks the car, and Hyunmoo Kang's face goes from curious to shocked. She immediately starts apologizing, swearing she meant no harm and desperately trying to explain herself. While she's begging for forgiveness, Hyunmoo Kang snaps to attention, Hong Ryan, he exclaims, suddenly realizing her connection to the whole business proposal. Caught off guard and looking back at the chaos, Hong Jin tries to play it cool, claiming she was just trying to give him a tiny scare. With a mysterious green glow pulsing on her neck, she trails off, leaving the air thick with unspoken questions. Shaking his head, Hyunmoo Kang brushes off her excuse, muttering about her insane speed, then shifts gears to reveal a new surprise. In the middle of the training grounds, he extends a small box, announcing it as the top prize, a victory that was rightfully hers before everything went sideways. Her eyes wide, Hong Jin eagerly reaches for the box, gratefully accepting the unexpected gift. His grip firm on the box, he makes it clear she had no real option but to take what was offered. Revealed within the box are the tenacious grip gloves, boasting insane boosts to strength and hand defense, a game-changing item that leaves her utterly stunned. Cutting back to the present, Tim In-soo drops a bombshell, that hot new item they just got. Sold straight to Park Min-soo. Hyunmoo Kang's mind immediately jumps to that meddling old man, knowing he's been circling like a shark, always finding a way to snatch up whatever he wants, no matter the seller. He's locked in thought, a single, burning question consuming him, was all that just for him? A vision of a massive, glowing ruby crystal burns in his mind, an item of insane value that someone just hoarded, and he can't help but wonder who's behind it all. If there's a puppet master, it would explain how they got so many crystal rubies. If that's the case, then the smart move is to go straight to the source, the mastermind himself, Park Min-wo. Cut to Park Min-soo, aka Park Wiso, chilling in a shadowy room, eyes glued to his tablet, a sly grin spreading across his face. Back to the main man, Hyunmoo Kang is still lost in his own head. Later, cruising in a car, he casually asks, wait, was that seriously all the prize money? Still searching, he adds, hold on, wasn't there supposed to be prize money too? Then, his eyes snap open in shock, as something drops. Whoa! What just fell out? From the driver's seat, Eun-hee, the red butterfly herself, shoots him a confused look, demanding, what are you even talking about like that? Inside the ride, a chill question drops, wanna grab some meat? His eyes lock onto the card, flashing a mind-blowing 5 million won, and he's totally stunned. The ride's over, and a system alert confirms they've hit their mark. The door cracks open. And he lets out a quiet, ha. As they finally get out. Yoon-hee's like, the association is wild, even giving out prizes for tests, and Hyunmoo Kang just shrugs, that's just how much respect hunters get. Hunters get all the glory, but there's a huge misunderstanding, everyone thinks their lives are a cakewalk. He's left wondering why everyone thinks that, a past warning about watching his wallet echoing in his mind. Then, with a whirring sound, Eun-hee points right at the card in his hand, that 5 million won now undeniable, even with the fresh bloodstains around them. A sinister red energy pulses from the building, but Hyunmoo Kang is already moving, his ragged breath's the only sound in the tense air. The ominous energy around the structure flares even brighter, but he keeps moving, the air practically crackling with danger. But inside, a terrifying shadowy figure has Yumin trapped, as a desperate voice screams, Yumin, don't you dare go inside. Get in the car, now. Hyunmoo Kang's expression turns to stone, his voice a steel-cold command, get in the car and forget this. And don't you dare come out until I'm back. The entire world around him just vanishes into a suffocating void. But he strides away from the building, his footsteps echoing with a grim resolve, a silent promise of what's to come. A subtle, dangerous smirk plays on his lips, a silent declaration of war. His foot hits the pavement with a decisive thud, a silent, burning vow echoing in his mind, he would never have let this go down like this. Later, the dust settles, and both he and Yumin are on the ground, the tension still thick as he demands, what in the world are you doing behind someone's house like this? A mysterious figure, draped in a trench coat and fedora, looms against a city backdrop, a silent observer of the urban sprawl. His voice, a low rumble, shatters the quiet, calling out to Park Hwaiso. He finally turns, a knowing look in his eyes, greeting Hyunmoo Kang with a casual, it's been a while. Hyunmoo Kang, cutting straight to the chase, demands to know about his recent assailants, asking if they were Japanese. He then drops the bombshell that they were after his mysterious gate, scoffing at their failed attempt, even as rumors of international hunter interest swirl. Tae-min-soo coolly explains that these weren't elite hunters, just crystal mine pawns, then drops the bombshell, Hyunmoo Kang would have been toast without his intervention. Now, he demands, what do you want? A sly grin spreads across Tae-min-soo's face as he lays out his play, small offer, to forge an alliance with Tae-sung. Hyunmoo Kang pivots, already walking out. But Tae-min-soo's voice cuts through the air, dropping the bomb, Tae-sung was behind this. Hyunmoo Kang stops dead, a smirk playing on his lips, retorting that he'd literally just turned down Tae-sung's offer before even showing up here. Tae-min-soo keeps pushing, his words dripping with a creepy familiarity, like he knows all of Hyunmoo Kang's secrets. He drops a bombshell, hinting that all traces of him were wiped, like some shadowy force erased his entire existence. Hyunmoo Kang whips around, a shockwave of surprise hitting him, barely managing a stunned pardon. Tae-min-soo keeps digging, dropping intel about Hyunmoo Kang's insane gate, a power so rare, only a handful of legends could ever dream of it. He casually drops Park Hwaiso's name, hinting at his influence, then pivots, trying to recruit Hyunmoo Kang into his Tae-sung organization. Hyunmoo Kang nods, giving a shout-out for the help, but then shuts it down, making it crystal clear that Tae-sung is a hard pass for him. Tae-min-soo just lets out a chilling, dry laugh, a smug, ha. I guess, slipping out. His eyes flare with a sinister red glow as he warns, hope you get it if I play a little rough. Hyunmoo Kang's gaze hardens, his powers cranked up to 11, all thanks to some hidden, game-changing effect. He lets out a primal scream, blue energy absolutely exploding around him. The sheer power sends him flying backward, arm flailing as he loses all control, that blue energy still clinging on. He crashes to the ground, now completely consumed by a pulsing, ominous purple-pink aura that's just exploding from him. His hand is shaking like crazy, that wild, vibrant energy still going nuts around it. Still fighting it on the floor, Hyunmoo Kang is desperately trying to listen, to figure out what this insane power surge is all about. Looming over the fallen Hyunmoo Kang, Tae-min-soo just watches, casually remarking on his awkward position. He just brushes it off, convinced it's not going to make a difference. Out of nowhere, an older man with a serious mustache and a determined look just pops up, his gloved fist already cocked back. He unleashes a devastating, surprise punch, blasting Tae-min-soo backward in a shower of red-orange energy. The old man's fist, absolutely blazing with a furious red glow, slams into its target with brutal force. His gaze sharpening to a razor's edge as he shouts, "Hey, Park Min Soo." Meanwhile, Hyun Wukong is absolutely engulfed in a blazing crimson aura, his eyes burning with the same fierce energy, declaring, "This is all different now, you get it?" The intense, fiery power continues to surge around him, absolutely radiating from his very core. A raw, desperate cry rips from Hyun Wukong as he freefalls. Crashing hard onto the unforgiving ground, an imposing older man in a sharp suit already looming above him. Even from the ground, Hyun Wukong fires back, a defiant retort, "I guess you like making the more difficult decoding." The older man, however, remains unfazed, his gaze cold and calculating. A slow, deliberate adjustment of his tie knot speaks volumes, a chilling display of absolute control. Then, his voice, sharp as a blade, slices through the tension, delivering a chilling ultimatum, "If you don't want to listen to what I say." He concludes, his towering presence dominating the scene, a clear threat hanging in the air. Towering over the downed Hyun Wukong, the older man's voice cuts through the air, "I have no choice but to be rough." His dark-suited leg slams down, while a firm hand clamps around Hyun Wukong's throat, cutting off his defiant cry, "Stop making me laugh." But the sheer audacity ignites a primal rage within him, his eyes blazing with an infernal crimson light. Unfazed by the defiance, the older man's hand crackles to life with a vibrant blue energy. And from it, a shimmering blade of pure light erupts, eliciting a stunned cry, "A sword?" He brandishes the ethereal weapon with a challenging glint in his eye, a single, sharp, "Hey," escaping his lips. Hyun Wukong's jaw drops in utter disbelief, shouting, "That's cheating," just as a critical system alert blares, "Skill, battle helper is online." And just like that, a matching, radiant blade materializes in his own grip, ready to throw down. Before Hyun Wukong can even react, a blinding blue energy just rips through the air, slamming into him with insane force. The attack just keeps pushing, sending him absolutely flying backward. The sheer power of the blow just lifts him right off his feet. He's just flying through the air, a helpless projectile. While the older man just stands there, completely unfazed. Hyun Wukong just slams into the ground, totally defeated and disoriented, staring up at his opponent with wide, shocked eyes. Hyun Wukong tries to fight back, a desperate blue spark igniting in his palm. But the older man's power explodes, a blinding wave of azure energy swallowing his every move. Before he can even blink, the older man's hand snaps out, seizing him by the collar with brutal force. An absolute tidal wave of power crushes Hyun Wukong, the older man's sheer dominance leaving him utterly paralyzed. The older man's eyes burn with an unyielding intensity, his resolve unbreakable. Then, another devastating burst of blue energy, slamming into Hyun Wukong with bone-shattering impact. With a single, terrifyingly effortless motion, the older man HSTs Hyun Wukong into the air by his neck, a blinding blue aura exploding around them. Hyun Wukong's legs kick uselessly, his fight utterly broken against the older man's iron grip. His face a mask of fury, the older man roars, "Just stop." Still caught in the older man's chokehold, Hyun Wukong lets out a guttural "UGH," the blue energy crushing him. But then, a sudden, explosive burst of defiance. He rips free, his eyes blazing with pure fury as he charges. A brutal impact rings out, slamming into the older man's leg and stopping him dead in his tracks. A knife flashes into his grip, a deadly question hanging in the air about the older man's spell. Before the older man can even blink, Hyun Wukong executes a lightning-fast spin, his knife slashing out in a move that leaves his opponent stunned, even with a bow suddenly in his grasp. The blade connects, and a geyser of blood explodes from the older man. A gut-wrenching scream rips through the air, as more blood paints the scene. Hyun Wukong stares down, the blood from his devastating attack still dripping from his blade. A final, earth-shattering scream of agony erupts, as the older man is utterly overwhelmed. Hyun Wukong stands victorious, his glowing blade still active, as he casually dismisses the older man's brutal injury as a mere detail he overlooked. But the older man isn't out yet, clenching his mangled hand as a sinister red energy pulses from the wound. He glares up, demanding answers, wanting to know who Hyun Wukong is truly working for. Hyun Wukong just lets out a low, mocking chuckle as his opponent finally collapses to the ground. Even from the dirt, the older man challenges him, asking what's so funny. Hyun Wukong's smile turns chilling, as he asks a loaded question, "Didn't you forget something?" The older man's eyes snap wide open, a sudden, terrifying realization dawning on him. His gaze drops to his injured hand, and something impossible begins to slide into view. From the very stump of his missing fingers, a glowing sword materializes, now gripped tightly in his hand. Purple energy explodes from him, a raw, visceral reaction to the poison blood ripping through his system. The older man's eyes practically pop out, utterly shocked by the poison's unexpected power. He unleashes a crushing burst of crimson energy, a brutal follow-up. The attack slams into him, sending Hyun Wukong reeling, the red energy threatening to consume him. But he's not out yet. He channels his own raw power, red energy crackling around his hands for a devastating counter. Then, with a blinding surge, a shimmering blue barrier erupts, deflecting the attack and sending his foe flying back with a thunderous crack. The blue energy explodes outward, creating a brief, but crucial, opening. Seizing the opening, Hyunmoo Kong unleashes a devastating kick, his leg crackling with purple energy as he lets out a primal scream. He snatches the older man by the leg, effortlessly hoisting him into the air, mocking his opponent's weakness despite all his supposed experience. Hyunmoo Kang's face twists into a savage grin, his eyes blazing with a fierce red glow as he calls out to his foe. With power surging through him, his fist clenches, veins popping. He unleashes a brutal punch, connecting squarely with Tae-min Su's face with a crack. The impact sends him reeling, a guttural cry escaping his lips as blood explodes. He stumbles backward, losing all balance. Hyunmoo Kong follows up with a swift, powerful kick, sending his foe soaring. As Tae-min Su tumbles through the air, Hyunmoo Kong snatches his leg, blue energy crackling as he slams him down. Tae-min Su collapses, utterly defeated, as Hyunmoo Kong stands victorious over him, still gripping his leg. With the fight concluded, Hyunmoo Kong swiftly pulls a small bottle from his pocket, popping out a white pill. Fresh off the brutal takedown, Hyunmoo Kong stands victorious, a mysterious white pill now in his hand. Tae-min Su, barely able to move, spots the pill and his eyes widen with a desperate, almost pathetic, plea. Hyunmoo Kong just stares, a subtle crackle of power hinting at his thoughts. He's still processing the impossible, the sheer audacity of his own survival. But Tae-min Su isn't giving up, lunging to his feet to demand answers. How is Hyunmoo Kong still standing after that beatdown? Even as his vision blurs and a system warning screams about his near-zero health. The fight is truly over for Tae-min Su, as he collapses back to the icy ground, utterly defeated. A single, broken laugh escapes his lips. But Hyunmoo Kong isn't done, his gaze hardening as he delivers the final, crushing blow, enough, leaving Tae-min Su utterly speechless. Still reeling from the fight, he lets out a ragged gasp, every muscle screaming in protest. Tae-min Su, now composed, clarifies his true motive wasn't a fight, but a deal, thinking Hyunmoo Kong would get it if he'd just gone for the first strike. Then, a glint in his eye, he wonders aloud about the real force backing Hyunmoo Kong, his curiosity now fully ignited. But Hyunmoo Kong isn't having it, flat out rejecting any deal, then immediately flipping the script to demand where Tae-min Su got that crystal. Tae-min Su just smirks, brushing it off as a trade secret, then tries to sweeten the pot, join him, and Hyunmoo Kong could have it all. Hyunmoo Kang's fist tightens, his determination unyielding as he remembers his ironclad promise to never be anyone's subordinate ever again. A tight shot on Tae-min Su shows his face etched with calculation, his gaze sharp and assessing. Hyunmoo Kong doubles down on his refusal, making it crystal clear that such a scenario would absolutely never fly with him. Tae-min Su drops a bombshell, reminding his companion of a past promise, I told you I would never abandon you. But then the twist comes, that could change if you decided to work under me. Hyunmoo Kong, still smiling, takes it all in as Tae-min Su keeps pushing his agenda. But the older man isn't having it, shutting him down with, you're talking gibberish at this point. Then, the real threat emerges, as he chillingly warns, if you're not interested in your own life, then at least think about your mother back home. Flashback to the truth, Park Hwaiso, aka Tae-min Su, was a ruthless opportunist, always putting his own gains first, no matter who he had to sacrifice. Even after his supposed death, he left behind a twisted legacy of lies and manipulation, all to control the flow of information. But Hyunmoo Kang's face tells the real story, his jaw clenching in a silent, furious resolve. This was it. He couldn't let this opportunity slip away. Tae-min Su's voice sliced through the tension, demanding to know what was so special about anyone else. He pressed on, dropping names like the killer rank 3 Almighty Legion, and how their average member was a rank 3 powerhouse, implying Hyunwoo's potential. Brushing aside other big names as nothing more than media hype, he locked eyes with Hyunmoo, his intensity palpable. Why waste time on them, when he could invest in someone young and promising like himself? With a casual turn, Hwaiso SSI continued his monologue, declaring that only two types of people truly preach their beliefs. Either a naive fool oblivious to the truth, or a cunning liar consumed by their own falsehoods. A sarcastic smirk played on Hyunwoo's lips as he scoffed, ha, seriously. Tae-min Su's voice slices through the tension, scoffing at the notion of a damaged blade being a problem. While Hyunmoo Kong, still standing, fires back with a sarcastic jab. But before he can even blink, a blinding flash of blue energy erupts. And in an instant, Hyunmoo Kong is slammed to the ground, a searing red glow marking the impact as the blade comes to rest beside him. The weapon now lies deceptively still on the floor, its blue power dimming. As Hyunmoo Kang's eyes snap wide, a raw mix of shock and agony etched across his face. Tae-min Su's chilling voice cuts through the silence, a stark declaration that if he'd truly aimed for the kill, there would have been no escape. A single, bloodshot eye glares out, a raw testament to his brutal defeat. while the wall behind him is left shattered, bearing the deep, jagged scars of the devastating impact. Still reeling from the brutal attack, he's down, surrounded by shattered debris, a raw groan tearing from his throat. The impact was insane, leaving a literal crater of destruction. But he knew the real score, spitting out the truth through gritted teeth, revealing that Taesung was stacked with even stronger members, and Lee Jidi was the absolute top dog. The guy standing over him just listened, not even flinching. Then, with a condescending smirk, he shot back, saying someone at the top shouldn't be spouting such weak excuses. But Hyunmoo Kang wasn't backing down, looking up and firing back. What's so special about Lee Jidi anyway? Taemin Su's face actually twitched, a rare moment of shock at the sheer audacity. With a fierce, burning resolve igniting his gaze, Hyunmoo Kang made his declaration, he would show them. Then, a blinding pink and purple aura exploded around him as he surged to his feet, his entire being now locked onto one name, Lee Jidi. Even battered and bruised, Hyunmoo Kang's body is absolutely radiating with a fierce pink and purple energy, his power level surging. But even with everything, he just had to ask, seriously, how much stronger do I even need to get to match up? Taemin Su, the older man, just smirks back, you mean Lee Jidi? Hyunmoo Kang, still down, just lets out a defiant, almost pained, laugh, refusing to back down. Taemin Su drops a bombshell about Lee Jidi's insane progress, hitting level 20 in under a year as a hunter, a level that would take anyone else at least 5 years to even dream of. He keeps going, dropping the bomb that only someone with Lee Jidi's raw talent could ever even hope to reach the level of the legendary Daesung, seriously highlighting how rare that kind of power is. Hyunmoo Kang's fist glows with raw power, clenching in pure resolve, as Taemin Su lays out his offer, look, if you want to power up, just follow my lead. It's the fastest way, period. He gives him a tight deadline of just 2 weeks, but Hyunmoo Kang, ever the defiant one, declares he'll do it on his own terms. Taemin Su, with that sly look, vows to make sure Hyunmoo Kang absolutely crushes Lee Jidi, but there's a catch, he has to play by Taemin Su's rules. Hyunmoo Kang just isn't feeling it, this offer isn't cutting it. Taemin Su, seeing the doubt, drops a bombshell, he won't even know the training spot, but he better hope it's way tougher than anything Lee Jidi ever faced. Condition set, Taemin Su just dips, leaving Hyunmoo Kang to stew in the challenge. A wild, almost unhinged grin splits his face as he internally roars, pure fire in his gaze. Suddenly, the scene changes. A blood-red moon looms over a ruined city, and a chilling message pops up, apocalypse difficulty, hell. The hell difficulty hits him like a truck, his face twisting into a silent, primal scream of pure defiance and acceptance, his whole body practically vibrating with raw, unshakable will. His hand clenches into an iron fist, a silent promise of the absolute, burning resolve now fueling him. Hyunmoo Kang, fresh off accepting the hellish training, is instantly thrown into the fray, facing down a grotesque goblin that lets out a guttural shriek. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashes a brutal punch, connecting with a sickening crunch. The creature reels from the impact, but before it can even think of recovering, he's already winding up for the next devastating strike. And this time, his fist ignites with a fierce purple energy, slamming into the goblin's face, the impact absolutely detonating through the air. The creature screams in agony, its head snapping back from the relentless assault. As his fist stays buried deep in its flesh, he just keeps pummeling the monster, blood splattering with every single devastating blow. His own eyes now burning with an intense, crimson glow, reflecting the sheer, unbridled rage fueling his every single movement. Still reeling from the brutal exchange, he lets out a pained grunt, his body screaming from the relentless training. But with a sudden burst of energy, he delivers a devastating kick, sending the goblin's jaw shattering into fragments, demanding to know what it had just put in its mouth. Blood sprays from the creature's mangled maw. As Hyunmoo Kang's eyes glow crimson with unbridled fury, his voice a raw scream, urging the monster to continue. He unleashes a flurry of blows, purple energy crackling around his fists, insisting the goblin chew thoroughly as he pummels it into the ground. More blood erupts from the creature. As a final, explosive impact consumes it in a crimson burst. Panting heavily, he stands over the defeated goblin, its body broken and still, the intense exertion leaving him breathless. A system notification flashes before him, confirming his progress, level 15. A system notification flashes, a vibrant blue box declaring, the conquering star, Arden is looking after you. What does it mean? His head slowly tilts up. Standing tall amidst the wreckage of his brutal training, a silent, exhausted breath escaping him. But a searing pain rips through his chest, forcing a guttural "fuck" from his lips as he clutches the fresh wound. His hand comes away drenched in crimson, a sharp "ah" of agony echoing. The very ground beneath him bears the scars of his relentless fight. Later, gazing out a window, he reflects on the brutal toll of his training. With his arm now heavily bandaged, he mutters, I shouldn't be pushing my body this hard. To himself. But then, a fierce, almost defiant look crosses his face, as he declares, "I told you," to an unseen adversary. Battered and bruised, Hyunmoo Kang is confronted by a mysterious white-haired girl, who can't believe he'd choose Apocalypse difficulty, hell, for training. Is he insane? He just lets out a few, but she's not letting up, demanding to know if he's actually alright after that insane grind. She glares, annoyed, reminding him, he's still human, not some kind of monster. His bandaged hand clenches, a raw symbol of his agony. Walking away with a fierce gaze, Hyunmoo Kang admits he's improving, but he's still got a massive journey ahead before he can truly be reborn. Elsewhere, Lee Jiti ponders the bizarre circumstances, drawing parallels to some forgotten age where monsters and humans were allies in battle. Deep within a shadowy dungeon, Hyunmoo Kang stares down a colossal, horrifying beast, a truly massive discovery. A shadowy, cloaked figure with eerie green glowing eyes steps out, the only one who's truly transformed. And then, a small, green-skinned goblin with piercing red eyes appears, the very first goblin Hyunmoo Kang encountered, the one who couldn't evolve. A mysterious white-haired girl with piercing red eyes takes a sip, a subtle sound hinting at her presence. Elsewhere, he glances up, phone still clutched, as a small, agile monster makes a distant leap, a realization hitting him about the sheer power of a certain hunter. A sharp grunt of pain rips from him, his hand flying to his mouth as his face contorts in a grimace. In another location, a mysterious cloaked figure, green-skinned and long-nosed, stands poised, taking in its environment with keen observation. Out of nowhere, a colossal, curved white claw strikes, ripping through the air with a violent sound. The force of the blow sends a shockwave right past the green-skinned figure's face, leaving him utterly stunned and wide-eyed. Then, a colossal, shadowy form with glowing red eyes bursts into existence, its sudden arrival sparking an immediate, bewildered question. Meanwhile, the hunter urgently shouts to a small goblin, ordering Penyan to get to safety and hide. But before he can even finish his sentence, the goblin disappears, leaving him utterly bewildered and questioning where it went. A sinister voice drops a chilling taunt, daring its foe to listen up before making a run for it. The goblin lets out a savage snarl, its fangs flashing in a truly terrifying display. But before it can even think about it, the goblin gets absolutely launched through the air, a green streak against the void. It's back on its feet in a flash, its eyes burning with a furious challenge as it glares at its attacker. Hyunmoo Kang's hand starts to shimmer with blue energy, and he can't believe this is happening, never thinking he'd be pushed this far. His face turns to stone, a fierce red aura exploding around his hand as he shuts down the goblin's games, calling it a total waste of time. The goblin's fury ignites, one eye blazing with a terrifying red light as it screams for him to bring it on. A guttural roar rips from its throat, its whole body engulfed in a pulsing red aura, both eyes now burning with raw, untamed power. Hyunmoo Kang holds his ground, a massive red glow radiating from his core, absolutely primed for the real fight to kick off. After 12 days, 6 hours, 50 minutes, and 7 seconds of pure hell, the Apocalypse difficulty hell finally claimed him, but death was just the beginning. A new quest, enraged on a hidden ground, flashed with a 1,000,000 gold reward. Lying among the glowing purple crystals, he could only utter one word, damn. Gazing at the hideous face of a goblin looming over him, he couldn't help but think, I guess I really messed up, huh? Slowly, he pushed himself up, his gaze sweeping across the barren landscape. A searing flash of crimson energy, a brutal impact, the raw memory of his death still burned. Still trapped amidst the eerie, glowing crystals, he stayed grounded, plotting his next move. As the goblin's clawed hand entered his vision, he scoffed internally, well, it's just a goblin in the end, anyways. Hyunmoo gets into position, a faint purple energy already crackling around him, ready for anything. He's thinking, this is just another mob, gotta lure it into the trap, easy peasy. The strategy is clear, get some poison thorns, then dig a deep hole and it's game over. He takes a step, and there it is, a tiny goblin, but radiating a sinister red glow. He stares down at the little guy, sizing up this mob he's about to take down. His purple aura explodes, eyes burning with resolve, he's locked and loaded, ready to strike. But in a flash, before he can even move, an invisible blow lands, blood erupts, and his face twists in shock as the system screams, you have died. 103% survival time 12 days, 1 minute, 8 seconds. It's the Enemies on a Wooden Bridge quest, take 5. Hyunmoo is absolutely pushing his limits, gasping for air as he tears across that bridge. He whips his head around, damn it, ripping from his throat, the chase is still on, and it's intense. The goblin's monstrous hand is practically on him, the pressure is insane, and he's just begging for a second to breathe. Then, with a terrifying shriek, that goblin's hand just explodes with red energy, coming right for him. Its face twists into a pure nightmare, all fangs and a disgusting, wriggling tongue. But then, a spark ignites in Hyunmoo's gaze, his fist tightens, he's done running. The goblin's attack just keeps coming, that glowing hand still lunging, but Hyunmoo's had enough. Then, in a flash, he unleashes a devastating swing with a glowing red sword, cutting right through the attack. He lets out a battle cry, announcing he's about to turn the tables and strike back. Crimson energy rips through the air, and he lets out a sharp gasp as the attack lands. The Goblin Scout, absolutely radiating malevolent red energy, unleashes another devastating wave of power, letting out a primal UGH. The relentless assault just keeps coming, a crimson blur hitting with brutal force. Hyunmoo Kong gets absolutely rocked, a pained grunt ripping from him as the impact sends shockwaves through his entire body. He realizes the goblin's power is just too much, a fleeting thought of hiding flashing through his mind, but he immediately shuts it down. He knows just complaining about his low level won't get this quest done. He has to find a way to beat this, even if it means just dying and retrying instead of grinding levels. Lying there, totally defeated. A bitter laugh escapes him, he's already died 5 times on this quest. Another blast of red energy slams into him, but his resolve just hardens. He won't let anyone see him like this, a hunter regretting his own life. With a guttural scream of pure defiance, he vows that if anyone tries to stop him, they're going to face his wrath. After all he'd been through, to be betrayed like this, if he couldn't conquer them now and just kept running. The goblin, basking in his apparent victory, surveyed the area from a high vantage point. Hyunmoo knew his pride would absolutely shatter. Meanwhile, the goblin continued his patrol, scouting across the city's rooftops. A low, almost whining sound escaped him as he stalked forward. He reflected on the human he had just fought, regretting not finishing him off for good. A system notification flashed, Curson LV-20, and the goblin pondered, if the human had finally bailed. But a deeper instinct screamed it was too soon to relax, as he couldn't figure out the human's next move. He continued his vigilant movement, knowing he absolutely could not allow the human to reach his allies. The Goblin Scout's eyes snap open, a single, chilling word tearing from his throat as he takes in the horror unfolding. A horrifying truth slams into him, the fate of his comrades now a crushing burden. He glares down at his collapsing allies, their bodies convulsing in agony, a furious cry erupting as he demands to know why they're here, witnessing their agonizing end. His face twists into a mask of pure rage and shock, realizing with sickening clarity that Curson has been deliberately dumped into their drinking water. His fist clenches, veins bulging, as he furiously demands that the devastating effects of Curson retreat, right now. Below, the toxic purple haze of the poison billows out, and his allies are still choking, still gasping, their strength draining away. It's a scene of utter devastation, with countless figures collapsing and fighting for their lives against the invisible killer. His hand quivers, the full scope of the sabotage hitting him like a physical blow, as he grasps that not only are his people dying, but their entire food supply is now tainted. Gazing across the sprawling city, the Goblin Scout stands in chilling silence, his intentions hidden as the purple death cloud continues its relentless expansion. The Goblin Scout's mind was a whirlwind, trying to figure out who would pull such a savage move. Other groups? Nah, they could just wipe them out if they wanted, no need for this kind of dirty trick. He stared up, eyes blazing. A cold, hard truth hitting him like a truck as his eyes flared with an intense red glow. It was him. His face twisted into a furious snarl, only that human could pull off something this messed up. Staring out at his home, he couldn't shake the thought, how did that human even find this place? Was he sent back? Or did he mess up? He should have just captured him instead of trying to take him out. The word Curson hissed from him, right as another goblin walked up, mumbling apologies for bothering him, knowing he was swamped. The new arrival then asked if he could just take a quick look at something. He pointed to a small, wheezing figure, explaining that the kid had been searching for him for ages. The little goblin kept hacking and wheezing, its tiny frame struggling against the poison's grip. The Goblin Scout's face twists in pure agony, screaming, Curson, as if the word itself is tearing him apart. A sickening crack rips through the air. As the blight explodes, its insidious tendrils consuming everything, a silent, terrifying Curson echoing its destructive march. The glowing purple corruption is absolutely devouring their home, a horrifying testament to the poison's unstoppable power. Absolutely crushed by the devastation, the scout can only choke out the name, his voice shattered as he drops to his knees in defeat. He whips around to the other goblins, his voice absolutely exploding with desperation, screaming at them to stop talking and find a new sanctuary to survive this nightmare. One of them fires back, a chilling resignation in his voice, declaring their only move is to give up on their vengeance. The scout, now staring down the brutal truth, reluctantly agrees, figuring if they just disappear, that human will have no reason to ever mess with them again. With a heavy, defeated sigh, he commands them to run, to find a new home before everything completely falls apart. A clawed hand, dagger gripped tight, trembles with raw emotion. The other goblins, a tense huddle, murmur with unease, their low voices a desperate hum in the poisoned atmosphere. A goblin, face contorted with dread, starts to voice his fears, his words cutting through the tension. Another goblin, suspicion clouding his gaze, questions the unseen whispers, as the scout stands ready, dagger poised for action. A determined foot steps onto the blighted ground, a stark symbol of their desperate choice. The goblins, out of choices, accept their grim fate, a heavy decision weighing on their collective spirit. One of their kin lies fallen, swallowed by the creeping purple blight, a brutal testament to the poison's merciless advance. A furious goblin snarls his conviction, the human behind this blight is undeniably the culprit. Another foot moves, but the scout's voice betrays a chilling fear, this desperate escape could be a deadly trap. From the heart of their ruined sanctuary, a desperate command rings out, everyone, fall back. But the goblin scout, eyes burning with conviction, scoffs at the idea that the human's lingering humanity means he's trying to hide from anyone else, declaring everyone else is fair game. He then drops a bombshell, return and prepare for a surprise attack. His comrades beg him to come to Kurson, what would we do without you? But the scout is unyielding, I'll stay here and chase him down. Across dimensions, the terrifying Hong Jin watches the human's evolution, impressed by his rapid growth but still confident in his own overwhelming power. The scout, brimming with confidence, declares he's got the human's entire playbook memorized, every thought, every tactic, every habit from their last fight. I can kill him with my eyes closed, he boasts, just leave it to me. With a decisive turn, he walks away from his kin. One of them, though hesitant, finally understands, but can't help but warn him, be careful, he could come back stronger. The scout's reply is swift and confident, don't worry. As his cloaked figure disappears into the distance, his final promise hangs in the air, I'll make sure of it. Back at the blighted structure, the remaining goblins, with a heavy sigh, finally give their blessing, placing their faith in the scout's unwavering resolve. Hyunmoo Kong is down, gasping for air, every fiber of his being screaming in agony amidst the shattered cityscape. Then, a dark silhouette emerges, the cloaked goblin scout closing in on its vulnerable target. A vicious snarl rips across its face. A clawed hand flashing, ready to deliver the final blow. As Hyunmoo Kong tries to push himself up, a last-ditch effort. Its eyes burn with pure malice. Fangs bared. Spitting out a chilling declaration, don't hope that you get to die a painless death. The goblin looms, a terrifying victor in the crystal-strewn wasteland. The goblin scout, a picture of pure menace, towers over the fallen hero, his voice a chilling growl as he spits out a single, damning word. But even battered and broken, Hyunmoo Kang's spirit refuses to yield. His eyes blaze with pure defiance as he fires back, throwing down the gauntlet and offering the creature a chance, before mocking its very audacity. The goblin, absolutely seething at the human's audacity, lets out a savage roar as a wicked crimson energy ignites around its clawed hand, reaching out with lethal intent. Promising Hyunmoo Kong nothing less than a brutal chance to die at its hands. The goblin scout points to a massive structure, dropping a cryptic line about a friend. Before snapping his gaze to Hyunmoo Kong, a silent question burning in his eyes. Then, his voice cuts through the tension, demanding answers, accusing him of stalling. Hyunmoo Kong, however, calmly advises him to think things through. The goblin then spills his guts, admitting he wanted to use poison, but decided against it, to keep his loot pristine. He then muses on their last clash, acknowledging the surprisingly few losses, but warns that next time could be a whole different story. A frustrated sigh escapes him, as he looks down, a low grunt of effort accompanying his words. His gaze sharpens, and he challenges, but I wonder if you'll be able to stop me from killing you? He continues, his voice laced with menace, I'll cut off your limbs and make you beg for mercy. A faint purple glow emanates from his hand, a chilling reminder of his power, as he adds, even if you die, I'll bring you back to life. Standing tall, Hyunmoo Kang's expression hardens, declaring, I'll tell you right now. His words carry the weight of an undeniable threat, I can threaten your family, but you can't do anything to stop me. He concludes his chilling declaration, is to have my revenge. Turning his attention to the goblin scout, who remains on the ground, Hyunmoo Kong states, I don't want to hurt your innocent. The goblin, looking up with a worried expression, responds, coming as is, like this, nobody knows what I might do next. Just as the goblin finishes speaking, Hyunmoo Kong unleashes a lightning-fast strike, a dark, lethal blur aimed directly at the scout. A desperate, panicked shriek erupts from the goblin, a desperate plea to halt the impending doom. The goblin's face twists in sheer agony, tiny crimson splatters already marking the air from the brutal first hit. But Hyunmoo Kong is relentless, his sword poised, ready to deliver another devastating blow. His eyes narrow with deadly focus, and the blade slices through the air with a vicious whoosh. The sword connects with a brutal cha. The goblin's feet fly back from the sheer power of the strike. With the impact delivered, Hyunmoo Kang's voice rings out, challenging the goblin, is this really the only thing you want? The goblin's face, now visibly wounded, shows a new depth of agony and desperation. With his blade now on the ground, Hyunmoo Kong looms over the goblin, the intense confrontation momentarily halted. He looms over the battered goblin, an intimidating force in the shadowy dungeon. The creature, still recovering from the brutal attack, hears his chilling voice echo, snapping, "I told you already. There's no time for this. All I want is your life." The goblin, its face twisted in agony, manages a desperate comeback, "Then keep your side of the deal, human." It presses on, a raw plea in its voice, "If you kill me, leave this place." Hyunwoo's face turns to stone as he delivers a chilling ultimatum, "Don't lay a hand on any of my people." He then extends his hand, a silent gesture towards the creature. A subtle smirk crosses his face as he accepts the goblin's terms, "Now we're talking." The goblin, however, seems to instantly regret its decision, grumbling, "If we did this, it wouldn't have been so much." Suddenly, the goblin convulses, purple energy exploding around it, a surge of agony overwhelming its senses. The goblin scout's body starts to convulse, thrashing wildly under Hyunwoo's hold. A guttural cry of pure agony rips from its throat, its face twisted in torment as crimson particles explode around it. Purple and red energy explodes from its body, the creature thrashing wildly, completely out of control. The violent convulsions just keep coming, raw magical power ripping through its entire existence. Hyunwoo watches, his grim determination replaced by pure shock, the sheer intensity of the goblin's agony hitting him hard. He glances up, and a shadowy, bat-like figure with blazing red eyes streaks away into the darkness, vanishing from the scene with impossible speed. A sharp, crimson energy slash rips through the air, a choked gasp following in its wake. Another immediately follows, the air practically vibrating with raw power. The goblin screams, a desperate, "Ugh," tearing from its throat, its face a mask of pure terror and agony as crimson lines erupt from its body, followed by a final, tortured, "Ha." The goblin scout is still writhing, a choked gasp tearing from its throat as savage, purple energy explodes from its maw, its face contorting into something even more grotesque. This brutal transformation is tearing through its entire being. Hyunwoo Kong can only watch, a sharp gasp escaping him as sweat drips down his face, the sheer, raw power of this transformation hitting him hard. But now, fully mutated with terrifying crimson eyes, the goblin lets out a savage snarl, screaming its hatred, "You damned human." But a furious red aura ignites around Hyunwoo, his face set in grim determination as he gears up for battle, his voice booming, "You thought I would just go along with what?" The crimson energy swirls around his entire being. He finishes his declaration, a blazing red aura now fully engulfing him, "I promised. I'll be sure it's as painful as possible." A chilling, determined smirk spreads across his face, his eyes burning with absolute resolve. The goblin's face twists in a mix of pure shock and terror, as Hyunwoo's chilling words hit home, "Fool." He clenches his fist, a brutal reminder of instant death searing through his thoughts. A devastating blow rocks him, and a system alert screams, his health is critical, below 10%. But just as despair looms, a new message flashes, regeneration activated, thanks to his title, The Last. The goblin, however, isn't letting up, slamming him to the ground. Pure, unadulterated malice etched across its face as it snarls. It winds up, the pickaxe arcing high, ready to end him. Hyunwoo's eyes widen, staring down the barrel of certain death. Purple energy crackles, the goblin's hand a blur, the pickaxe a hair's breadth from his chest. He throws up an arm, a last-ditch, desperate block against the incoming, fatal strike. The goblin's glowing pickaxe slams into Hyunwoo's desperate block, a sickening clang ripping through the air. He screams, the sheer power of the strike sending him flying, a blinding flash erupting on impact. The pickaxe drives him back, relentless, its purple energy still blazing. A furious snarl rips from the goblin's throat, utterly baffled by what just happened. He's sent spiraling, a ragdoll in the air. But then, a blinding purple aura explodes around him, his regeneration perk kicking in with insane power. The goblin just stares, weapon still charged, a look of pure disbelief on its face. From the ground, he grins up at the monster, casually confessing, "Honestly, that actually surprised me, quite a bit." His hand crackles with power as he drops the mic, "I even gave you a chance." Still absolutely furious, the goblin charges in, pickaxe swinging, roaring a defiant challenge. Bringing the pickaxe down with a savage arc, it slams right into him. Hyunwoo's body takes the full force, dust and debris exploding around him. But then, blue energy starts swirling around Hyunwoo, and the goblin's face just drops in pure, unadulterated shock. It can't believe its eyes. It just stares, jaw practically on the floor, as Hyunwoo, who should be dead right now, just pops right back up, good as new. The goblin's eyes go wide, a chilling realization hitting it like a truck as Hyunwoo's hand blurs into motion, it just totally misjudged this guy. A terrifying grin splits Hyunwoo's face, eyes burning crimson, and he unleashes a brutal strike, sending the goblin flying in pure, unadulterated shock. The sheer force of the hit sends the creature careening backward, its brain still trying to process what just happened. Before it can even think about recovering, Hyunwoo unleashes a brutal, spinning kick. Hyunwoo unleashes a blinding flurry of blows, absolutely overwhelming the goblin, who can only scream in disbelief, how did he get this strong? The goblin's body contorts violently from the sheer force, completely helpless against the onslaught. Another devastating hit connects, sending the monster reeling. The sheer power of the assault launches the goblin through the air, like a ragdoll. He slams into the ground, blood erupting as Hyunmoo looms over him, taunting, "Did you think someone was strong?" The goblin, utterly broken and in shock, can't fathom how someone on the brink of death could pull off such a comeback. He's reeling from the impossible turnaround, but Hyunmoo just shrugs off his confusion, declaring, "It's nothing special." With a final, heavy thud, the goblin crumples to his knees, completely broken. Hyunmoo stares down at the defeated monster, a single, chilling word escaping his lips, "Goblin." Still asserting his dominance, Hyunmoo reminds his defeated foe that their previous encounters were never true battles, merely him toying with the creature. He continues, his voice unwavering, emphasizing that the goblin never truly fought him. His expression hardening, he challenges the creature's arrogance, questioning its belief in its own power. Looking down with narrowed eyes, Hyunmoo declares the goblin's downfall was due to its own carelessness. The goblin, clenching its fist in desperation, can only manage a choked plea for him to stop. Its eyes flaring with yellow light, the creature snarls, refusing to be lectured by the human, threatening to tear him apart as it had done in the past. Before the goblin can finish its empty threat, Hyunmoo moves, a blur of motion, silencing the creature mid-sentence. A sickening crunch echoes, as his attack lands with brutal force. Bathed in a crimson glow, Hyunmoo stands, a menacing silhouette of absolute victory. The goblin lets out a guttural "UGH" as it writhes on the ground, still reeling from the devastating blow, while Hyunmoo Kong just lets out a cold HAH, completely unfazed. With a desperate snarl, the goblin spits out, "Isn't it a little too late for that?" But Hyunmoo's face is stone cold as he retorts, "Now, just wait a moment. I don't have the patience to be careless and waste time on things here." Hyunmoo just stands there, unmoving, as the goblin's voice cracks, begging, "Sorry for killing you, but I'm a human." Its face twisted in a desperate snarl, the goblin screams, "So, just please stop and die already." Hyunmoo's gaze hardens, delivering a chilling ultimatum, "Goblins that weren't able to be blessed cannot live here." Hyunmoo's hand tightens on his hook, and the goblin's voice cracks with a desperate threat, "If I die, all of my people will die too." A desperate glint in its eyes, the goblin tries to bargain, "You said that you didn't want to do any harm to my family." "Oh." Hyunmoo's eyes bore into the goblin, his voice a chilling echo, "If I kill you, will all of your people die too?" Hyunmoo Kang's voice cut through the air, a chilling confirmation, the goblin's entire lineage was doomed, unable to survive, destined for total annihilation. The goblin, utterly broken, could only gasp out a single, desperate syllable. Hyunmoo, a stone-cold killer, gripped his blade, his eyes locked onto the cowering goblin. A cold calculation ran through his mind, would this kill even grant him experience? The goblin stayed frozen, kneeling, its entire being consumed by terror. Hyunmoo's knuckles whitened around the hilt, his decision made. The goblin's eyes, burning with pure, unadulterated fear, flared a sickly yellow. Then, a sudden, piercing sound ripped through the air. While the desolate, blood-red sky loomed over the silent, shadowed land, a chilling testament to the grim reality. The world itself was screaming, drenched in a terrifying crimson as the darkness consumed everything. A chilling silence descended, the air thick with the aftermath of raw power, leaving only a blood-soaked void in its wake. The city was absolutely lit up under a blood-red sky, a massive landmark piercing the horizon as night fell. From way up high, Hyunmoo Kong was scoping out the whole scene, a serious look on his face. The city just kept going forever, a massive concrete jungle under that wild sky. Perched on a rooftop, eyes locked on his target, he finally confirmed it, a low voice cutting through the night, "It's clear." Clear indeed. Then, a massive ding, and a flash of light exploded, confirming he'd just annihilated a level 20 red-capped goblin and crushed the enemies on a wooden bridge quest. And get this, the system instantly recognized his insane performance, upgrading his silver reward box straight to a gold one because he absolutely dominated the difficulty. He's leveled up. The system screams, "Level up," as his return stone blazes to life, pulling a shocked "OH" from him. The system keeps dropping bombs, revealing the apocalypse difficulty hell started 2 days ago and the shattering star has been watching. Next quest in mere minutes. But then, a new voice cuts in, asking if revenge gives bonus XP, and he snaps, "Butler." The white-haired, red-eyed butler just smirks. Over the fallen beast, Butler asks if the fight's done, and he's still poking at it, telling her she can feast once he's through. She then asks, "Looking for something?" He spills the beans, he's trying to figure out what made this monster so ridiculously strong. His mind races, is this monster's power off the charts because it's not just some weapon? Then, a sudden, escapes him. He digs into the monster, pulling something out with a stunned, "Is this?" His hand clutches a tattered scroll, reading his overall and then, totally shocked, writing. Suddenly, an agonizing burn erupts in his hand. A system alert screams, shattering star, gall is burning your hand. A guttural UGH rips from his throat, his eyes blown wide as sinister, black tendrils erupt and wrap around his arm. The tendrils constrict, digging in deep, leaving angry red welts as the inferno in his palm rages. He glares at his tormented hand, a single, desperate thought screaming through his mind, damn, wasn't it over? The tendrils twist and merge, forging a menacing, spiky orb that throbs with dark power. What's happening now? He screams internally. Another UGH escapes him, as the orb flares with an unholy, infernal red glow, the pain spiking. The raw energy crystallizes, hardening into a jagged, defined form right in his hand. His face twists in a mask of agony and utter confusion, unable to process the bizarre, sudden change. Then, the ultimate confirmation flashes, you have acquired a piece of the shattering star, gall. It's now a permanent, terrifying part of him. He's locked onto the system message, a fresh skill alert blazing on his arm, screaming, a piece acquired. But then, another message explodes into view, shouting, you have learned the skill, family legendary, leaving him utterly bewildered and asking, skill. Switching gears, in a serene bedroom, a young woman is completely out cold. Her figure barely a lump under the cozy covers. A gentle voice cuts through the silence, calling her name again and again, Min, you Min. Then, with a quick click, her eyes snap open, landing on a phone screen displaying the name, Yumin. She lifts her head, her face still groggy from sleep. While her hand casually rests on the rumpled sheets. Yumin is waking up, and she's got questions for Hyunmoo Kang. Why is he still out cold? Didn't he hear her knocking? Her face says it all, a mix of confusion and seriously. Hyunmoo Kang, finally tuned in, hits her with the classic, did you eat yet? Yumin's like, nothing to do here, but Hyunmoo Kang isn't having it. He grabs her hand, ready to spill the beans and explain everything. His grip firm, he's not letting her go until she hears him out. He holds her arm, and you can feel the tension as he starts with a classic, so, about that. What's he gonna say? Hand in hand, they're heading somewhere private, because this conversation is clearly a big one. He's deep in thought, battling with himself, should I just drop the truth bomb on her? His face serious, he finally drops the bombshell. 2 days ago, Park Hwaiso showed up. He'd asked if something was up, and she just brushed him off, saying he wasn't there. But that thought stuck with her, making her seriously question if Park Hwaiso had actually come looking for him. It wasn't about Crystal Moss, he figured, quickly flipping the script back on her, demanding to know if something went down while he was out. But Yumin was getting seriously fed up, realizing she was completely in the dark about everything. He pushed harder, wanting to know what she'd been up to while he was gone, and what secrets she was holding back. With a sudden tack, she grabbed his arm, her voice cutting through the tension as she told him, to chill out. His eyes flared with rage, yelling that he didn't care about her injuries, she just needed to own up, and why was she always just sitting there, waiting? Yumin, absolutely done with his nonsense, blew up, screaming for answers about his constant vanishing acts and sudden reappearances. Still clutching his arm, her voice shook as she cried out his name, a desperate, raw plea for him to just get it. He stared back, a sudden, shocking realization hitting him hard. A sharp gasp rips from Hyunmoo, a shocking realization hitting him like a truck as Yumin's desperate grip clamps down on his arm. Her eyes burning with a desperate plea, she practically screams that she'll explain everything. He can only manage a stunned, almost broken, what? Before she snaps back, you better. Pulling her into an embrace, a profound thought hits him, he just can't grasp why she has to be like this. He flashes back to her deep involvement in everything, realizing that even if unexpected chaos erupted, the past is set in stone. It was never easy for her to get where she is, and he recalls her unwavering support, always there for him, even way back when. It's come to this, he literally can't picture his life without her by his side. Then a terrifying realization hits him, if he keeps his secrets now, and everything goes sideways later. Then, in this godforsaken place, he'd be completely, utterly alone. Yumin's voice cracks with a chilling hypothetical, if that were to really happen, then, that's why, Min. Hyunmoo Kang lets out a pained, ugh. She presses him, do you remember the time you almost drowned? He's clearly struggling, the pressure building, thinking, I might go insane. Yumin, sitting across from him, declares, the dungeon is like hell. Yeah, that's why I keep disappearing from your life. She lays out the brutal truth, because of that, it's harder for me to figure out how long it would take for me to return. Her voice drops, a heavy silence following, then. Her eyes lock onto his, asking the question that chills them both, is it possible that you won't return in the future? Hyunmoo Kang finally responds, a confession in his tone, that's why I wanted to tell you ahead of time. The tension is palpable as he processes her words, the future uncertain. He declares with unwavering resolve, no matter how long it takes, I will come back. His voice softens, almost a whisper, I want you to be the lighthouse I come back to, Yumin. Her eyes widen, a storm of emotions brewing beneath the surface. A tender smile graces his face as he gazes at her. Leaning in, she challenges him, but I don't think I like being just a lighthouse. Her determination shines through, tell me if you need help. A flush spreads across her face as she insists, and I'll be able to help you myself if you need it. A playful smirk appears, let me go for now, I smell, 'cause I haven't showered. She rolls her eyes, a wry, oh, really, escaping her lips. After their heartfelt conversation, Hyunwoo Kang sits, deep in thought, the weight of their words settling in. Nearby, Yumin chills, her eyes lost in the ceiling. As he considers her words, she playfully reminds him, she's already fresh and clean. With a mischievous grin, he then drops the question, wanna shower together? Fast forward one day after their reunion, the playful vibes are gone. The city sprawls under a clear sky, a concrete jungle reaching for the clouds. Hyunwoo Kang is on the move, his steps sharp and focused. With the promised day, with Park Hwaiso now behind him, he knows he has to move fast. He stretches, a soft yawn escaping him as he kicks off his day. Soon, he's in a ride, peering out at the city, a small sign reflecting the worst in the glass. A voice cuts through his thoughts, offering a ride, as the older man, Hwaiso, remarks on the necessity of speed, then questions him, saying, I was told that you were level 1 around 2 weeks ago. And you're telling me that you've leveled up 13 times. Hyunwoo Kang, looking a bit sheepish, apologizes for breaking his promise, explaining he had some serious issues. His eyes widen in surprise, uttering a disbelieving, what? Hwaiso, checking a tablet, insists there's no way he can't verify the info, prompting Hyunwoo Kang to ask about their deal. The older man looks at him pointedly, asking if he ever gave an answer back then. Hyunwoo Kang lets out a small, surprised sound, as Hwaiso continues, stating that given all the trouble he caused in his return, he will stop trying to force him to join them. Hwaiso, trying to seal the deal, throws in a massive 15% increase on crystal moss, but Hyunwoo Kang isn't having it. He then reminds the younger man of a previous stick he'd given him, taunting him about still being hung up on that broken promise. But Hyunwoo Kang isn't backing down, declaring that if Hwaiso bails on their original promise, he's gonna need way more than that. Hwaiso's patience is wearing thin, as he starts rattling off everything he's done to meet Hyunwoo Kang's crazy demands. His hand clenches into a tight fist, the tension in the car is palpable as his irritation boils over. A dark, ominous aura begins to emanate from him, his patience has officially run out. Meanwhile, Hyunwoo Kang just lets a smug smirk spread across his face. He then pushes even harder, asking if Hwaiso's rage is all about the sheer size of his own legacy. Hyunwoo Kang, now wielding a pulsating purple orb that practically screams power, leans in, dropping a bombshell question with a smirk. As a sleek, black luxury car, a total flex of power and cash, flashes its blinding headlights, its intense beams practically tearing through the darkness. The sheer audacity of his words, combined with that power flex, makes Hwaiso's face twist into an absolute rage, his cool facade completely crumbling. But Kang just eats up the anger, flashing a chilling, knowing smile, that purple orb still throbbing with dark energy in his hand. Hwaiso hypes up the crystal moss, claiming it's super rare and only he can get his hands on it. But get this, Hyunwoo Kang just shrugs it off, flexing his own monopoly over the whole crystal moss game. Then, he drops a bombshell, warning Hwaiso that if he keeps playing hard to get, he might just walk away from the deal. Hwaiso, totally faking it, claims he's always desperate for crystal moss, offering a sweet deal and even some bonus cash. Hyunwoo Kang, recognizing the moss's insane rarity, declares he's got no other option but to take the deal. But hold up, instead of just taking the deal, Hwaiso is about to pull a fast one and make a completely different kind of offer. Before he can even finish, Hyunwoo Kang's fist explodes forward, slamming into Hwaiso's hand with a brutal "tak." Hwaiso flinches back, then smirks, promising something interesting in response to that surprise punch. His eyes are practically laser beams, and he's not holding back, demanding to know. Then, with a sly grin, he extends his hand, telling him to but Hyunwoo Kang. He's totally unfazed, brushing it off like it's just some random trinket. With a casual flick, he lets a tiny, metallic ring clatter onto the surface. A knowing smirk spreading across his face as he announces. The ring, looking deceptively simple but practically humming with ancient power, lands with a soft thud. And it's none other than the Trust of Unhast, a legendary artifact that literally doubles your senses. His jaw drops as he instantly recognizes the insane power in his hand, shouting. Hyunwoo Kang just smirks, totally expecting this, and confirms. The older man's mind is blown, realizing this isn't just any gift, it's something even the legendary Lee Jidi wouldn't just hand out. Mr. Hwaiso, with a glint in his eye, presents the legendary ring, challenging Hyunwoo Kang with a single question. Hyunwoo Kang's focus is absolute, his mind racing as he scrutinizes the artifact. Waiso, ever the provocateur, pushes further, daring him to admit defeat in their silent rivalry. But the truth is undeniable. Hyunmoo Kang's grip tightens, his voice a low gasp of pure realization, this is real. Waiso's smile widens, confirming the ring's legendary status and marveling at Hyunmoo Kang's instant recognition. Then, a new thought strikes Waiso as he examines the ring's unique form, hinting at a hidden twin. He wastes no time, directly probing Hyunmoo Kang about the existence of its counterpart. Hyunmoo Kang's composure shatters, his eyes wide with shock at the unexpected revelation. Waiso, cool and collected, assures him the other will surface, then seals the deal, ready to resume their high-stakes discussion. Mr. Waiso lays down his terms, declaring, I'll send you the money as I always have, at double the price you offered. A confident adjustment of his coat, a subtle power move. As he presses on, with my account, you have no choice but to trust me. Just give me the details, and I'll even handle the national tax services. Hyunmoo Kang's mind races, he's good. No hesitation at all. A thought sparks in his mind, that's exactly why. I need to get him on my side. Suddenly, a system notification flashes, ownership of Unhast, it can track the original, trust of Unhast owner and grant 50% of their earned experience. Mr. Waiso, ever the negotiator, then probes, is there anything else you desire? Hyunmoo Kang's gaze sharpens, a calculating look crossing his features. As he considers this, gripping the wheel of a sleek new ride, he can't help but wonder what this beast is called. But back at school, a young woman gives a quick thank you over her shoulder as she heads down the hall. Only to answer her phone with a slightly annoyed, hello? Appa? I'm at school, I'm busy. Her annoyed steps echo down the hall, as she snaps, what? Now? A frustrated frown crosses her face as she can't believe he'd bother someone so swamped with work. Then, a familiar voice cuts through, Yumin, and he's reaching right for her. Next to a slick black car, with a crowd of students gawking, he casually asks her when she's heading home. Inside the car, Yumin's eyes widen, whoa, where'd you get this? He just shrugs, oh, Park Waiso gave it to me after a date. Pulling up to the school in style, he's immediately grilled by Yumin, who's totally shocked he drove himself here in this new ride. He just shrugs, saying it was easy, even joking about getting a license and taking classes, and her hand just clenches in pure shock. Her eyes practically pop out, the horrifying truth hitting her like a truck, he's driving without a license. Her mind is just screaming, this is absolutely insane. But he's totally chill, completely unaware of her meltdown, just cruising along, thinking about that lovely date that scored him this sweet ride. And just like that, the car peels out, leaving the school in the dust. Then, out of nowhere, we're in a bare room, and a savage brawl just explodes, with one fighter absolutely launching their opponent across the room. But the other fighter isn't out. They snap back, landing a brutal counterpunch that sends blood flying. The clan isn't just any organization, it's the only one for truly mighty users. It's where hunters pour their heart and soul into the dungeon battlefield, giving everything they've got. Witness the raw power of a top-tier hunter pushing their limits. They handle everything, advertising, tax services, housing, clothing, training benefits, health services, transport, buddy-up, legal affairs, literally everything a hunter could ever need is waiting for them, safe and sound. It's all laid out for you. Because every single hunter is basically their own powerhouse company. And get this, Taesung. He's the absolute highest-ranked hunter in the entire world. But even with Taesung at the top, Hyunmoo Kang isn't holding back, flat-out refusing to join their ranks. But he's not just talking, he's moving. Launching a powerful upward kick, he sends a shockwave ripping through the air. He's a blur of pure motion, spinning through the air, already setting up the next devastating blow. Then, a heavy downward kick connects, hitting with explosive force. His face is a mask of pure effort and grit, as the sheer impact of his move shakes the very air. And then, a massive energy attack explodes from him, blasting outward in a brilliant blue wave. Mr. Waiso watches the whole thing, impressed by Hyunwoo's insane reaction time. He looks down at Hyunmoo, who's now on the ground, and casually mentions he was trying to check out his regeneration, but it was a bust. But Hyunmoo isn't out yet. Pushing himself up, he fires back, reminding Waiso he's got plenty more tricks up his sleeve. As the aftermath of the intense training settles, a low hum escapes the older man, his gaze fixed on something unseen, a silent calculation in his eyes. He observes the struggling Hyunmoo, held firmly by Taesung, remarking that they went too rough, but Taesung simply tells him to let the younger man go, his grip unyielding. The observer's gaze sharpens, his expression unreadable, a silent judgment in his eyes. Still holding Hyunmoo, Taesung presses him, demanding to know where he plans to go if not with them, hinting at a great unknown awaiting him. His grip tightens around the younger man's neck. As he continues, his voice dropping, suggesting that place is a little shady. Meanwhile, the only known information about Mr. Wiseau is his name, raising critical questions about the mysterious International Association of Hunters, also known as the IAH. Tae-sung, still restraining Hyunmoo, insists he's still thinking about the situation, his mind clearly racing. He then reveals he's heard they're going to start something significant, a major move on the horizon. Dodging and weaving with frantic energy, Tae-sung's words cut through the air, detailing how some groups are just too welcoming. His foot slamming down with a powerful impact, but on the flip side of that coin. People are saying it's just way too much for them to take. But before he can even think, a lightning-fast punch rockets towards him. Held tight in the older man's iron grip, a brutal punch lands square, Tae-sung roaring that this is finally his moment. Another devastating hit lands, the veteran hunter coolly judging the power of his assault. He's sent flying, his legs a blur as he's launched or desperately tries to break free. Then, bam, another crushing hit, and he lets out a raw scream of agony. Suddenly, a system alert blazes across his vision, screaming that his health is below May 10th, a brutal penalty from the time limit hidden mission, tanking all his stats. He lets out a frustrated, guttural curse. He struggles against the unseen pressure, a rattling sound accompanying his strained movements. Tae-sung watches, a slight grinding sound escaping as he remarks, "Oh, that's interesting to be able to pull itself by moving its body in place." Hyunmoo can only manage a pained groan. Inside, he curses the old man, realizing this is the same brutal test as before, wondering what's truly going on. But Tae-sung abruptly changes gears, confessing his excitement for Hyunmoo's growth over the last 2 weeks, then demands, "Now that we're done testing each other out, tell me why you called me here." At last, Tae-sung extends a set of car keys. "I only called you so I can return the car," he states, a swift whoosh of air accompanying the motion, and Hyunmoo retorts, "As you should." Then, out of nowhere, Tae-sung drops a bombshell, "By any chance, have you heard of stars before?" He repeats it, "Stars." Hyunmoo stares back, clarifying, "You mean, have you ever heard about the guild stars?" Wiseau shuts down the idea that stars is just about cosmic debris. His powerful physique hinting at the true depth of his knowledge. He keeps going, revealing that even the big shots like Lee Jidi are in the loop. Confirming the rumors are legit. But wait, there's more. China's top dog, Xiao Aji, spilled the beans about the 5-Star Association, a crew that actually made a dungeon, and don't forget the Half-Ability User Association, Reverse Cross. Hyunmoo, chilling on the training room floor, is totally blown away, realizing this whole stars thing is way deeper than he thought, muttering about 5 stars and Bethlehem. Wiseau, looking ripped, tells him he can get the full scoop himself. Then drops the bombshell, "Wanna clear a dungeon, son?" He gasps, utterly spent, collapsing before a massive, ancient gate, faint purple energy still crackling around his exhausted form. He's caught off guard, a look of pure shock on his face as he asks, "Why all of a sudden?" But the older man, with a gaze that could cut glass, doesn't mince words, challenging him to rise to the top like the legendary Ligyu. He pushes further, his voice a low rumble, asking if he truly believes he can make it without attracting powerful allies. The older man, a mountain of muscle, stands over him, his presence alone a statement. His eyes lock on, a clear message, he'll need more than just raw power to reach the top. Hyunmoo Kong, taking it all in, can only manage a quiet, "Really?" Wiseau's stare intensifies, demanding to know what kind of dungeons he's been farming in. And then the bombshell drops, there's no official record of Hyunmoo Kong ever entering a single dungeon. No records. That's a major problem, making any intel gathering a nightmare. Wiseau's face was stone cold. And he laid it out plain, keep this up, and he'd be stuck as a no-experience hunter forever. Hyunmoo took it all in, a silent challenge brewing. He finally broke the silence, demanding to know what Wiseau wanted from him. The answer hit him from a new scene, a dojo master, glowing with power, telling him straight up, "This is why you hit the dojo." Even a total prodigy, the master stressed, has to nail the basics. In the ring, the instructor promised Hyunmoo he'd sort everything out, Hyunmoo just needed to get ready to train. Back to Wiseau, the old man wrapped it up with one last order, wait for his call. The path led to a modern facility, a gateway to the challenges ahead. Standing inside, Hyunmoo Kong pondered why he had truly decided to come to this place. His gaze drifted towards the distant peaks, the imposing Chongai Mountain. This was a permanent 1-star dungeon, known as the Chongai Dungeon. It served as a proving ground, a dungeon where newly awakened hunters could test their burgeoning abilities. As he stood among the other freshmen, a figure in a yellow jacket approached, a bat casually slung over their shoulder. The newcomer spoke, their voice carrying a hint of disdain, wondering why anyone would bother coming here just to hire or look at freshmen. The bat remained poised, a silent threat. Then, with a sudden shift in demeanor, the figure declared that they were all ability users. "What's that?" he exclaims, his eyes locked onto an unknown anomaly. The new recruits move out, their journey just beginning with a sharp, metallic clang. Suddenly, a commanding voice cuts through the air, "Please gather over here." A woman quickly tallies the group, 1, 2, 3, 4. A confident grin flashing as she announces, "All right, perfect." She introduces herself with an air of mystery, "Hello, I'm a hunter from the great unknown." Then, with a powerful presence, she reveals, "The name's Ho Haeun. It's nice to meet you all." Her feet planted, ready for anything. Ho Haeun kicks off the briefing, laying down the new rules, but one recruit hilariously mishears, asking if it's all about alcohol. She quickly sets them straight, cutting to the chase. They're probably all wondering why an overseer is even here. Hyunmoo Kong takes it all in, as she drops the truth bomb. Newbies are often too cocky, causing endless drama. So, to keep the peace, an overseer is now on duty. Her gaze is sharp. She then reveals the big news: a mid-rank hunter from every clan is joining the ranks, and that's the final call. Having delivered the verdict, she pivots. Meanwhile, Hyunmoo Kang's inner monologue is pure fire. If anyone's got a problem with this setup, they better not bring it to him, because he's not playing their game. The rest of the recruits are all side-eyeing each other, their faces a total mood of "Are you serious right now?" She keeps going, dropping knowledge bombs about dungeon types and class specifics from the file. A mobile-type dungeon, she drops, is a total game-changer with its constantly shifting terrain. That means they're a nightmare to predict, and way tougher to clear. The constant shifts mean these dungeons are on a whole other level, way more challenging than anything else out there. Ho Haeun, looking totally fed up, grumbles that it should be a piece of cake. But then quickly pivots, saying even if nothing goes down, it's still good intel, and tells them to chill and do their own thing. A massive groan erupts from the whole squad of recruits. Ho Haeun lets out a heavy sigh, trying to hide her total frustration. Hyunmoo Kang, eyes bugging out, can't help but question what she just said. "Alright, new recruits, listen up." A no-nonsense instructor kicks off the introductions, setting the tone for what's to come. First up, we've got Park Seo-moon, a 2-star hunter, making his presence known. Next up, Han Na-young and Kim Sky-young step into the spotlight, both 1-star powerhouses ready to prove themselves. And don't forget Kim Soo-hwan, another 1-star talent, giving a quick wave as he joins the ranks. So, the squad's shaping up with 5 new faces, all eyes on the instructor, ready for action. Now, the instructor's attention locks onto Hyunmoo Kang, and you know what that means, it's his moment to shine. No time to waste, the instructor cuts straight to the chase, demanding his introduction. And just like that, Hyunmoo Kang steps up, declaring himself a 1-star hunter. His sneakers hit the pavement, a silent signal that he's ready for whatever comes next. He's absolutely stunned, a sharp gasp tearing from his throat. The rain pours down as Kim Soo-hwan is sprawled on the ground, and everyone else is just staring. A girl in a cap is completely flabbergasted, looking down in disbelief. Then, the question drops, "Kang Hyunmoo." Next thing you know, she's right in front of him on the crosswalk, umbrella in hand. She's totally racking her brain, trying to figure out who he is. And he's just standing there, looking a little annoyed by the whole situation. But then, it clicks. A massive realization hits her like a hammer. She starts rapid-firing questions: "Are you from Sangye Elementary? Then Gimpo? Or Gwangmyeong? Or Seoul City University?" Hyunmoo Kang is cornered by the relentless young woman, who's still trying to pry into his secrets. He brushes her off, citing a contract, but she's not giving up, immediately pivoting to a new line of attack, demanding to know if he's got his gear. Strolling through the campus, he gives a vague answer, clearly not wanting to engage. Then, without warning, a brilliant blue light bursts from his hands, pulsating with raw power. The glow flares even brighter, illuminating his determined expression. The young woman's jaw drops, utterly stunned, as she can only stammer out, "A stick?" She can't help but comment on his interesting talent, clearly impressed despite herself. But she's not letting up, demanding to know if that stick is really his weapon, and Hyunmoo Kang, cool as ever, just shrugs, insisting it's a pretty good stick, looks be damned. He reveals it's just a goblin's bat, then drops a truth bomb about how impossible it is to fight monsters without any real gear, setting the stage for his underdog struggle. The recruits are absolutely stunned, one of them screaming, "Ichiwai. Are you joking? You've been acting totally weird," another shouts, "A stick. Are you seriously messing with us?" Hyunmoo Kang's face hardens as the incredulous question blasts through the air, "How are you going to kill monsters with that?" He just stands there, clutching that pathetic wooden bat, which then slams against the ground with a dull thud. Then, a dazzling array of top-tier weapons is thrust into view, the voice practically yelling, "You should at least have this much. Look, see." Kim Sky-young, clutching a document, locks him in an intense, unwavering stare. Her voice cutting through the tension as she declares, "You invest in weapons for their power. Not this cheap junk." The razor-sharp edge of a magnificent sword gleams, a stark contrast to his meager offering. A new recruit, flexing hard, brags about his top-tier gear, practically daring anyone to question his strength, even as a mere 2-star. Then, out of nowhere, he just goes for it, blasting Hyunmoo Kang with a surprise punch. But before that hit even lands, Hyunmoo Kang's hand is a total blur, whipping out his weapon with a lightning-fast whoosh. The cocky recruit doesn't let up, unleashing another brutal kick. But Hyunmoo Kang is already a step ahead, his feet dancing as his weapon locks into place. With a solid thunk, he locks his grip on that iconic yellow and black blade. Before that recruit can even blink, Hyunmoo Kang's counterattack lands with a brutal thud, smashing him right in the face. Towering over the now downed recruit, Hyunmoo Kang stands triumphant, his glowing sword crackling with a fierce schwack. The recruit's eyes are saucers of pure shock and agony, his face twisted as debris explodes around him. The defeated recruit's hand trembles, still clutching his sword's hilt, a pained groan escaping his lips as he lies sprawled on the ground, utterly defeated. A sharp voice cuts through the silence, demanding to know if he's completely lost his mind. Ho Haein kneels beside the fallen recruit, her expression absolutely furious as she takes hold of his head. Her gaze is unwavering, as she lays down the law, showing off weapons outside of dungeons is absolutely forbidden. She continues, her voice dripping with exasperation, blasting him for causing unnecessary anxiety for normal citizens and demanding if she has to teach a newbie everything from scratch. The recruit, still on the ground, offers a meek apology, while Hyunmoo Kang stands calmly nearby, completely unfazed by the drama. Ho Haein helps the chastened recruit to his feet, advising him to be careful, as Hyunmoo Kang calmly sheaths his glowing blade with a quiet click. With the immediate crisis averted, the group prepares to move out, Hyunmoo Kang glancing back at the other recruits, reflecting on the true nature of this so-called middle-class hunter clan. She might not be the strongest, but still. Ho Haein declares, Park Hwiso is still seriously strong. Hyunmoo Kang muses, it'd be awesome to really push her limits and see what she's got. A smirk spreads across his face, already plotting the next big test. He's clearly hyped for what's next. Leaving some weird, shadowy blob in his dust, he strides confidently towards the highway. The shadowy mass just sits there, a creepy blob in the shadows. He keeps moving, the path ahead opening up to new possibilities. He's gasping, ragged breaths tearing through his chest as purple energy crackles around his prone form, a pained groan escaping him. His struggle is met by the grotesque, slimy visage of a monster, its sharp teeth and glowing eyes a chilling testament to the threat he faces. A weathered sign, a chilling beacon, declares this the entrance to a 1-star dungeon. The squad is here. Hyunmoo Kang, Ho Haein, Park Seo-moon, Han Na-young, Kim Skyong, Kim Soo-hwan, and another recruit stand ready, facing the dungeon entrance, with stern guards watching their every move. The tension is palpable, as their eyes lock onto the ominous structure before them. Behold the dungeon's maw, a colossal, dark gate of metal and stone, ready to swallow them whole. The guards stand unmoving, silent sentinels of the deadly secrets lurking within. Then, a blinding, otherworldly glow bursts forth from the dungeon's dark heart. Hyunmoo's eyes snap to the light, mesmerized by its pulsating, hypnotic rhythm. Han Na-young and Kim Skyong stare, a mix of fear and fierce determination etched on their faces, fully grasping the perilous journey ahead. With the dungeon gate practically screaming for them, he's locked in, soaking up every last word before the plunge. The whole squad is hyped and ready, faces a mix of, let's go, and oh no, as they brace for impact. Their leader takes point, and the recruits fall in, stepping into the abyss. One last command rings out, and it's go time. No turning back now. They're through the gate, no turning back. And what they're seeing. The dungeon's interior, right now. But hold up, this isn't what they expected. It's a wild, overgrown jungle of roots and shadows, not some dark cave. It's beautiful, sure, but also totally misleading. This ain't your average dungeon, not by a long shot. Pushing further into the dungeon, Hyunmoo Kang dropped a chilling truth, the deeper they went, the more goblins they'd face. Ho Haein then spun around, challenging the recruits, does anyone here know how to conquer this dungeon? She then laid down the law, you need to snag that return crystal. A cryptic banner, emblazoned with ancient symbols, pointed the way, revealing that a goblin-infested cave was their next target. And within that shadowy cave, where countless eyes gleamed in the dark, lay the return crystal, their first, crucial objective. Hyunmoo Kang, a grim look on his face, thought to himself, this is just like hell, isn't it? The stakes were high, every extra condition cleared meant a bigger reward, but for now, it was all about that first clear. With a stern gaze, Hyunmoo Kang declared, unless things get seriously out of hand, don't count on me for backup. But Ho Haein, ever the vigilant leader, promised, I'll be right here, watching your backs. Deep within the dungeon's shadowy maw, where twisted roots claw at ancient stone, Ho Haein's command rings out, signaling the start of their perilous journey. She gathers them tight, laying down the law for this brutal dungeon dive, her eyes scanning the nervous faces, even the aloof Hyunwoo Kang, who keeps his distance. But first, a critical warning about the dungeon's nasty residents, the goblins, with their supersensitive noses, lurking in the shadows. So, the plan, grab some grass to throw off those goblin sniffers, and keep those heads on a swivel, because sneak attacks are a real threat. Her old-school tactics raise some eyebrows among the recruits, who clearly aren't used to this kind of survival training. A burly recruit, ear-piercing glinting, lets out a disbelieving, huh, his face a mask of pure skepticism. But a glasses-wearing recruit jumps in to defend the unconventional wisdom, proudly declaring he picked up these pro tips from a survival show. The burly recruit, however, pivots his fury, aiming it squarely at Hyunwoo Kang, blasting him for his lack of gear and his audacity to question authority. Just as things are about to blow up, Ho Haeun swoops in, a single hand raised, shutting down the drama before it can even start. Ho Haeun is dropping some serious dungeon knowledge, emphasizing teamwork, but then a recruit steps up, totally calling her out and demanding to know what's so weird to her. Hyunwoo Kang, ever the pragmatist, just can't wrap his head around why they'd need to use grass for camouflage. Ho Haeun drops some truth bombs. Goblins have supersensitive noses, they'll sniff out any fake grass scent in a second, and the real threat isn't a headshot, it's a sneaky ankle attack. But the skeptical recruit isn't buying it, pointing out that in this thick forest, short goblins wouldn't even try to attack from above. He's absolutely fuming, snapping at Hyunwoo Kang, you think you're so smart. Hyunwoo Kang is totally blindsided by the attack, protesting that he didn't even say anything to set him off. But Park Seo-moon is deep in thought, and he's actually agreeing with the recruit's logic about goblin tactics. He quickly adds a crucial detail, but only if it were 10 years ago. Ho Haeun takes a moment, then drops a bombshell. She hasn't been in a dungeon herself in ages, confessing that her expert tips might actually be totally out of date because things change so fast. The instructor's bombshell drops, and Kang Hyunwoo processes the implications, as another recruit chimes in, impressed by the sheer depth of the info. Ho Haeun, the instructor, takes it all in, fully grasping the recruit's shock and awe at her honesty. Park Seo-moon, another recruit, voices his thoughts, questioning if this level of detail is even possible without getting your hands dirty. The cap-wearing recruit, still eyeing Hyunwoo Kang, doesn't hold back, straight up calling him out for acting like a seasoned goblin slayer. Hyunwoo Kang's face gives nothing away, taking in the sudden, pointed jab. A subtle shift in his gaze, a hint of a frown, as the full impact of the accusation hits home. The cap-wearing recruit's gaze sharpens, his doubt burning bright. Hyunwoo Kang, now seated, drops the truth bomb, confessing this is his absolute first dungeon run, zero goblin experience, which earns him a mocking, incredulous aiding, from the cap-wearing recruit. The cap-wearing recruit closes the distance, calling out Hyunwoo Kang for clearly just googling his way to expertise. His face gave nothing away, even as the recruit's challenge echoed, demanding answers about his supposed experience. But the tense standoff between Hyunwoo Kang, the skeptical recruit, and their female companion in the eerie, twisted forest was about to get a whole lot worse, as an ominous presence began to make itself known. Then, without warning, a devastating blow absolutely shattered their protective blue barrier, exploding light into the suffocating darkness. The magical energy dissolved into thin air, leaving behind a terrifying, swirling vortex of pure nothingness. And from that terrifying, distorted void, a monstrous, shadowy figure exploded forth, its eyes blazing with pure, evil red energy. The monster's sudden, terrifying arrival sent a shockwave through the recruits, Hyunwoo Kang instantly throwing up a defensive aura as the female recruit reeled back in pure terror. Its face, a horrifying mix of rat and pure nightmare, was now fully visible, all razor-sharp fangs and burning, blood-red eyes. The female recruit, her face twisted in a primal scream, could only let out a blood-curdling shriek as the beast lunged. The monstrous rat creature absolutely smashed into the group, its deadly claws tearing through the air as the skeptical recruit barely dodged the brutal impact. The massive, green, furry monster that just attacked is absolutely launched through the air. Its huge body flailing helplessly from a devastating, unseen blow. The powerful kick that launched it is still a blur of motion and raw impact. He stares, jaw dropped, at the sudden turn of events, a shocked exclamation bursting from him. Meanwhile, Kim Soo-hwan and Han Na-young are absolutely speechless, their faces screaming disbelief. Han Na-young's face is frozen in pure, unadulterated shock. Hyunwoo Kang, the one who just delivered that insane strike, coolly remarks, so. As the group tries to process what just happened, Kim Soo-hwan confronts him, demanding to know about his stick, only for Hyunwoo Kang to casually shut him down, saying he didn't even use it. Park Seo-moon, watching the whole thing unfold, just lets out a disgusted tisk. He calms the recruit, laying out the plan, other tasks can wait, but with goblins lurking, a quick break is essential. Deep inside the dungeon's maw, Kim Soo-hwan can't help but exclaim, his voice echoing with a mix of wonder and dread. The dungeon's ceiling looms overhead, a sliver of light piercing the gloom. Then, out of nowhere, a monstrous, multi-eyed horror with a gaping maw and thrashing tentacles bursts forth. A colossal tentacle lashing out with blinding speed. Coiling and striking with deadly precision. No hesitation. Hyun Wukong charges, eyes locked on the monstrous threat. And with a lightning-fast move, he unleashes his glowing, segmented chain whip, the weapon blazing with an otherworldly light. Behind him, the recruits are frozen in pure terror, their faces screaming at the sudden, brutal showdown. He lets out a sharp grunt, immediately confronted by a horde of grotesque, goblin-like creatures swarming from the dungeon's depths. One of them lunges forward, its clawed foot kicking up dust, closing the distance in a flash. But he moves with blinding speed, a blur of motion, effortlessly evading the attack. His hand flashes out, gripping a dark, circular object, ready for anything. Then, with a powerful kick, he sends one of the creatures flying, a crimson spray exploding from the impact. His glowing chain whip arcs through the air, slicing cleanly through another foe in a flash of red. He plunges deeper into the fray, a whirlwind of precise strikes and evasions, each blow met with a pained shriek from the monsters. A grimace of effort crosses his face, but his eyes burn with unwavering resolve, he's not backing down. Another powerful kick connects, sending shockwaves through the air as he continues his relentless assault. Hyun Wukong lets out a primal scream. As a grotesque goblin lunges, its attack landing with devastating impact, knocking him off his feet. Blood explodes across his torso, the force rattling him to his core. Yet, before he can even hit the ground, his feet slam back down, kicking up a cloud of dust as he recovers instantly. This isn't just his fight anymore. Ho Haeun is already plunging her blade into a goblin, Park Seo-moon is locked in combat, but Recruit A is down, injured on the dungeon floor. Hyun Wukong unleashes a counterattack, a heavy book-like object a mere blur, smashing into a goblin with a sickening crunch. His jaw clenches, eyes blazing with unyielding determination, he's ready for anything they throw at him. Dismembered goblin bodies litter the ground around him, but the horde just keeps coming. Just as another goblin lunges, a brilliant blue energy shield erupts, shattering the attack with a blinding flash. Shaking off the brutal hit, he forces out a guttural ugh, refusing to stay down. Soon, the recruits regroup, one of them declaring, "All right, quick breather. Everyone's fine, and we're crushing it." Yet, Ho Haeun, a flicker of concern in her eyes, cuts in, "Hold on, before we do that." Hyun Wukong's instincts scream, a chilling premonition that something is definitely off. His gut feeling turns into a spoken warning, something feels off. A lurking goblin snarls in disbelief, its mind racing, they're not even fighting. The goblins are terrified. How could they be scared of mere rookie hunters? Still on high alert, Hyun Wukong mutters, "Is there something more? Once they're finished, I'll send them packing." A sudden resolve hardens Ho Haeun's gaze, and she declares, "Forget waiting, I'll go check it out myself." No time to waste, she bolts forward, leaving the rest in her dust. Pushing forward, the team stumbled upon something truly shocking, prompting a recruit to shout, "Wrong!" Their eyes locked onto a grotesque, green-skinned beast, cinched tight with heavy ropes. Ho Haeun's jaw dropped in shock, while Kim Skyong visibly flinched, the former barely managing to whisper, "On. Overseer." The hulking, scarred beast was pinned against a colossal tree trunk. Its entire form utterly immobilized. A collective thought rippled through them, is this normal? Yet, despite its monstrous visage, the creature's eyes betrayed a raw, undeniable terror. A silent scream, a chilling premonition. But it was Hyun Wukong, scanning their bizarre new environment, who dropped the bombshell, "Here, this is the exact opposite direction of where we came from." He stares at the bound monster, a low groan ripping from his throat. As Ho Haeun's voice slices through the suffocating silence, her jaw locked in a grim, urgent line. She screams, "This is an emergency. Everyone, stick to her like glue until they find that return stone." Her voice echoes, sharp and commanding. Her hand instinctively flying to her weapon. This isn't just a monster hunt, this is something twisted. Someone didn't just bind it, they messed with the bodies. This kind of sick game doesn't happen in low-tier dungeons. Is it human, or something far, far worse? Through the thick jungle, a chilling truth hits them, whatever's lurking, it's pure danger. Hyun Wukong's eyes snap open, blood splattered across his face, as he realizes they need to get out now before they're next. The squad, led by Ho Haeun, is locked in a tense stare-down with the ominous forest, glowing particles hinting at something seriously wrong. They fan out, searching frantically, a chilling question hanging in the air, where is Kong Hyun Moo? But high above, hidden from their desperate eyes, Hyun Wukong dangles, utterly helpless, a chilling sight in the dark canopy. Back on the ground, Kim Skyong screams his name, her desperate cries piercing the silence, completely oblivious to the monstrous shadow closing in behind her. Suddenly, a hideous goblin with glowing red eyes leers down, taunting them with a chilling echo of Hyun Wukong's name. Its gauntlet arm twitches, the metallic rasp a sinister prelude to what's coming. Its face twists into a terrifying, predatory grin, a guttural growl escaping its throat as those glowing red eyes fixate on its prey. Rewind 1 hour. The sky was screaming, and something was definitely going down in this desolate zone. And the ground? Totally messed up with a fresh impact crater, showing just how wild things were getting. But back then, Hyunmoo Kong and his squad of recruits, Han Nayang, Kim Skyong, Kim Soo-hwan, Park Seo-moon, and another guy, were in full-on panic mode, sprinting for their lives. Hyunmoo was leading the charge, back to the danger, just trying to get everyone out of there. His legs were a blur, pounding the ground, pushing past his limits. But now, standing over a pile of defeated enemies, Hyunmoo's face was pure confusion, muttering, "What on earth?" These things were down for the count, way weaker than expected, and he just knew, this isn't even close. Bat in hand, he scanned the battlefield, totally baffled by their lack of weapons and zero strategy. He stands there, processing everything, finally grasping the secret to his father's unwavering calm. A brutal flashback hits, revealing Ho Haeun, Kim Soo-hwan, Recruit A, Park Seo-moon, and Kim Skyong, standing victorious over fallen enemies, weapons still hot, the clash of battle still ringing in the air. But then, Han Nayang's expression twists in a sudden shock, questioning why she can't keep her cool. Back to the present, Hyunmoo Kong is locked in, determined, declaring he'll handle this himself. Han Nayang's jaw drops in an epic gasp, totally blown away by what's happening. Later, Hyunmoo Kong is isolated in a haunting, misty forest, a silent resolve burning in his eyes. He deliberately reaches out his hand. As if reaching for an invisible power. Eyes blazing with resolve, he unleashes his power, a blinding white energy surging from his hand. The aura explodes around him, a tempest of pure force. Grounding himself, the sheer power radiates from his every fiber. And then, a cataclysmic blast rips through the air, launching everything in its path into oblivion. A monstrous, clawed limb desperately digs in, trying to withstand the onslaught. But another earth-shattering impact strikes. Revealing a hideous, armored beast, its crimson eyes wide with shock as it's overwhelmed by the relentless assault. With his new power coursing, Hyunmoo Kang's eyes snapped open. And he laid down the law, "All right. This is your first job." The recipient of this command was none other than Kurson, a name that once meant absolute defeat. Clad in battle-hardened gear, his very stance screamed a brutal past. This new dynamic was all thanks to the family skill, a game-changing power Hyunmoo Kong had unlocked after absolutely crushing Kurson in hell. With it, he could literally bring the dead back, designating them as his own family, as long as their body wasn't completely obliterated. But the real kicker, the reason this skill was so utterly broken, wasn't just the resurrection part. As Hyunmoo Kong coolly stated to Kurson, "All right, this is your first job. He lays down the law, go kill all of the monsters that are here." And the reason? It's because I can revive them outside of hell. Kurson's jaw drops. Monsters? I'm talking about the goblins, Hyunmoo clarifies, but Kurson is already fuming. "Damn you, you want me to kill my own kind?" Hyunmoo's face turns stone cold, dropping the ultimate threat, "If you don't, I'll destroy your tribe right now." A chilling smirk spreads across his face. Kurson unleashes a primal roar of absolute rage. Moments later, with Kurson now cloaked and by his side, Hyunmoo quips, "Oh, speak of the devil and they will appear." And just like that, a massive goblin monster bursts forth from the shadows, proving his point, there. Deep in the frozen woods, a heavy question drops, hitting the newly revived warrior right where it hurts. Suddenly, a gnarly goblin bursts from the trees, fangs bared and eyes locked on its prey, the perfect first test for Kurson. Hyunmoo's gaze shifts from the monster to Kurson, feeling the raw chaos brewing inside him. A weird thought hits him, a link he never saw coming. Could this emotional feedback loop be the family skill in action, tying them together in a way he never imagined? Lost in a cosmic dreamscape, Hyunmoo grapples with this new connection, Kurson's emotions now echoing in his own soul. Kurson also drifts in this shared mental realm, his figure glowing under the stars, a mirror to his inner conflict. He gasps, hit by a sudden, intense wave of emotion that isn't even his. What is this feeling? Standing over the creature, Hyunmoo realizes this emotion is a bizarre mix of something he can't quite place. It's an uncomfortable sensation, a feeling of unease radiating from the goblin, and he instantly knows Kurson is trying to deny something deep inside. Gasping again, he questions if this creature is even a goblin. The creature can't speak and has no weapon, making Kurson's hesitation scream through their shared link. Despite the shared reluctance, Kurson's armored hand slams down with brutal force, crushing the goblin's head in a sickening spray of blood. Hyunmoo's mind races, processing the insane implications. This creature, wearing only rags, is supposedly the same species as Kurson. A final, pained gurgle escapes the goblin's lips as its life is brutally extinguished. The goblin-like creature's body is absolutely shredded by unseen forces, its desperate cry erupting as brutal red slashes tear through its form. A brutal close-up reveals its jagged teeth and a torrent of blood gushing from its mouth, a horrifying testament to the internal devastation. Its upper body continues to be absolutely annihilated, the crude weapon it once wielded now utterly useless against the relentless, brutal assault. Even as its lower half somehow remains standing, the creature screams out a final, desperate thought, this isn't a goblin. Witnessing the brutal demise, Hyunwoo Kang's face is a mask of intense, conflicted contemplation, his eyes reflecting the sheer horror and confusion of the scene. A chilling realization slams into him, confirming his earlier suspicions, I knew it. It's hatred for his own kind. He absolutely refuses to believe that something so weak could possibly be of the same species as Kurson, a thought that deeply, deeply disturbs him. The creature's body continues to be absolutely ravaged, its final, desperate "no" echoing the profound agony of its brutal demise. Its face contorts in a final, agonizing scream, the word "no" escaping its lips as life violently drains from its eyes. A goblin-like creature lets out a desperate cry, completely blindsided by a lightning-fast, brutal attack. Kurson, a blur of pure rage, slams his weapon down with devastating power, the impact ripping through the air. Other creatures nearby are frozen in absolute terror, their faces twisted in fear, as the brutal assault just keeps coming. Sending one of them absolutely soaring through the air. Kurson's blade is a crimson blur against the green, tearing through everything in its path. Another creature is violently launched, its body spinning wildly in the air. He follows up with a brutal aerial strike, slamming the creature even harder into the ground, his voice roaring through the chaos. You disgusting creatures. Kurson towers over a cowering goblin, his next words a chilling, deadly promise, I'll end your. The grotesque creatures cower, their eyes wide with primal fear, utterly overwhelmed by the brutal assault. A grotesque limb, still twitching, crashes to the earth, oozing dark ichor as a final shriek echoes. A low, almost imperceptible exhale escapes Hyunwoo Kang, his gaze sweeping over the carnage with an unsettling calm. A single crimson streak mars his cheek, a silent testament to the brutal encounter he just survived. His voice, a chilling decree of absolute annihilation, echoes through the dungeon, condemning the cowering creatures to their demise. A grim satisfaction settles over him, he'll rejoin the main force once his personal business is concluded. A predatory smirk curves his lips as he casts a final, dismissive glance over his shoulder. He strides through the dense undergrowth, seemingly unfazed by the chaos he just left behind. But the silence is shattered by a frantic shout, a desperate cry that rips through the ancient roots, demanding his attention. Then, his entire squad bursts onto the scene, their leader, Ho Haeun, locking onto him like a heat-seeking missile, her voice a furious roar. Ho Haeun glares down, a storm of emotions brewing, muttering about the racket and the sheer audacity of him possibly being gone for good. But he just casually glances up, a nonchalant, "oh," on his lips, like he was just chilling, waiting for his fan club to arrive. That's it. The leader's patience snaps. She gets right in his face, demanding to know if he's completely lost it, and who in their right mind gave him the green light to go rogue, while he just plays dumb, blaming it on a bathroom break. Her fury momentarily forgotten, she demands a repeat performance, then instantly pivots to full-blown worry, checking for any damage. He awkwardly averts his gaze, a faint flush on his cheeks, while she eyes his trashed uniform, wondering what kind of insane adventure he just survived. The squad takes in the horrific sight of countless bodies, but Ho Haeun keeps her cool, telling everyone to stick together for now, promising answers later, when suddenly, a recruit shouts out. With a gasp of pure shock, he points to the glowing relic, realizing it's the legendary return stone, right there amidst the carnage. But the sheer number of fallen warriors around it tells a chilling story, a stark reminder of the danger. Even with the bodies everywhere, Ho Haeun breathes a sigh of relief, knowing their ticket out of this nightmare is finally within reach. But then, a sharp gasp. Ho Haeun whips around to Hyunwoo Kang, her hand clamping onto his arm, a worried expression etched on her face. But before anyone can even process it, Park Seo-moon completely loses it, a primal scream of fear on his face as he makes a break for it. Ho Haeun screams his name, but he's already a blur, tearing away from them at top speed. She yells, demanding an explanation, but he just screams back that it's too dangerous, he has to get out. His voice cracking with pure terror, he screams that he needs to bail now, because the overseer's report and all these dead bodies are screaming danger. Consumed by terror and the gruesome scene, Park Seo-moon bolts from the group, screaming that he's not staying here, no way. He's gone, a blur of panic, leaving everyone else in the dust, his mind screaming to get out, now. Pounding the ground, he barely registers the corpses underfoot, a frantic dash through the death-ridden dungeon. But then, from the very ground he runs on, a shadowy hand bursts forth, grabbing his leg. A brutal yank sends him flying, twisting violently, his face contorting in pure terror mid-flight. He doesn't even know what hit him, just a blinding, brutal impact, his head snapping back with a sickening crack. It's a cloaked figure, hand blazing with sinister purple energy, the ambush master, having just landed a crushing blow. Park Seo-moon's face twists into a silent, agonizing scream, his eyes bulging with pure, unadulterated horror. His legs kick wildly, helplessly, as he's dragged into the oppressive darkness. Still caught in the ambush, Park Seo-moon lets out a desperate grunt as that metallic hook just keeps dragging him deeper. The brutal grip ripping his clothes and his shocked cry of "Ah!" rings out. His body carves a desperate trail across the rough ground, while the other recruits can only watch, absolutely frozen in terror. Agony twists his face, his eyes wide with pure terror as the unseen force just keeps dragging him. Then, a dark, whip-like tendril lashes out, slamming into him with brutal force. But before the assailant can land another hit, Hyunmoo Kang's hand flashes, chambering around into his gun with a decisive clink. He launches himself forward. A blur of motion and a flash of yellow energy closing the distance in a heartbeat. With a powerful, aura-infused kick, Hyunmoo Kang absolutely rocks the cloaked assailant, sending them flying back from the sheer force. His devastating kick absolutely connects, sending the cloaked assailant flying back with explosive force. Witnessing the insane reversal, Ho Hae-in and Kim Skyong flinch back, their expressions a mix of pure shock and disbelief. Kim Soo-hwan can only gasp, his eyes practically bugging out behind his glasses. But Hyunmoo Kang isn't done yet, his gaze hardening, eyes burning with an unyielding resolve. Park Seo-moon can only stare at the escalating chaos, his hand clamped over his mouth in utter disbelief. Then, out of nowhere, a foot slams down on the rocky terrain, sending dust exploding upwards. It's Recruit A, in a flash of yellow, who charges in, delivering a lightning-fast, brutal strike to the monstrous Kurson. The weapon connects with a sickening crunch, burying itself deep into the creature's leg. It's stuck there, a brutal trophy of the recruit's sudden, savage assault. Recruit A goes for the kill, burying his dagger deep into Kurson's leg. Twisting the blade for maximum pain as sparks explode from the impact. But wait, the unnamed assailant isn't just watching. He launches a mysterious dark orb right into the heart of the battle. Hyunmoo Kang, still reeling from his own fight, can only grit his teeth, a raw grimace on his face as the battle explodes around him. He's thinking, what kind of hellish power does this goblin even have left? Recruit A is still going hard, driving Kurson to the dirt. But the cloaked figure just watches, a dark shadow in the chaos, taking it all in. A sinister, knowing grin creeps onto the assailant's face, his red eyes burning with pure, unsettling power. He's thinking, oh yeah, this is about to get good. But the fight's not over yet. Han Na-young, staff charged and ready, is about to drop some serious magic, her face set with fierce determination. With a vibrant, purple-pink aura flaring around her, Han Na-young plunges into the chaos, a dynamic blur of motion, proving the fight is just getting started. Hyunmoo Kang is locked and loaded, eyes laser-focused, twin blades ready to unleash some serious damage. Suddenly, a gnarly goblin-like monster bursts out of nowhere, face twisted in a savage snarl, with a deadly hook for a hand. Then, with a blood-curdling shriek, the monster charges, hook hand leading the attack, going straight for the kill. But before it can even land a hit, Hyunmoo Kang is already a flash, covering ground with insane velocity. His blade flashes down, a perfect, deadly arc straight for the enemy. A blinding flash of raw power explodes, unleashing an unstoppable ability. Hyunmoo Kang reveals his family skill, a power that lets him dominate anyone bound to him. But there's a catch, controlling a stronger target means limited influence. The explosive power surges. And he's already found a way to fix that issue, as a target crashes through a ruined building. Then, the focus shifts to a horde of cloaked, green-skinned monsters, Kurson's family. He knows that if Kurson falls, his entire tribe is doomed. Hyunmoo Kang speculates that this very truth fuels Kurson's rage. As the skill's brutal aftermath is revealed, the creatures aren't just dead, they're exploded into a horrifying mess of flesh and bone. He surveys the situation, a silent judgment forming, these newbies. Totally useless right now. They keep moving, crunching over the rough ground. Ho Hae-in cuts to the chase, her mind laser-focused on the overseer. But Ha-yul, a mid-tier powerhouse from the Great Unknown clan, is already calculating the risks. He pictures the fight, his glowing sword a blur of lethal intent. But a chilling thought hits him, can he actually take on a level 26 Kurson and win? Kurson's grim visage and Hyunmoo Kang's fierce gaze clash in his thoughts, a stark mental showdown of power. Out of nowhere, a devastating blow connects, sending him flying. He hits the ground hard, a surge of purple energy erupting around him as he lets out a desperate cry. And then, a monstrous, clawed foot slams down, red lightning crackling from its heel, ready to finish the job. Meanwhile, Hyunmoo Kang, Ho Hae-in, and Park Seo-moon can only stare in utter shock, their expressions frozen in terror as the nightmare unfolds before them on the frozen ground. Even a shadowy, cloaked figure lurks in the background, a silent, ominous observer to the unfolding carnage. Kim So-won's face contorts in pure horror, a raw, furious scream ripping from his lungs. Next to him, Park Seo-moon lets out a desperate yell, a futile plea to stop the unstoppable. The red-hooded monster, a terrifying beast of gray-green muscle and razor claws, attacks with blinding speed, delivering a devastating blow to Hyunmoo Kang. The ground shatters, debris exploding outwards, a testament to the monster's raw, destructive power. And then, the monstrous figure stands victorious, its red hood a chilling silhouette against the snow, towering over the fallen Hyunmoo Kang. Hyunmoo Kang charges, his hands surging with dark, raw power. While the red-hooded monster just stands there, absolutely still. He unleashes a massive, sweeping sword strike. But the monster, Hong Jin, just sneers, a cold voice cutting through the air, "If you can't, I'd be disappointed." Before that blade even lands, the monster counters with blinding speed, slamming into him with devastating power, sending him absolutely flying into the frozen earth. Then, a storm of razor-sharp ice shards rips into his already broken body. The red-hooded figure stands victorious, radiating an eerie blue glow, leaving someone to gasp in disbelief. How the hell is something that powerful in a one-star dungeon like this? Still no luck. This goblin's moves are ridiculously precise, leaving Hyunmoo Kang reeling and gasping for air. This goblin is seriously sly, making even the formidable Ryan question, "Damn, did that goblin actually hit me?" Hyunmoo Kang, blood streaming down his face, is in utter disbelief at what's happening. Blood drips from a fresh gash above his eye, a brutal testament to the goblin's shocking skill. But Ryan isn't backing down, her hand already flying to the hilt of her blade. A faint, powerful glow ignites in her hand as she grudgingly admits the enemy's shocking skill. With a fierce turn, her long black hair whipping around, Ryan's intense stare locks onto the incoming danger. Daggers ready, stance locked, she's about to unleash hell. The dungeon's eerie trees become a blur as Ryan explodes into action, tearing through a horde of goblins with blinding speed. Even with his body screaming in agony, Hyunmoo Kang is down but not out, purple energy crackling around him as he lets out a pained gasp. But even then, he forces his head up, eyes blazing with a desperate warning, yelling, "Kurson, get out of there, now." But it's already too late. Kurson is sent flying, a ragdoll tossed by an invisible assailant. Injured or not, Hyunmoo Kang charges in, delivering a brutal punch straight to a goblin's face. The creature's head snaps back, reeling from the impact. But before it can even think about recovering, a black armored fist, its gauntlet burning red, flashes in from the side, unleashing a crushing strike. A blinding burst of yellow energy explodes on contact, swallowing the goblin whole. The raw power of the aura continues to surge, ripping through the monster. Hyunmoo Kang can only stare, his jaw practically on the floor, at the sheer, overwhelming power that just erupted. Regaining his composure, Hyunmoo Kang is locked and loaded, ready for the next move. A dark, intricate pattern ripples across his form, hinting at the battle's toll or a sudden surge of raw power. The goblin, eyes gleaming with pure malice, watches him like a hawk. Suddenly, a swirling vortex of golden energy erupts from the ground between them. As the creature activates its accelerate skill, this insane technique doubles every movement the user makes for a brief, critical period. The goblin thinks to itself, it's gotta finish this fight, and fast. But before it can even think about capitalizing on its newfound speed, Hyunmoo Kang unleashes a lightning-fast kick. His leg wreathed in crackling blue energy, slamming into the goblin's head with brutal force. He unleashes the full power of his kick, shouting with fierce resolve, "I'll end this here." As his foot slams into the goblin's skull, a devastating explosion of raw power. The goblin's body snaps back, swallowed by a blinding, crimson explosion. Its ring ripped away by the sheer concussive force. A colossal dust cloud erupts, obscuring everything. Meanwhile, Park Seo-moon, Han Na-yang, and Ho Hae-in witness the explosive finale from afar, their faces etched with a blend of shock and readiness. But Ho Hae-in doesn't wait, she rockets into the air, charging straight into the heart of the chaos. Her landing is swift and precise, poised for whatever awaits. Hyunmoo Kang is down. That last attack took everything out of him, leaving him vulnerable and gasping for air. But before he can even think about getting up, Ho Hae-in drops into the fray, ready for action, her mind racing with questions about this goblin they're facing. She's locked and loaded, daggers out, her focus absolute as she prepares for anything. But then the dust settles, and the scene is chilling. The goblin, who should be toast, has Hyunmoo Kang pinned, blade to his neck. Ho Hae-in is stunned, realizing the creature somehow used smoke bombs to pull this off. Then, a guttural, terrifying voice rips through the silence, the goblin's chilling threat echoing, "Move, and I'll kill this human." Hyunmoo Kang can only let out a desperate, choked sound, his face contorted in agony and terror. Ho Hae-in's mind is reeling, a hostage from a goblin that should be dead. But then, something even crazier hits her. The goblin's words replay in her head, the impossible truth, this thing can talk. Her face twists in pure shock as she yells for it to drop the weapon, because a talking goblin. That's just not how this world works. Ho Heian's eyes are blown wide, her mind absolutely reeling from the goblin's shocking words, realizing this isn't just some smart monster, but one that can actually talk. First things first, she's gotta get a handle on this insane situation, her brain going a million miles an hour trying to figure out her next move. Safety first, always, but the thought of losing Hyunmoo Kong is crushing her. Tears are just pouring down her face as she faces the brutal truth. If they lose him now, they're gonna be dealing with something way worse than this goblin. If that actually happens. She knows she'd have to call for backup, but the idea of putting more people in harm's way is just terrifying. Her face twists in pure agony, the crushing weight of her responsibility almost too much to bear. With a determined grip, she clutches her dagger, a silent, fierce resolve hardening her face as the rain pours down. Then, out of nowhere, Park Seo-moon's voice slices through the tension, his face totally shocked as he yells out to her. Ho Heian, fueled by pure rage, unleashes a swift dagger swing, her resolve burning bright. She screams, challenging the overseer's very words. Then, a blur. A rock rockets through the air, a desperate projectile. Park Seo-moon, aghast, cries out, refusing to let Hyunmoo Kang's immense potential be wasted. But the clock is ticking. Hyunmoo Kang is still free-falling, a desperate glow clinging to him. The goblin scout, completely blindsided, his glowing yellow eyes flaring wide in shock. But before the goblin can even blink, Kurson explodes into action, a blue energy surge accompanying his devastating strike. The force of the attack sends the goblin careening into a colossal tree, shattering its trunk with a deafening crack. And on the ground, Hyunmoo Kang lies broken amidst the wreckage, his fall taking a heavy toll. Hyunmoo Kang is down, groaning, but his mind is racing. He can't believe that stick, just a few rocks, held his attack in place. Meanwhile, Park Seo-moon is losing it, yelling at Ho Heian, asking if Hyunmoo Kang is totally insane. This isn't some playground, it's serious. But then, the injured Hyunmoo Kang, stick in hand, is suddenly on his feet, shouting for them to back off and stay out of his way. A wild smirk spreads across his face. He turns away, but still shoots a glance back, the tension thick in the air. With a challenging look, he fires back, why should he listen? Ho Heian's face twists in pure shock, a stunned "what" escaping her lips. Park Seo-moon can only watch, his face a mask of deep concern and worry, totally baffled by this insane stubbornness. Hyunmoo Kang hits the deck, a raw gasp tearing from his throat as faint purple energy pulses around his fallen form. Later, back on his feet, he shouts in pure disbelief, demanding to know what's going on, the realization hitting him that their foe was way stronger than anyone thought. He turns to Han Na-yang, totally shocked, confessing he thought their foes would be tougher, but she just points out that she barely scraped by against a level 20 goblin. A narration box drops a bombshell, hinting at a legendary past battle where No-Howl clashed with Kurson when he was still among the living. The narration hammers home the danger, declaring that without serious power, she would have been wiped out in a flash, as a monstrous claw crackles with dark, ominous energy. And just like that, Ryan is a whirlwind of motion, her figure a streak of pure power as she throws down in a brutal fight against a monstrous goblin. Hold up, there's more to this story, as another crucial detail is about to drop. Meanwhile, in a totally different scene, Hyunmoo Kang, Han Na-yang, Park Seo-moon, and Kim Soo-hwan are chilling in a forest, when a red-haired dude pops up and lays down the law, reminding them he explicitly told them not to off any humans. A goblin, now a captive, is held in place, its fate uncertain. Hyunmoo Kang reflects, wondering if the situation continues this way, someone might end up dead. Nearby, No-Howl addresses him, a slight cough escaping before he corrects himself, calling him overseer. Han Na-yang, lost in her own thoughts, considers the potential trouble if Park Seo-moon were to die, creating a significant burden for them. She acknowledges that she isn't justified in exercising her rights, but losing sight of him would be an even worse outcome. Her thoughts trail off into silence. Meanwhile, Hyunmoo Kang kneels, frustrated that he hasn't accomplished anything during this exploration. Standing, he resolves that leaving empty-handed would be unacceptable, as he didn't come here to waste his time doing nothing. Taking in the situation, a realization dawns on him, Hyunmoo Kang confirms, that's the one I saw. Cloaked and ready, staff in hand, he mutters, so please. As he winds up for a devastating strike. With a fierce yell, he screams, move out of the way, as the attack is unleashed. Then, a blinding flash of blue energy explodes outward, tearing through everything in its path. The goblin scout is obliterated by the impact, crashing down in a shower of rubble. Blood splatters from its chest, its eyes burning with a furious, pained yellow glow. With the deed done, Hyunmoo Kang coolly walks away, his cloak swirling dramatically. The world blurs around him, a testament to his speed and the chaos left behind. And in his wake, a massive rock lies utterly pulverized, proof of the sheer destructive force he just unleashed. Hyunmoo Kang exploded into action, a surge of raw blue energy ripping through the air. shattering into countless sharp shards on impact, a devastating blow. But the fight was far from over, as Ryan unleashed her own furious attack, her staff a whirlwind of destruction. Hyunmoo Kang, however, was still reeling from a near-death experience, a single misstep almost taking out a rookie hunter. He had to make up for it, now. Just then, a new challenger stepped up, a cap-wearing dude with a broom, boldly claiming he'd take care of everything. But before he could act, a sudden, chilling impact erupted, blasting ice shards everywhere. The attack slammed into Hyunmoo Kang, a brutal hit that made him cry out. But he wasn't out yet. Shaking off the hit, his gaze sharpened, and he tightened his grip on his weapon, ready to retaliate. Then, with a burst of raw power, his hand ignited with an incredible, ethereal glow. The fight is on. A savage grunt rips from the goblin scout, its face twisted in a furious snarl. But Hyunmoo Kang is already moving, a blur of motion as he reacts, bracing for whatever comes next. And then, a flash of red. Ryan rockets across the scene, leaving a freezing trail of ice in her wake. No hesitation. Hyunmoo Kang charges, locking blades with the goblin scout, ready to unleash hell. The goblin's armored fist clenches, trying to resist the relentless pressure. But it's not enough. The goblin's arm is violently shoved back, a bone-jarring impact ripping through the air. The fight is a whirlwind of speed and power, a relentless struggle for dominance. Hyunmoo Kang pushes harder, pouring every ounce of his strength into the attack, his muscles screaming with effort. And just as he pushes, Ryan unleashes a devastating ice blast that smashes into the goblin scout, a freezing explosion rocking the battlefield. Boom! Ryan's ice magic detonates, blasting the snowy terrain with raw power. The goblin gets absolutely rocked, letting out a guttural roar as ice shatters all around it. Its face contorts into a furious, pain-filled snarl, eyes burning with rage. Behind. Hyunmoo Kang yells, a crucial warning that makes the beast flinch, its focus momentarily broken. But Ryan isn't waiting. She's already airborne, a whirlwind of speed. Delivering a brutal, high-impact kick straight to the monster. A blinding, explosive yellow energy erupts, tearing through the air. The goblin screams, sent flying backward, completely overwhelmed by the sheer, concussive force. Ryan's devastating kick lands with explosive force, making the goblin scream in agony. Staggering from the blow, the monster desperately tries to brace itself, claws digging into the earth. No time to recover. Ryan unleashes another lightning-fast, bone-shattering kick. The impact whips the goblin's head back, a violent red energy exploding around its skull. Eyes bulging in pure agony, its jaw drops as the crimson power surges. The monster is launched airborne, a shocked gasp escaping its lips as it's sent tumbling. Before it can even touch down, Hyunmoo Kang strikes with a freezing blast, his arm outstretched as icy power erupts. The goblin smashes into the icy ground, its head cracking against the frozen surface as a final, desperate scream tears from its throat. With the creature finally down, Hyunmoo Kang coolly assesses the situation, remarking that it's always better to face danger directly than to get blindsided. He's a blur of pure speed, a dynamic streak tearing through the chaos. The enemy silhouette's close in, but he's not backing down, it's one against many, and he's ready for war. His gaze locks on, pure fire in his eyes, every fiber of his being screaming for battle. Goblins erupt from every angle, crude blades flashing, but he's a human hurricane, dodging, weaving, and striking back. Then, with a burst of raw power, he closes the gap, a lethal blur aimed straight at their ranks. His dagger becomes an extension of his will, a blinding flash finding its target with savage precision. The hit sends a shockwave of pure terror through the monster, its face twisting into a mask of agony. A primal scream rips from his throat, his resolve unbreakable, as he gears up for the next devastating blow. And with another lightning-fast, surgical strike, his blade carves through the air, taking down yet another enemy. The goblin onslaught rages on, and with a subtle tack, someone touches down on the treacherous, frozen earth. But a moment later, a goblin's sinister yellow eyes narrow, its ugly face framed by a ragged red hood, clearly plotting its next move. Then, with an explosive Haya, Ho-Heian explodes into action, a whirlwind of power tearing through the air. Her strike is lightning fast, a kachwak of pure force cutting through the very atmosphere. The red-helmeted goblin doesn't even see it coming, as Heian's blow lands with a sickening pibate, rocking its entire body. And just like that, a shockwave of purple energy explodes from its leg. With unstoppable force, she unleashes a devastating kick, sending the goblin flying with a brutal peak. While the goblin is still airborne, Heian touches down with effortless grace, a cool blue energy radiating from her form. Standing tall over her vanquished enemy, Heian watches as the goblin groans a final of defeat. Out of the swirling red mist, a grotesque figure bursts forth, its eyes blazing with an ominous, blood-red glow. Behind the monster, Ryan lets out a sharp TSK, her body tensing, ready to throw down. But Hyunmoo Kang's eyes are wide with alarm, muttering about needing to find a way out of this mess, fast. He desperately tries to hold Kurson back, yelling at him to stop and get lost. But Kurson just lets out a primal growl, his face a mask of pure, unyielding resolve. The goblin, seeing its chance, explodes forward, its dark cloak whipping wildly. With a battle cry, Kurson charges right back, his shovel weapon a blur of motion. The impact is absolutely deafening, shattering the very ground and unleashing a massive shockwave. Ryan gets absolutely rocked by the blast, sent flying backward into a storm of debris. The explosion sends her flying, slamming her into the ground as a massive dust cloud erupts, with Kurson already down for the count. With a sickening thud, Kurson is completely out of it, sprawled on his back, utterly dazed. But as the dust clears, Ryan is already back on her feet, assessing the chaos, leaving Kurson still out cold. Then, Kurson's eyes burst open, and he lets out a furious, primal scream. He glares down into a massive, newly opened chasm, a terrifying abyss that just appeared. Meanwhile, back at base, Ho Haeun, Park Seo-moon, and Kim Soo-hwan are freaking out, their faces a picture of pure dread. Kurson is out cold again, a swirling vortex of pain above his head, as the narrator declares that his epic first dungeon dive was officially over. Ryan and Kurson, somehow back on their feet, stare into a mysterious, glowing light, clinging to what they still believe is real. And Hyunmoo Kang, with a fierce, determined look, knows this whole crazy chapter was officially closed. He's back, but not in his battle gear. Sporting a chill sweater and collared shirt, it's a total vibe shift from the dungeon chaos, hinting at what's next. A frantic shout rips through the air, screaming Hyunwoo's name. As the shout rings out, he's clutching his face, pure agony etched into every line of his expression. But in a rocky expanse, Ryan's already on it, spotting a fresh blood trail and declaring she'll hunt them down, ordering Kurson to get Hyunmoo safe and out of there. Still reeling from his own ordeal, Hyunwoo's hand shakes, his eyes screaming a silent, desperate warning. Spinning back to Ryan, Kurson first tells her he's counting on her, then yells, "No, overseer." His voice booms again, a desperate, urgent wait. As if to physically halt her, a hand shoots out, a distinctive bracelet glinting, trying to snatch at the fleeting moment. In a sleek office, an official confirms the dungeon status, stating there were no hidden conditions. Before dropping the bombshell that it somehow changed, even though nothing looks different. He then reveals the shocking truth, it's still a permanent dungeon, but every single hunter who went in has had their memories wiped clean. Nobody remembers a thing. A second official, clearly stressed, states he desperately wants to help, but confesses he's powerless against the bizarre tales he's been told. A frustrated, escapes him, the sheer impossibility of it all hitting hard. Elsewhere, Ryan is seen sitting solo on a bench, her dark hair flowing around her, lost in thought, staring intently at the ground. She ponders if she should just be content that at least no one got physically hurt. Her face remains serious, a clear sign of the heavy burden on her mind. Ryan steps up, hitting him with a soft, hello, and a direct question, do you need something? Caught completely off guard, Hyunmoo Kang stammers out a shocked, what? Noticing his visibly shaken state, she presses him, are you okay? You don't seem so well. He quickly deflects, muttering, it's nothing like that. But she's not letting him off the hook. Her eyes narrow, and she cuts straight to the chase, I was wondering if you took care of it. The chilling question drops, the goblin. A tense, slips out, as he struggles to meet her eyes. He fidgets, a subtle rustle betraying his unease. He finally confesses, yeah, I found it. But here's the kicker, I couldn't recognize it at all. He scans the training grounds, and it hits him like a truck. The goblin he found, he remembers, was already torn apart when he got there, a brutal scene that still haunts him. Amidst the dungeon's ruins, Ryan hangs on every word as Hyunmoo spills the shocking truth. Clutching a tattered hat, she deduces that the other goblin must have been wounded and attacked by an unknown assailant. Even with the hat as evidence, she knows she needs more time to crack this case wide open. A small smile plays on her lips as she remembers, she totally forgot to thank him. He reaches out, a reassuring gesture, telling her she absolutely crushed it. She glances down, admitting that he nearly lost some fingers, but she saved them, and she thanks him again for his crucial help. He takes it all in, a pensive look on his face, absorbing every detail. She turns to him, a burning question on her mind, challenging if he truly thinks his skills are enough to conquer a 2-star dungeon. Given the sheer power of that goblin, he'd bet it was from a 3-star dungeon, no doubt. If that were true, she'd instantly agree, but his raw power had absolutely blown her away. She presses further, demanding if he was a rule-breaking hunter, but he shuts it down fast, leaving her to question if he just leveled up like crazy inside the dungeon's limits. He gives a non-committal, yeah, kinda. He stands his ground. While a small, glowing green orb rests in his palm, a silent confirmation of her wild guess. She then hits him with another question, does he have a stealth class, making him wonder if she's just trying to expose his secrets. She quickly clarifies, assuring him that's not it at all, and apologizes if she came off too strong. He's in a 1-star dungeon, but it's got an overseer, and he's been holding back, never showing his true power to anyone else. So, what's the deal? Ryan, though, was totally expecting him to show up at her lab, the great unknown. But the real kicker is this super skilled guy actually entered a dungeon, which can only mean one thing, he's looking for a clan. The document even backs it up, saying he's overseer level skilled, as long as he's not in a clan. He's got that sly smile, looking up, like he's already got it all figured out. But then he tells Ryan he needs more time to think it over before committing. Ryan's like, what? You need help to clear dungeons. But he just shrugs, saying he's been fine solo and people are just a pain. She tries to argue, but wouldn't it be smart to take the help? Hyunmoo Kang's mind races, grappling with the sheer power of the rankers. And a commanding voice, possibly his own inner resolve, declares, I'll be expecting a positive report from you soon. A rare, subtle smile graces his lips, a moment of calm before the storm, bathed in the glow of a vibrant sunset. The action abruptly cuts to a high-stakes office environment, as a sharp-dressed man sprints through a corridor, his urgent tack-tack footsteps pounding the floor, a crucial clipboard in hand. Maintaining his breakneck speed, the relentless tack-tack of his stride propels him deeper into the gleaming, sterile hallway. His eyes lock onto the leader office door, a silent, urgent thought burning in his mind as he closes in. Meanwhile, within the leader office, a sharp-eyed woman in glasses is deep in concentration at her computer, the steady talk-talk of her typing the only sound breaking the silence. Her intense focus shatters as a voice sharply calls out, Miss, jolting her head up in surprise, the talk-talk of her keyboard abruptly silenced. Knock, knock. The silence of the office shatters as a suited man bursts in, urgently calling out to the woman at her desk. She's clearly not thrilled by the interruption, firing back, what's so important that you can't wait for a reply? But the man is dead serious, his face set as he drops the bomb, we just got a positive report. Her irritation instantly morphs into shock, a sharp, disbelieving question hanging in the air. He presses on, revealing they're still trying to pin down the rank of this mysterious person, the tension thick enough to cut with a knife. His eyes burning with resolve, he reminds her about the lone wolf they've been tracking, the one whose power they're still trying to measure, unless, by some miracle, it's a 5-star case. He promises, his voice unwavering, I won't waste your time. Her mind racing, the woman stares back, a giant question mark practically hovering over her head. A tense silence fills the room, the air thick with anticipation and unanswered questions. Still reeling from the bizarre report, the director can only wonder if it's some kind of system glitch. But her agent quickly shuts that down, insisting they'd double-checked everything, and it was all running perfectly. He wasn't kidding either, they'd even dug into drug use and grilled the overseer, absolutely nothing was missed. The director slowly pulls off her glasses, a quiet whoop escaping her lips as the sheer implications of the report begin to sink in. The agent presses on, clarifying that a D-class or C-class wouldn't even register on his radar, but this? This was something else entirely, something huge. Her eyes wide with a mix of shock and bewilderment, she finally asks, how in the world is she supposed to handle this bombshell? Suddenly, another agent bursts in, document in hand, shouting, Ma'am. This just came in from Kang Hyunmu's user management. The first agent, now with the fresh report in hand, points to the director and commands, Center, check this out. The document flashes a profile, revealing the shocking question, Kang Hyunmu is the same person? She listens intently as her agent begins to explain how an unknown party had just contacted them, offering a substantial sum. They had promised $1 million in cash as a donation, should the agency release information on the results prior to the official report. Her eyes widening slightly, the director demands to know the name of the individual in question. Both the agent and the director share a moment of stunned silence. Before the agent finally reveals the name, Kang Hyunmu. To his surprise, the director simply instructs him to ignore the offer. She turns away, dismissing the matter with a wave of her hand. Leaving the agent bewildered by her casual rejection of such a large sum, $1 million in cash. The director, however, remains unperturbed, her expression unreadable. The agent, totally zoned in on his tablet, gets hit with a sudden HEY. Her voice cuts through the air, pointing directly at Kang Hyunmu's profile on the tablet, the director barks, get on this Kang Hyunmu guy now. Blood type, address, even his past life, I want every single detail. Then, with an intense glare, she lays down the law, and this is top secret, got it? Absolute confidentiality. The agent, trying to keep up with the sudden pivot, quickly asks, what about the official report we were working on? Her finger hovers, then slams down on the screen, the director's command absolute, until we get our hands on him, put it on hold. Then, with a powerful, commanding sweep of her arm, she shouts, all right, people, move it. Her team snaps to attention, shouting their affirmation as they bolt out of the room, a whirlwind of urgent action. Alone in the quiet office, the director stares out, the name a heavy whisper on her breath, Kang Hyunmoo, a mystery she's determined to unravel. Her eyes narrow, a chilling question cutting through the air, as she digs deep into the mystery surrounding him. But far away, a sudden, psychic scream of his name rips through Kang Hyunmoo's mind, forcing his eyes wide open in pure shock. And then, around his left eye, dark, arcane markings begin to manifest, a terrifying power stirring to life. Suddenly, with a chilling shwick, a mysterious gas-masked figure materializes out of nowhere, engulfed in an ominous cloud of steam. Hyunmoo can only gape, utterly speechless, at the terrifying apparition before him. An unbearable, bone-chilling cold instantly engulfs him, leaving him frozen in terror as the true horror unfolds.